pressure looks good.
Doubling up. Roger roll with Atlantis.
Water towers can fly! Yes!
Tango Delta nominal.
Flight downside SC off. Bring in SC off.
Yikes. You bet. Okay. We don't need any more of these.
On December 14th, 1972, Gene Cernan at the end of the Apollo 17 mission paused at the foot of the Lunar Excursion Module and before leaving the moon for the last time said the following: "As I take man's last step from the surface, back home for some time to come, but we believe not too long into our future, I'd just like to say that I believe history will record that America's greatest challenge of today has forged man's destiny of tomorrow. And as we leave the moon at Taurus Litro, we leave as we came, and God willing as we shall return, with peace and hope for all mankind." 50 years later, live from Launch Complex 39B at the Kennedy Space Center, this is live launch coverage of the Artemis I mission, the first in a series of 3 that will make Gene's words true. And wow, does it feel good to be able to say that. And Das, are you as excited as I am that we are finally here for the launch of SLS and Artemis I?
I'm here, Chris. My heart is beating, partially because of rocket, but also partially because broadcast time is here. Chat, thank you so much for being patient with us there, trying to make sure all the lights were going to blink in the correct order for the next 8 hours and minutes, some number of minutes. As we are entering marathon broadcast mode, coming up on that launch attempt, the opening of the window for Artemis I out there at the Cape. Those words by Chris Gebhardt at the beginning. Getting us kicked off there, we have a cast of thousands involved in the broadcast here, folks. But let's start here. Let me know, can you hear me and can you see this fantastic view of everybody's favorite orange rocket on the screen? Let us know. Give us some 5x5s in chat, and we will get this party started. I see some 5x5s in chat. Do y'all see 5x5s in chat? I see quite a few 5x5s in chat.
I see a lot of them, yes. I think we're 5x5 for SLS, you might say.
5x5 for SLS. There you go. All right, folks, this is going to be a very long broadcast here. This is going to be a big show. We're actually going to be tagging in and out, but we are going to be doing commentary, Q&A, questions, the whole shooting match all the way through the show here today, all the way through the beginning of the launch attempt. So that is going to be coming up. Let's introduce a couple of the team members here that are going to be talking with us. We already talked to Mr. Chris Gebhardt, Assistant Managing Editor for NASA Flight. How you doing?
I am absolutely ecstatic. I don't know how to answer that truthfully beyond that. I cannot believe we're here, and I have smiled so much today that my face muscles hurt. So that's how I'm doing. I am ecstatic.
Excellent. All right. And yes, Patrick, just do that. That's fine. We also have, to kick off the stream here, a resident SLS expert, Mr. Philip Sloss. Philip, we got you on comms right now?
Yes, I was going to say good morning, but we still have like almost 3 hours to get to morning here. So, but we just did get some good news. Alex in the back there shot the link from nasa.gov, but the mission management team is already go to proceed with tanking when they get there in the timeline. So that's good news.
Yes! Oh my gosh, yes.
That sounds good. I think we've got our first squeal of the day there.
There'll be many.
Yeah. Excellent. And we've also got, Jack was running all over Tarnation. Like, basically the gang's all here. I don't know if Jack was going to pop in and say hi here at the beginning. Jack, were you to pop in and say hi?
Yeah, I'm popping in right now to say hi. Hi, everybody. Thank you for your tuning in on our coverage and all your support, because we are doing some really fun stuff today, including watching a rocket sling a spacecraft around the moon. So we're going back to the moon. Woohoo!
We're going back to the moon. Jack, of course, is out there at the Cape running around. I guess I should have said Jack and Chris are both out there at the Cape running around. Philip is going to be doing remote commentary with us today. Who else? I don't know who else we have on comms. Thomas was floating around somewhere. I think Thomas might be around. Thomas Burkhart, tell me you're on.
I sure am, Daz. Also here at the Kennedy Space Center, and also ecstatic that we are go for tanking. Time for another long countdown, this time to launch the Artemis I mission. Very excited.
All right. Thomas is out there as well, operating a camera and apparently directing the news. As it turns out, he's the news director for NASA spaceflight. Who else do we have involved? I know Stephen Mars out there around. I know we don't normally have Stephen on comms. Julia Bergeron is going to be watching as well. She is out and about somewhere, I think, over on the public side. Of course, I know that Michael Baylor is out there too. He's going to be operating some of his cool tracking software, if you've seen that happen before, his tweets and stuff like that. I'm speed running these, so we'll keep up with little overlay things there. Who did I missed somebody? Brady Kenniston's out there as well, going to be taking some awesome shots. Of course, across the board, we were setting all sorts of remote cameras and stuff like that. But we have basically the entire gang. Patrick! I've already said Patrick's name a couple times. Patrick's helping here, keep all the lights clicking around. Nathan Barker is out there as well. Are we still putting these on the screen? I don't even know if we're putting these on the screen anymore. It's basically a lot of the NSF.
It's a lot of us, yeah.
Do we have 8, 9 people or something like that?
There are
9
8
people?
of us, yes. 8 of us, yeah. There are 8 of us here.
It's too early for that. Anyways, our plan here, folks, is we're going to be handing off the baton. It is a long way to go because that launch is coming up at 8:33 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. That's 8 hours and 33 minutes plus 10 minutes, so 43 minutes from right now, if I did the math correctly. And we've got a clock on the screen. But you may wonder, why does the clock say that it's 6 hours and 40 minutes and it's not ticking right now? Did they decide not to launch this thing? I think that's an intentional thing, isn't it, Philip?
That's right. The countdown clock was this is a planned 2 hour and 30-minute hold. It's the one of two. There will be a 30-minute hold when the countdown clock reaches T-minus 10 minutes. And so if I'm doing we're supposed to resume the countdown clock, but tanking is going to start hopefully in about the next half hour. But the countdown clock will pick up at 6 hours, 40 minutes and counting at 1:23 a.m. Eastern. So we're still a little ways away from that.
All right, so that is intentional up there. Our clock that we've got, that's actually coming from NASA. That is not our normal clock. That is the NASA official clock. They are in charge of it, not us. And it is currently not ticking on purpose because we're in that planned, phase of not ticking before the launch here. So do not fret. That does not mean that the launch is not happening. Still a long way to go between I love you and I do. But the team on console, they've been at their stations and working this launch for, a day now, a day and a half. They call the stations almost 48 hours in advance.
Yeah, call to stations was about 47 hours and ish before liftoff, and then about 30 minutes after that is when the countdown actually began. Yeah.
All right. So we are going to be doing our normal thing here, folks. We have a long time to go. You're going to be asking us questions. If you have questions for us, tag us in chat. At NASA Spaceflight is going to be us. And we're going to answer as many of those as we can. Also, I've got all sorts of little video feeds here lighting up on my screen. We did an awful lot of work out here at the Cape. We're not just going to be showing you this one view. Yes, the boss in the back channel is asking when we're going to switch off this camera. We're going to have yes, I am on it, boss. We are working on getting more and more camera feeds, and we focused on a lot of the engineering cameras. So we wanted to see some of the cool stuff that you don't normally see when our cameras are far away. I don't know. That looks like that might be an interesting shot when it's time for this thing to go. Big umbilical there on the back of the rocket. Y'all hang in there. We'll reveal some more of these as they click onto our monitors here, but do not fret. We have an awful lot of technology. I was out there for almost a week in advance installing things, sort of taking the beach before the rest of the team got there, and we did an awful lot of work to bring y'all as many different views, especially those engineering cameras, as we can as we could for the launch. But let's get going with this. I guess I almost want to show that camera right now. Do you think
it's
tough.
Yeah.
Okay, here. Look. All right, no spoilers, chat. No spoilers. But anybody here like engines?
Oh my god!
Woohoo! Those look mighty fine indeed.
They're moving this around right now. I don't know if they're aiming it or what the deal is, but it's like this is a little periscope or something that's been moving up and down. If I see it moving again, I'll switch back to it and show y'all. But again, focusing on a lot of those engineering cameras. We did a lot of work to get these feeds from NASA, and we will be sharing them with you over the course of the broadcast. So let's do this. This is a big deal. We've been waiting a long time for this rocket to launch. I know there's lots of mixed feelings about this rocket, but let's talk for people who don't know exactly where we're going here. What is this? Is this like a suborbital launch where we're just going to sort of throw it into space and it's not really going to be orbital, but we're going to call it the orbital test flight? Or where is this rocket going? Chris or Philip, who wants to take that?
I think Chris gave a hint at the top.
yeah, little hint. I'll start, and Philip, if there's anything to add, I'll toss to you. So this is not just an orbital mission of the Earth. This is an orbital mission of the Moon. So SLS is doing something that we have not done since Apollo 17. We are sending a human-rated spacecraft to orbit the Moon, and this time we are doing it for a 42-day planned mission. Orion, the SLS will send the Orion an interim cryogenic propulsion stage, which is the upper stage of the SLS rocket. It will insert them into a 30 by 1,805 kilometer initial orbit. And then after that, the ICPS will raise the orbital perigee from 30 kilometers up to about 800. And then when it gets down to perigee, it will do something called the translunar injection burn, which will send the Orion stack and the European Service Module on its way to a lunar intercept trajectory. About 6 days after launch, the Orion and European Service Module duo will fire the big orbital maneuvering system engine that the European Service Module has. And that will be done in order to enter what is called a distant retrograde orbit of the Moon. And from there, at that point, they'll spend about 3 weeks doing 1.5 orbits of the Moon. When they are done with that, they will fire that big engine again on the European Service Module, and that will be the deorbit burn all the way at the distance of the Moon, and that will commit the Orion and the European Service Module to reentry into Earth's atmosphere southeast of Hawaii for the Orion to land just off the coast of San Diego, California. About 42 days after launch. So this is big. We haven't done this in 50 years, and this is a huge stress test on the Orion capsule at 42 days, which is double the length of time that it is basically being certified for active flight periods of about 21 days.
Yeah, I think you covered it.
All right. So, I mean, we're going all the way out. We're not just going to barely touch space and then claim victory and then say we're good to go. This is a full-up test flight. This is many days of duration. This is all the way out around the Moon and back. This is years and years of work getting all of this stuff ready to go. Some legacy hardware, some new systems that they've put in here. This is like a proving flight. They are proving that this whole system works to get humans all the way up and down to the Moon, right?
I like that you said it's a full up test flight, because it's an all up test flight. Like, however you want to phrase it, it's the same as when Saturn V first flew. It's an all up test flight. Like, a lot of these components have not been tested in this configuration. I mean, Orion hasn't flown yet, so it's a test flight. It's the first flight of a rocket. I mean, come on, let's get some Apollo 4 vibes here and have this thing go right in the beginning of the window on the first attempt. How cool would that be? But either way, the best flight is a test flight, and this is a very interesting one for that reason, being all up, so to speak. Yay!
And there's a neat little connection here to Apollo 4, too, which was the first test flight of the Saturn V, which I was going through some things today. You know, for everything that seems to be marching in the correct direction for SLS here in its opening launch attempt, it is important to note the Saturn V rocket launched not just on its first attempt, but right at the opening of the launch window that day. So getting off the ground on the first attempt, totally possible for moon rockets. We've done it before.
All right. And I think that's an important thing to talk about here, because this isn't just, oh, well, we're just going to yeet it into space, and if it works, it works, and if it doesn't, cool for the memes. This needs to work. So we've seen some sort of talk about what the % chance that it's going to go on the first launch today. And are the teams going to be aggressive trying to throw this thing into space because it's time to send it? Or are they going to be more conservative, sort of maybe holding back if there's something that doesn't look quite right? How do you think that's going to fall down today?
I can answer the first part. They're not going to be aggressive and just let it go. There's absolutely no way Charlie will let this vehicle launch. Charlie Blackwell Thompson is the launch director. There's absolutely no way she will let this rocket launch if every blade of grass is not aligned as it is supposed to for the launch commit criteria. But that said, if all of the launch commit criteria are met and there are no violations and there's no reason to keep it on the ground, she will give the go and we will lift off today.
All right. Have we heard? Philip, go ahead. Yeah,
I was just going to say we were kind of talking about this in NSF Live a little bit, and it was something I wanted to add, and hopefully we have a little time here, which is, as Chris says, there's very strict launch commit criteria for committing to the flight, to firing the solid rocket boosters and letting the vehicle go. Once they're into flight, they will be more, you're committed, as Chris said, and I think they are willing to take a little bit more risk once they're in flight with the spacecraft, especially because you're already committed, and because there's no crew on this flight, they're willing to tolerate a little more mission risk to get these really critical test objectives, and the main one is they really want to get Orion out to the lunar distance so that they can come back at lunar reentry velocity because they're testing this new heat shield design. So that's the most important test objective for this mission. So SLS, they need SLS to do its job and to get Orion out to the moon.
And I think there's a couple different ways that works, right? Like, it is very much the big orange rocket with the big white boosters on the side that needs to get Orion and the service module on a specific trajectory, like within some margins, so that the service module can get it going the rest of the way. Let's talk about that a little bit. Like, is it the sort of deal where, well, we lost an engine, it didn't light correctly, we're just going to go anyways? Like, are there different places where clearly the SRBs have to light? SRBs are good at that, though. That's what they do. Are there some places where, one engine is underperforming or something like that, but they can proceed with the mission and still accomplish those goals? Or is it everything has to work perfectly, or the whole mission is not going to work? Philip, I think we were talking about that earlier.
Well, and I know Chris has got some specific numbers. I guess what I would say is that they do have a little bit of leeway. It's not a lot, but they do have some leeway in terms of, again, achieving that main objective. So if SLS was to underperform a little bit, they could forego, for instance, going into the distant retrograde orbit. They could use up all of the propellant in the service module, for instance. If SLS underperformed, they've got the ICPS second stage. They could basically run that stage to depletion, and then they could then put whatever delta velocity that the service module can provide to get out to that lunar distance. And so, for instance, they could downmode from a long mission in distant retrograde orbit to a lunar flyby mission, which would be probably on the order of about a week and a half. So they have some options, but obviously we're going to start with the SRBs in the core stage, and there are some milestones in terms of performance where once they've had the 4 engines running for about a minute or about 3.5 minutes, where they'll reach the point where they will be able to either get into low Earth orbit and at least do an orbital mission, or will they'll be able to press all the way on to a full lunar translunar injection mission. And so Chris can talk a little bit more about those time stones timeline.
Yeah. So, and this is where it gets a little bit tricky and complicated, as rockets like to do. So I'll walk you through the 3 basic ways that we've got here and what our cutoffs are. And these are all for single engine out scenarios. So bear that in mind. That's one of the 4 RS-25 shutting down. So theoretically, you could light all 4 RS-25s at T-minus 6.36 seconds, which is when their ignition sequence will begin. And they could all pass their health checks, and the command can be sent to light the solid rocket boosters. And as soon as the solid rocket boosters light, one of the main engines shuts down. In that scenario, SLS on Artemis I only can still actually, with the core stage, as long as it doesn't lose another engine, and the ICPS, and the Orion service module, you can get into a stable Earth orbit and not lose Orion. So literally 1 second off the pad, you can lose an RS-25, and if everything else keeps working, you can attain a stable orbit and at least save the Orion capsule. You need to get to about 67 seconds into the flight to lose an RS-25 engine and be able to make orbit as intended but not with the core stage only, but you would have to fire the ICPS engine to do some of the final to get into your initial orbit. And that would basically preclude you from going to the moon, but you could still do what Philip was saying, which was use all the energy and propellant in the ICPS and the European Service Module to basically repeat the engineering flight test and shoot Orion up into a highly elliptical orbit, and then fire the engines again when you start coming down back toward Earth to basically cheat a lunar re-entry velocity at that point. And you would basically just be repeating the engineering flight test 1 mission that Orion flew on a Delta IV Heavy back in December of 2014. Once you get to 3 minutes and 30 seconds roughly into the flight, this is after the solid rocket boosters have jettisoned, you could lose 1 RS-25 engine and still do the complete mission as planned. So 3 minutes, 30 seconds is basically the barrier we need to get to, where if you lose an engine, the mission can still keep going as planned. And then they did talk about in some of the briefings leading up to this that there are some scenarios late in the core stages firing where you could lose 2 of the RS-25 engines and still do one of those scenarios that I just mentioned. But you can't really lose more than 2 on the core stage and survive.
All right. And again, Chris, we're juggling a lot of stuff. Apparently, there's a big storm that may be coming in. So for the folks that are out there in the field, be advised there may be some potential lightning in the area. Be on the listen for those phased lightning warnings, please. And if there are any cameras that we have out there that are not weatherproof, make sure that we get those. We're ready to secure those on a moment's notice. Just notice for the folks in the field, okay?
Chris G, if the top isn't on that box, put the top on that box. It's really important.
Yeah, there is a very important box out there.
the top is on the box. Fear not, I already did that.
Okay. Yay! All hail the important box.
The box is under the tent, like.
The box is under the tent with the lid on. Yes.
Can y'all imagine like the actual news network that's doing launch coverage? Of course, they just go live like 15 minutes before the launch and talk for a little bit. But you hear the people talking about weatherproofing the cameras, like make sure you get those cameras in. Whatever. Welcome to our live stream, y'all. NASA Spaceflight. This is sort of how we do things around here. But please, folks out in the field, be on the lookout for that weather to come in.
We'll have to keep an ear on NASA commentary in terms of that, because there are lightning. Lightning is probably the major constraint for beginning tanking. I can't remember if it was 10 nautical miles was the limit, but if it was something along the lines of if there's a greater than 20% chance of lightning within that short distance from the launch pad, then for the first hour of tanking they would hold on doing that. So we'll have to see. We'll have to keep an ear to the PAO commentator in the firing room.
And y'all will y'all hear that? Like I'm concerned about the people that are out there. Will y'all hear that sort of coming in if y'all need to shelter?
100%. Yeah. We'll run in if we need to. Yep.
All right, just making sure. Want to make sure that everybody's good to go there. Let's see here. Oh, did another camera come online? I think another camera might have came online.
Oh, I just did the happy finger pyramid. Like when you like bang your fingers together in that pyramid. Like yes, I'm excited. What do we have now, Das?
All right, let's see here. Another camera has blinked into existence from our good friends at NASA, sending us photons on little pieces of glass fiber thingies. Here is another camera feed that has just clicked online. Look at that.
I like 814. I like 814.
I think that's the camera number. Is that the number of likes this camera got, and so they finally turned it on? How does that work?
Speaking of that,
it's capped. It's a capped number of likes.
We should do some kind of thing where, like, the chat has to unlock additional cameras.
Unlock
like chat, we'll show you this next camera, but you gotta X or Y. I have no idea.
I don't know if I could keep myself from doing that. I see a new camera come up, and I'm like, oh, that's a cool one. Let's look at that one real quick. Jeez, all right, that's a cool one. I know that we haven't yet actually gotten through any viewer questions. So let's see if we can't grab a couple of viewer questions here and start answering some questions for people. Now, again, we have 8 hours plus of viewer questions here, so please be patient with your questions. I'm going to start. Has anybody got any questions yet, or y'all want me to find some to start asking here?
Yeah, let's take some, yeah.
All right, I will find some to start asking here.
I'll just add, we were talking about, engine out scenarios and everything. They test fired the core stage twice at Stennis, so they've fired the engines for the full 8 minute duration at Stennis back in March of last year. So the engines are of course shuttle veterans, and they at least demonstrated that the stage systems themselves will support a full firing. So they at least have, I would say, a pretty good deal of confidence that the mechanical systems in the stage will work.
All right. I don't think that they would be teasing us with a countdown if they didn't have a high degree of confidence, right?
Yeah.
Indeed.
All right, let's see here. We're going to grab a couple questions real quick. This is the big one, Leadmaster. This is definitely the big one. Are we going to see a waterfall coming off the water tower? Remember how sometimes we see the water tower confirm that it's full?
I would expect that we will. The very first step in the countdown procedure was to fill the water tower, and they will go back and do the top off and everything with it and the overflow, just to make sure that just to make sure that it's absolutely full. Yes.
Gotcha. Chris, you sounded like you started to run all of a sudden there. Were you running from rain or something?
No, I was waving at someone. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, all good. Yeah.
A very vigorous wave. Like I could hear you waving almost. So.
Well, yeah.
Let's see here. Again, folks, we are live all the way through here. We're actually going to be tag teaming it this evening. We've got so many people on the NASA spaceflight team. We are going to be doing live commentary and Q&A all the way up till the opening of the window at 8:33 a.m. Eastern Time. 8 hours and 15-ish minutes, 20 minutes away right now. I'm trying to do like quick math in my head, and it's also past midnight for me.
It seems like a long time.
And that's just the opening of our window. Yeah. Sorry,
yeah,
Jack.
That's just the opening. Yeah. Jack?
It seems like a long time, but at the same time, I feel like it was like noon, and I blinked my eyes, and now it's 12:13. I mean, it's the day. We're on the day. It's happening. So It might be a little, 8 hours from now, but it's gonna go by real fast. I'm sure. At least for those of us who are soaking our brains in adrenaline and caffeine.
What? Can I show this other camera that just popped up? Look, maybe I really should spread these out some. But can anyone even explain to me what I'm looking at here? I mean, this is engineering camera heaven right now.
Oh,
no!
Booster attached strut.
Yes, no, they just switched off of it. Okay, wait. Here, go. What was that we were just seeing?
Solid rocket booster to core stage aft attached strut.
Right. And they're probably during the vehicle loading, they'll probably be changing the zoom and panning and tilting these cameras to just inspect the vehicle as they start to load the core stage with propellant. Because I wish I'd grabbed this GIF, but somebody posted a GIF showing what happens with the core stage from ambient temperatures to when it's full. And if we were to just stay fixed on this camera and do a time lapse, you would actually see the boosters and the core stage move a little bit relative, because the core stage shrinks because it's so cold. It actually shrinks quite a bit, several inches, if I recall correctly, once it's loaded with the cryogenic propellants.
Gosh, we'll have to see what we get from that one. It seems like some of these feeds are sort of coming and going right now, so it looks like NASA is sort of shuffling the wires. But every now and then something pops up. Maybe that's a good excuse for me to show them as soon as I see something interesting, because you never know when it's going to disappear. But anyways,
there you go.
That may be our plan. It does seem like the storms are getting close here. We got a report from Thomas that the storm is getting close, so they need to get in under some cover here.
Yes, I need to get into a building for lightning protection. I'm still going to be on comms, but Philip, take the lead in starting to answer some of them for me.
All right, sounds good. Chris, be safe. Thomas, Brady, everybody else that's out there, Jack, make sure y'all are safe as well. First priority.
I'm inside, so no worries there.
Oh, well, that must be nice.
It is nice, but I won't be out inside the entire time, obviously. So, like you said, we're rotating around. Right now, I'm in the easy, cushy space, but later on, I'll be outside in the insane humid with the mosquitoes and the rain and thunder. Oh, well, no thunder, but
Somebody, a little birdie's telling me that the LH2 tank for the core stage will probably shrink about 8 inches.
8 inches?
Yeah. Wow,
that's wild. Yep. For something so massive to shrink 8 inches, and I'm sure when they were designing the rocket and everything, obviously that's something you take into account. With the mobile launcher and the tower and the umbilicals and everything, it's just like, well, it's going to shrink because cryogenic liquids. It's like, what? Excuse me, what? That's crazy.
Okay. Do we have any other questions here? Do we have somebody that's grabbing a couple questions maybe for us? We also have a ton of super chats and stuff. We need to be getting through some of those, I think.
You want to do super chats and I'll throw some questions in the queue, or do you want me to do super chats and you throw questions in the queue?
Hey, either way. I will
do chats.
Yeah, I'll run through some super chats here real quick. Let's see here. Stuart George is a Capcom member. Thank you so much, Stuart, for joining the party here. We've also got Richard Barnes was a pad rat. We've got James Amorosino. I'm going to go with Amorosino on that one. We appreciate you. Dougal snuck through here and upgraded their membership to the red team. We've got Arlene Fosmer is a Capcom member. Yeah. Roseanne DeVasto is pad rat. FR Rap. Red team as well, or that was red team. Looks like Dougal a little bit ago gifted some memberships. That's a new thing that's been doing quite a bit here. But Dougal gifted 5 red team memberships. So you may be in chat and you may actually see that you get a gifted membership from someone. I think it might even give you the option to say thank you to those people when they do that. But if you do, please go ahead and thank the folks that are being super generous and giving out these gift memberships. It's a real cool way to spread the love around here to make other people able to enjoy the content. Nicole Ragusa was a pad rat. We've got Trevor Belmont came through with a little to kick things off, a $1 super chat to kick things off. Trevor, thank you so much for the first super chat of the day. Look at BPS Space here. Mr. Joe. with the super chat saying, "This is a
Oh,
beautiful."
Joe, nice.
Put her to the stream. Yeah, Mr. Joe. Oh gosh.
Sometimes YouTubers who you really enjoy can comment as a treat.
As a treat. You can have a few comments as a treat. Go ahead.
Just a quick update from Alex in the back is listening to PAO for us, which is really helpful. But given that just to clarify about what we were talking about earlier, so the mission management team, they met, they gave a go to the launch team to begin tanking when they got there. But what PAO is saying is that in order to actually begin tanking, Charlie Blackwell Thompson, who's the launch director today, has to give that final go, and she has not done that yet. And so that, again, based on what we're hearing from the people in the field, that they're seeing lightning coming, we're going to need to pay attention to see if they can go with that, if they can proceed and begin the liquid oxygen chill downs here. They were supposed to do that right around now on the timeline. So we'll hopefully we'll hear something from NASA here in the next 5-10 minutes.
Okay, and we do have, we're listening in on those. Y'all, we're not piping in any sort of comment that we're getting, because then it becomes like we're trying to answer questions, we're trying to talk to y'all, and then people are giving official statements and stuff. Clearly, like official NASA feeds and things like that will have official statements, but we are listening to those, and we will relay those over to you when we get them. So again, the whole team is involved here, making sure we get everything for everyone and all the information about the launch that's happening here. Let's see here. Jack, did we get a question yet?
Yeah, we've got some right off the bat. This is kind of a DOS question. We are being asked by Patrick, how many cameras do you think are pointing at SLS right now? I mean, obviously you can answer on our behalf, but in general, I mean, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds, right? But you were out here, and I think it behooves everybody that is watching this to know how much butt you kicked and how much work you did, and just absolute madness. So thank you so much for everything that you did to set all of this up, including the myriad of cameras that we have pointing at it. But I don't know if you want to disclose that. I'm putting you on the spot, but that's a question I saw pop up, was how many cameras do you think are pointing at SLS right now?
I mean, I can tell you how many feeds that we're getting. We're going to be releasing more and more of the feeds and cameras that we deployed and that we were able to ingest, and all the different things we're going to be able to share. In terms of the total number of cameras, I mean, there are going to be tens of thousands of cameras pointed at this. You got official NASA cameras, you've got media cameras, you've got what was the county expecting, like 200,000 people to come in potentially to watch this thing go?
Just about.
Gosh, that is a lot of people.
We aren't taking all those, but I think pretty much anybody who's got a phone is probably pointed at the vehicle right now.
Yeah, exactly. People, I mean, I guess it's a little dark to take selfies. It'd be like one little pixel in the background, right? A really bright pixel in the background. I wanted to check in really quickly with the weather. We had talked about some of that weather that's sort of rolling through here. And here is the situation out at the Cape right now. Our people are actually coming in to shelter, but you can see that not really a line of storms, just a big cell that's coming right over the Cape. And that's why we were pulling some of our cameras in. That's why our people were getting sheltered. And we are going to continue watching that. But right now, these are sort of passing storms. It's still 8 hours before the launch window opens. So this isn't the sort of storm that would affect the launch, because we have so much time left to go, right, y'all?
Right, but this could affect the start of tanking. So you can see, again, you can't see lightning strikes in this. I don't know if that overlay is available, but if you look, the launch pad 39B is basically right at the top middle of this frame. So you can see, okay, and you got some tracks here. You can see some of these storms they're moving in the direction of the pad, and so I have to go back and look. But like I said, there is a rule about the if the forecast says there is a greater than 20% chance of lightning within, some distance, it would be, maybe 10 nautical miles of the pad, that during the first hour of tanking, that would be a weather violation. And it's just a question of how quickly these storms clear. So, that's not a really we need to hear from we need to hear from okay. And so they've been given. Okay, so Alex is giving us some good details here. So they're going to proceed with doing chill downs of the lines, but they're not going to do they're not going to chill down the vehicle yet. So, but they are going to. What I'm reading here is they have a go to proceed with some of the tanking, but to hold off on actually loading the vehicle with the cryos. But they basically would want to get the cross country lines, basically the pipes from the big liquid oxygen sphere all the way to the mobile launcher and then into the vehicle. They want to get those lines all chilled down so that as soon as they're ready to continue, they can pick up with the rest of the liquid oxygen load.
And Philip, actually, a good clarification question here. Like, let's say they need, because Daryl, the NASA folks are saying, like, in about 30 minutes, we'll see how this is evolving. If in 30 minutes they say, okay, yeah, we're actually good to start tanking, and they're 30 minutes down on the timeline, does that automatically mean we're at 9:03 instead of 8:33, or is there still time to, oh my gosh, that phrase went right out, make up some of that time that they lose here?
I think I believe that question was asked of Charlie Blackwell Thompson, and I think she kind of demurred on that a little bit. I think we'll have to wait and see when they get into, when they actually get into the liquid oxygen load, and we're just gonna have to listen to launch control, and hopefully they'll give us a heads up once they get started with loading, doing the chill downs of the actual core stage main propulsion systems of all the lines, basically between the tank and the engines, and then starting to fill the tanks. Once they get established into that, then I think probably they'll have a better idea about where they are in the timeline. Whether they can make up a little bit of time, or they're going to have to push a little bit into the launch window. So you can see here. Okay, that was. I think they have multiple cameras, but yeah, this is looking at the side of the vehicle. So that would be basically it's on the mobile launcher to the right there and looking to the left. And we were looking at the systems tunnel was on the left. In the middle is one of the liquid oxygen feed lines, and then to the right of that, you could see those steel tubes. Those are pressurization lines that basically keep the tanks keep the ullage or head pressure on the tank, so that you keep a constant, steady pressure on the propellant as it's being fed to the engines in flight. So, and they'll be looking at those because, as we were saying, the tanks and all of these fittings will shrink a little bit as they are wet with liquid oxygen or liquid hydrogen, and so they all have. The liquid oxygen feed lines have what are called pivot fittings. They have bellows in them that are, as Jack was talking about, the vehicle's designed to flex during this process. So, in terms of the timeline, we're just gonna have to see when they get started, and then how they feel about how far they are away from maybe the opening of the window. But I think it's too early to say the opening of the window is out of the question at this point. But I mean, I think this is kind of why we started so early, is because this is an important part of the countdown to get started with tanking. So we're just gonna have to hope that these storms clear out relatively soon.
It's selfish of me because I definitely kind of want this thing to go at the start of the window. But if it doesn't, that gives the sun hopefully more time to hit the remote cameras that we have all placed, because it has been raining like every afternoon because Florida, and I'm just in my head I have images of like many cameras from all the media out here, including myself, just soaked, just utterly soaked. And today we didn't really get rain, at least not yet. And so hopefully some of that rain was able to be, or some of that moisture was able to be burned off by the sun. So if it does fly a little bit later in the window, well, that's okay, because hopefully we get better photos for it. We can think of it. We can think positively in that way, but hopefully it does also go at the start of the window, and we get good photos. Anyways, you never know.
And there's also something too nice and historical. Apollo 11 lifted off at 9:32 a.m. Eastern, and 9:32 a.m. Eastern is within our 2-hour window today. So,
You think No, they're going to go when it's time to go. They're not going to be like, oh, wouldn't it be nice if...
it would be a heck of a coincidence, but yeah, they will go whenever they are ready. Yeah.
They may have like concerts and stuff like that, but when it comes down to launching the thing, they're going to go when it's time to launch.
Bingo.
All right. I'm going to grab a couple more super chats here. We got Dougal's gifted memberships. I remember we got that one. We got Nicole as well. Yes, there we go. There is where Joe came through, opener to the stream. But David Lee was right behind him, saying, they're not saying anything, said thank you for becoming a Padaret member. I think it was the right thing. Man, it's late. We have a long way to go. Masked Dingo gifted 5 Red Team memberships. So if you got one of those gifted memberships from Masked Dingo, make sure you tell him thank you for
epic name too.
The Masked Dingo, nice. Chris Wage reminds everyone to hydrate. Everybody remember to hydrate. Continue drinking liquids to make sure that your vocal cords continue to work, I guess would be the best thing right now. Probably not too hot out there. Probably muggy, humid as all get out, right, Chris?
Oh my goodness, yes. just yes. late August in Florida, that's almost a guarantee. Yep.
All right. Let's see here. Chris Wage, thank you for that one. Krismir? I think we're going to go with Krismir as a Red Team member. I'm going to get a lot of these caught up because y'all have been super generous here. Musical Wolves. What? Will Yellowstone see SLS days after launch on the way to the moon? Does anyone understand what Musical Wolves is asking there?
Maybe they meant Goldstone, and it's an autocorrect mistake because Goldstone's part of Deep Space Network. That's my only.
That's
I'm grasping at straws here, but
that's my only guess too. Is that Goldstone got changed to Yellowstone by accident? Yeah.
What a weird autocorrect. But anyways, Musical Wolves.
But there's a good point to that, right? Because Orion is not going to low Earth orbit. So once it passes the geostationary communication satellite belt where NASA's Tracking and Data Satellite Relay Network, or TDRS network, is, it has to communicate with the Deep Space Network. So it will switch at that point to communicating either through Canberra, Goldstone, or Madrid, which are the 3 Deep Space Network locations that we have around the world.
Gotcha. I had to switch to the strut cam, and then they pulled the rug out from under me, and they went back to the side shot again. Thanks, NASA.
Yeah.
I mean, we do appreciate the feeds. Listen, we're not going to complain about having the feeds, but I wish they would be a little bit more consistent with what they were going to be. Let's see here. James Juries, thank you for the support. We've got Dan Paulin, who's a Red Team member. Thank you as well. Tim C said ditto on the opening. Chris, that was a very fantastic opening there. Quite a few people putting comments thanking you on the opening. Well done there.
I'm when I was thinking about how to begin, I just honestly thought, how would I want to begin it? And I'm glad people appreciated that.
It was perfect.
Yeah. As opposed to DOS just yelling, "Hey, 5x5's in chat. Let me know if you can hear me. We don't even know if this is going to work or not." That was much better than normal. So thank you for that. Let's see here.
I know we want to keep thanking everybody that's helping us out because this was a huge undertaking. But when you're ready, we do have some questions in the queue. Just throwing that out there.
Right. You know what I think the first question is?
What?
One of the big things.
You're going to do the towers. You're going to do the tower question.
No, I'm not doing the towers. We're not talking about the towers. See,
Can't even see them yet.
The exposure of the camera is set such that you can't even see the towers right now. The question is, one of the cool things we like to do is share this with people who are all over the world, people who can't be here themselves. And we are always curious, if you're watching us right now, where are you watching from? Where can you see us from right now? Let us know what's going on, where you're from, and we will see how many different places. It's, Canberra. Speaking of the Goldstone, the Deep Space Network, all around. Yeah, don't do it. Nope, we're doing it. All around the planet. Where are people watching us right now? Wisconsin, New Jersey, Vancouver, Louisiana. Wow, it's late over there. Hong Kong, Guernsey. I don't even know where that is. We need to get Chris on here. There was an Iran in there? Okay. We got New Zealand, Miami, Minnesota, San Francisco, San Angelo, Texas. I think I gassed up a truck there once. Czech Republic, Canada, Idaho, Netherlands, a couple Australias. It's maybe easier right now for folks in Australia? What time is it in Australia right now? They're like waking up. Is it like lunchtime?
It's like it's 12 something, but it's upside down numbers.
It's upside down numbers. Thank you, Jack. Anyways, wherever you're watching, there's Santo Domingo in there. We got some Japans as well. It's always the thing. It's like people are watching and they're like, oh, this is great for my time zone. Well, we've still got 8 hours here before the launch. And in fact, we've just crossed under the 8-hour mark. It's now midnight 34, 12:34 local time. And that window opens at 8:33, so we've just crossed under the 8-hour mark between the opening of the window. Go ahead, Chris.
And it's after midnight at the launch site, which means it's launch day.
Ah.
Yes.
That's cool.
Yep.
Crowd just chants, moon, moon, moon.
Moon.
Crowd starts stomping as it chants, moon, moon, moon. The bleachers start shaking. Let's do this.
Is anybody actually watching from bleachers right now? Like, is that a thing?
No, not well, not right now. No one's in them, but yes, there are bleachers here in the VIP sections. So yes, people will be in the bleachers today.
Oh, I was kidding. I didn't think people would be watching our stream sitting in bleachers, but I forgot there were bleachers there for the viewing area.
Well, probably someone in a park is on a bleacher too, watching us, I'd imagine.
I think we have an update here. Philip, did you get that update on the weather situation?
Yeah, we're just we're listening to the NASA launch control commentator. I think he may have misspoke about chilling the lines down because that would be a hazardous operation. And so what he's saying is they're still waiting. The vehicle's ready for tanking, but they want to wait. I think another 15 minutes or so to see whether the lightning, whether they'll get down to this. It has to be less than 20% chance of lightning during the first hour of tanking, and I guess they're not quite there yet. So they're basically watching the weather, and they'll be ready to start pumping liquid oxygen when they get a go to do that once they meet that weather rule for tanking. So unless we hear something, I don't know if they would show us the liquid oxygen as we were talking about during NSF Live. It's got the density of water, and so it has to be pumped. And there's a couple of pumps. And I think they use them as like a primary and a backup. But they have to pump those. And it makes more sense that they would hold off on flowing liquid oxygen even through the cross country lines until they're relatively sure that they're not going to get any lightning in the area. So
right,
we're just waiting. They're just waiting, and we're waiting to hear from them.
The fueling is. Go ahead, Jack. Yeah.
No, please go ahead. You.
No, I was going to say fueling is the process that takes some time. You don't snap your fingers and magically the rocket is all of a sudden fueled. Of course, the SRBs are already stuffed with fuel. They come that way, but the big orange tank is not filled with fuel right now, and you can't just snap your fingers and all of a sudden it's completely full. So you do have to make sure, well, just because it's not lightning right now, you want to make sure that any lightning-producing cells are not going to sneak up on you or start producing lightning or all those sorts of things while you're in the middle of your tanking. So they're continuing to watch that, it sounds like. And we'll keep listening on the updates, and we'll share the updates with y'all. We are listening, and even though we're not piping that real-time audio back over, because we don't want to talk over them, right? We don't want to crash into them. We want to make sure that we are sharing the updates as fast as we can.
And I think there might be some just to sort of talk a little bit about why they will not start fueling the vehicle if there's lightning potential, right? Because we're talking about oxygen right now, and right, what's the problem with oxygen? If there's lightning, right, there's oxygen in the atmosphere. It's the hydrogen, it's much more the hydrogen side of the system that you have to worry about, especially when you might have a leak of hydrogen and any errant electrical spark can ignite that, and you don't want that. So that's sort of in a quick and dirty way of why we don't start to fuel vehicles while there's a threat of lightning, like SLS.
Right.
Really, really quick, I just want to really appreciate everybody in chat who is bringing the excited energy. Everyone is basically chanting moons in chat. I love it.
Nice.
Thank you, everybody.
It's good to see, Jack. I mean, like I said at the beginning of the broadcast, there's mixed feelings about the big orange rocket.
There are.
Some people are very, I'm going to say vocal, and that's a very nice way to put it, about their feelings of the big orange rocket. But any way you slice it, so much work, so much effort, so many talented people have worked on this, and we like to see big rockets fly. It is technically launch day now, and I think that every one of us would love to see this thing leave the pad, regardless of what you might think about it. It's there. It's not going anywhere. Well, hopefully it goes to the moon. At least the top part goes to the moon. So it is really heartening to see everybody chanting moon in chat, right, and stomping
It
even.
is.
Apparently
It really
people are
is.
It
stomping.
is.
Well, and for so many people who have been, watching the space program and in awe of it for so long, but never saw the Apollo missions. I mean, this is for us like a dream come true in many ways.
Now, I wonder if during the Apollo missions there were people talking about bacon and chanting moon, moon, moon while stomping. I think they might have done a little differently.
I'm sure
back
one of
then.
Jack's ancestors was.
I mean, it was 1969. It was 1969. So, I mean, yes, there was people. Yes, there's probably much weirder than we can even fathom. But
Who knows what they were doing with bacon back then?
Yeah,
Inspection cam, look. I'm sorry. I'm a sucker for the zoom cam that are like doing these tilts. And are they looking? They heard me.
Don't look at this.
Yeah.
Oh, look at
Well,
that.
Your eyes.
Wait. Is that the White Room? It has grip
Yeah,
tape
I'm
on the
trying-
floor. It
Oh
has a
my
little-
gosh, yes it
It
is.
might be.
I
Yeah.
think it is. Yes.
It's got a little mesh thingy there. There's a curved
Right.
bit, it looks like,
Yeah,
that might
I
be
think so.
the side of the
And
hatch or something.
It's of course the White Room is of course completely retracted away from the vehicle at this point. But yeah, I think you're right, Chris and Doss.
Here, look, they're going to change it. What do you think is
Yeah,
going to pop up
This is
next?
this is a standard engineering loop, and they sort of loop through all of these operational TV cameras periodically.
I just want to see portal cam whenever this thing
Yeah.
takes off. Like
You
if
can
this camera,
see- trying to think, it's hard to tell which side of the vehicle this is, whether this is on the mobile launcher side or whether this is on the on the outside by the tail service masts. I guess this is probably shot. We're looking at the tail service mast kind of in the frame here, is what I'm guessing.
It does kind of look like. Oh yeah. No, I think
And
you're
so
right.
you
I was
can
going to say maybe there's umbilicals there, like a shadow of umbilicals, but no, I think you're right. I think we're looking at the TSMs.
Right in the foreground here, and so you can they're pretty small, but we were talking about this off in one of the background channels, which is if you look, you can see a couple of little pipes that are coming out of the bow tail. Basically where the white where it kind of goes from the vehicle is in light. From the xenon lights, and then you kind of see the shadow of the very underside, the base heat shield of the core stage. There's a couple of pipes coming out. Those are the exhaust ports for the core stage, for a couple of the core stage auxiliary power units. And so we may be able to see that when we get down to 4 minutes and counting, when they start those. You'll see some jets coming out of those pipes.
I think another quick thing, I just kind of want to hit upon the weather thing again, because I know that's our big thing right now, and we've talked about the weather very specifically in terms of SLS, because that is the vehicle we're here to cover for today. But it's important to know too that this is a range constraint. So any vehicle that would be on the Eastern Range would be following the Eastern Range's range weather rule criterias, and one of those is the no chance of lightning, less than a 20% chance of lightning during your fueling operations, where this becomes a little bit nebulous because we're most familiar with the Falcon 9. is Falcon 9 is sort of battling, do I fuel if, the fueling weather can be fine, but the launch commit weather might not. So it's a little bit hard to look at the Falcon 9 family for the comparison. So basically, like, they wouldn't let the Atlas rocket do this either right now. So it's not just an SLS constraint. This is a Eastern range constraint that every user of the range has to abide by.
Makes sense. All right. I think I need to run through some super chats again really quickly here, because there are some completely insane super chats. Then we're going to get some more questions. Again, y'all, we don't want it to just all be reading this or just all be reading that or us just talking. We try to mix it up a little bit. But let me grab some of these. Z-Man Overstreet says, we are about to witness history, not only because we're going back to the moon, but the sheer power of this rocket. Fly safe, NASA spaceflight. Z-Man Overstreet, thank you so much for the support and the words as well there. Musical Wolves asked, do we have any SLS bingo boards? I did not make any bingo cards or boards. Did anybody else?
No, but we should. We did that with the old Starship flight test streams. Like, Chekhov, Jack said something about bacon, or Chekhov, there was a weather update or what have. The free space is me talking about bacon, let's be real.
The free space is you talking about bacon, nice. Let's see here. Musical Wolves, thank you for that one. Rockwell Tory, $50, $49.99, says, thank you, NSF team, for this full-up launch coverage. Let's have a first attempt go for launch. Godspeed, Artemis I. Rockwell Tory, thank you so much for the super generosity there. You know how we are. We don't just show up and do our commentary. 30 minutes before, I guess it's time to start talking. We wanted to make an event of it. We know that this is a big deal for a lot of people, and we wanted to share it with you and have plenty of time to hang out with y'all before it goes here. But we appreciate you, and thanks for helping make it possible. BLX upgraded to a flight engineer, as did Aw Shucks Studio with a PadRap membership there. Appreciate y'all. We've got Dennis W. with some euros, that looks like. With the upcoming SLS launch, that's this rocket, and some possible static fires today from Boca, according to notifications from Mary, this looks like a very intense day ahead. Oof. Who wants to talk about that?
Well, there's definitely no shortage of activity in spaceflight these days, and this illustrates things perfectly. We are in a new space age, which is awesome. It's also can be challenging for those of us who try to cover all of these things. But it's the best problem to have. It's the best possible problem to have, especially thinking back to the mid 2010s, thousands. I don't know, the 20 teens. There we go. That's a word. When it felt like really nothing was happening for so long, and it was just like, can we do some space, please? I like space. Can we do space? So it's good. It's a good problem.
Tower cam.
Yeah, look at this.
That's a
good
lightning tower
problem to have,
cam.
TLDR.
Ooh, fancy.
Yeah.
Is anybody jotting these down? Okay, 918. That one's cool. I like that one. I'm not.
It reminds me of.
That would be a good shot after the engines start.
Ooh, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
It reminds me of the Daily Show, when Jon Stewart was on. It was a running gag where he would be like, "Show 212," and they would cut to a random clip. I was like show 918, and then I don't know. I like it.
And actually, that's a great shot. Not just for engine start. That's a great shot when the sound suppression water starts flowing, and dumping onto the mobile launch platform deck just before the engines start too.
Gotcha. And if you had Worm on your bingo card, mark NASA Worm on the
Team
SRB,
Worm.
visible in the shot here.
Team Worm. Wait, are we an all Worm team right now? Because I know Philip is Team Worm. Das, are you Team Worm?
I like the Worm. Chris,
are you Team Worm though?
You know something?
Me? I'm Team Worm. Yeah.
Yeah. I would fall on the side of Team Worm. I like it. All right, cool. Well, we're just going to hold down the broadcast then with Team NASA Worm. Yes.
NASA Worm flight?
NASA Worm flight. Yes. Worm space flight? That's different. Let's see here.
Oof.
Gonna get a couple more. Dave Hoffman is a launch director. Thank you, Dave. We've got Citizen Blue saying, like this video. Love you, NSF. Citizen Blue, thank you for that. We appreciate you. I haven't actually looked at how many likes this has, but we've got 3,000 right now. Bad. It's a little under half of the people watching like the video. We've got Stefan Fernandes. I'm going to go with her. Stephen Fernandes, one or the other. Thank you for documenting this important step into space. You guys are awesome. Stephen. We'll go with Stephen. Thank you so much for the support. We've got Stevio A. His Capcom membership. Corey Ruthko is a Red Team member. I'm getting as many of these as I can, but y'all are going to beat me. I cannot read them all out. This one's sort of important. Logan Miller with the Caffeine Fund. Thank you, Logan Miller. Did everybody caffeinate here?
Thank you. I offered them all coffee and they all said no, so I don't know.
Wasn't there supposed to be like a Krispy Kreme thing or something?
There was.
At like 5 a.m. or something?
Well, there was Krispy Kreme today. It was just glazed donuts, and I devoured one. Brady devoured several. Brady devoured 3. 3 He confidently just showed me 3 fingers. But yeah, there was Krispy Kreme today. There will be Krispy Kreme tomorrow. I sort of wish there was bagels with locks on them, just so when there's locks topping on the vehicle, we can be like, "Ooh, locks topping," and eat our bagels.
Oh my gosh!
But I'll stop with the dad jokes. I'm sorry.
Yes, Jack.
Really
yes,
though?
Thank you for
really?
that.
Okay, I've read quite a few there, but there is one that I do not want to miss here from Jay Lawrence. $199.99. What's the over-under to make this launch window? Anybody want to give some odds here on the launch window?
First off, you're going to have to explain to me how over-under works, because I am not a betting man.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, you either launch the rocket and it goes over.
So it's like a half a launch today. What's that? Is that the line?
It's plus or minus 1 hour from the middle of the window.
Right.
No, I think it's like, you say, I think it's going to launch at 9 o'clock, plus or minus 10 minutes. And then if you get within plus or minus 10 minutes of 9 o'clock, I think that's, chat, help me out here. Is that like how that goes? Actually, they didn't even say over under, so. No, it is. It does say over under. You're right. I thought I made that part up. I don't know. Is it going to launch today? We talked about that a little bit earlier, but let's talk about it one more time.
Yeah,
Phillip,
I mean,
or Chris, go.
A delay to the start of tanking because of weather. The important thing to remember there is that meant the vehicle was absolutely ready to be loaded with propellant. So there's an old adage that goes around here: if the rocket is ready, the weather will mess you up. But also, I want to go back to what Phillip said. We've got 2 hours, so the fact that we didn't start fueling right away is not a problem, right? There is potentially like 2 hours to sit here and wait out the weather. What that ends up doing, though, is it's eating into the time that should an issue come up that they need to troubleshoot, that window is starting to get smaller and smaller as part of that contingency time is eaten up by the weather delay that we're facing now. So that's my preface to saying, the weather's going to do what the weather's going to do. I've felt kind of confident today that from a technical standpoint, things were starting to align. So I'll answer it that way.
Okay.
Yeah.
Adrian posted a description of what over-under is in our back channel, and I'm reading it again and again and again. And maybe I haven't had enough caffeine, even though I've had a lot. I don't understand, so I'm just going to say, hopefully it goes.
Jack, I missed this earlier because you just said back channel. I went over there, and Adrian said that we could do a bingo board, but every square will just be moon.
We need, I wasn't thinking about prop bets this morning, but I guess we'd have to see what kind of prop bets they have for Artemis I today in Vegas.
That would actually be really interesting to take a look at.
Yeah.
Do they do that? Is that a thing?
Probably.
Oh yeah, they do it
not.
for everything.
I don't know.
They do it for everything. That's Vegas.
If there's money to be had, I'm sure they're doing something like that.
You can bet on whether or not the rocket launches today and how close to the start of the window or whatever it launches. Jeez.
It would be interesting to see what they're taking bets on.
It'd be interesting to see what the public thinks. Like, what would the public do there with any sort of informed decision about the rocket launch?
Yeah.
Jack, we haven't gotten any questions here. So one more time, Jay Lawrence, thank you so much for the ridiculously generous $199.99 there. We really do appreciate you, and we tried our best to at least understand what the over-under for the launch window means. But do we have a question or two we might want to
We
get here?
do. We do. You're interrupting me looking for Vegas prop bets, but that's okay because viewer questions are important. Right off the bat, here's one from DB Hart asking, is the launch escape system active for this launch? And I know the answer is no, but does someone want to give sort of a more colorful answer to, like, why isn't it active for this launch?
Yeah, so I think it's a twofold answer, right? The abort portion of the motor is not fueled; it is inert, and they just have the mass in there as a mass simulator. However, the launch abort system will jettison from Orion and will pull the front aero cover from Orion free just before the 3-minute 30-second mark into the flight. So the separation motors are active, but the abort motors are inactive and inert. And basically, that just came down to there's no crew on board. So there was no reason to make the abort motors live for this particular case. So what that means in reality is that the Orion capsule does not have an abort capability off the SLS for Artemis I only until the launch escape system is actually jettisoned. Once the launch escape system is jettisoned under a nominal flight profile, Orion then has the standard abort options that would be available to it on all future missions that would carry crew, which involves popping it off the top of the SLS and then either using its engines to get far enough away or orient properly for an abort landing in the Atlantic. So it can still do that after 3 minutes and 30 seconds. And then you also get to some portions of the flight where you can do like abort to orbits with the ICPS and abort once arounds with the ICPS through the core stage, fail for some reason late in the ascent where the ICPS could take over and finish the job of getting it to orbit.
Cool. Let's do another. That was a good question from DB Hart. Let's do another one. How about Ridge Flyer 32 is asking, will the crewed flight of Artemis II take the same flight path as Artemis I?
It's a lot more complicated actually than Artemis I.
Yeah, it really is. Philip, do you want to take that one?
Sure. So this is the phrase they came up with this flight design for Artemis II, and it's because it's the first flight of crew, and it's basically a test flight of the environmental control and life support system of Orion. And so they're going to do essentially 3 orbits on Artemis II. The first orbit will be the low Earth orbit, like we're going to see hopefully today. The second orbit will ICPS will be used to burn probably, I would say, maybe 75% of a TLI burn, and it'll put Orion in this really elliptical but still Earth orbit. And I think the high point is around, and I apologize for using miles here, but I want to say it's something like 60,000 mile apogee and like a few 100-mile perigee. So that's the second orbit, and that'll take about 42 hours to complete. And then the third orbit is basically a lunar flyby. So after the ICPS does that first burn to go to the real high Earth orbit burn, it'll separate. The crew will then do a proximity ops test with the ICPS, and then Orion will complete the TLI, and they'll do a lunar flyby, and they'll come back. And that mission will be about 10 days long, in contrast to this one, where they're going to push the systems because they don't have to worry about risking a crew on this flight. So some of the things they're doing on this flight will actually give them the ability to be a little bit more not quite as risk averse as they will be on the first on Artemis II. So this flight is going to stay in this distant retrograde orbit for almost 3 weeks, I guess. Whereas the next flight is just going to be a lunar flyby, essentially, what you call a free return trajectory, and it'll only last about a week and a half.
Yeah, and just in case the question was also in reference to the actual flight path that SLS will follow, the specific flight path and flight angles that SLS does as it rolls off the pad is completely dependent on the day and the time that it launches, because it's not like launching to the International Space Station. Launching to the moon, you have to account for the moon's relative position to the launch site, the moon's relative inclination difference between the two, and where your needed translunar injection point is in the first orbit. So, just in case that was also part of the question you were asking, that's the answer from the launch vehicle side as well.
Let's get such good questions. It's awesome.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Jack Whitlock, good name there, Jack. Definitely not biased at all. Is asking, where will the core stage re-enter?
Huh. Well, the answer is kind of the Pacific near Hawaii. But exactly where it will re-enter sort of goes back to what I just said as the tail end of the previous answer. It kind of depends on where within the launch window we lift off today. But it's basically near Hawaii, but the inclination difference is between 37 and 32 degrees for the first orbital inclination. So it's a little hard to nail down exactly where it comes in until we know exactly the second that it lifts off. And we can all say, yay, orbital mechanics for that one. But that's the sort of general answer. It re-enters on its first orbit near Hawaii, basically.
Right, and the interesting thing that they were talking about, I think a couple of days ago in the L-2 briefing, is that the core stage will still be in orbit, so to speak, and be re-entering at the time that the ICPS does the TLI burn. So it will still be flying. It'll be probably being ripped to shreds at that point. But I think they were talking about an impact time for the core stage of about an hour and 46 minutes after liftoff. And the TLI burns, actually, I think ignition for that is supposed to be out about an hour 37 minutes after liftoff. So, Chris was talking about this really egg-shaped orbit with an apogee of 1,800 kilometers, and so it's in a very high orbit. It's just that they left it suborbital so that they could control where it comes down, and so they're basically trying to make sure that it comes down in the Pacific, that it gets over Hawaii, but it doesn't get all the way to the Pacific coast, because we probably don't really want to see it out. I'm out here on the Pacific coast, and I don't want to see little bits and pieces of the core stage here in Southern California.
You're an SLS fan, but not that much of a fan, huh?
Right.
All right, and y'all, you can see the rocket is actually getting to look a little soft here now. That rain system is approaching the pad and where our camera
like it's raining.
is.
Yeah,
it's like
looks like it's raining on the camera.
Yep, actively raining right now. So you can see there is the current position. This red dot here is 39B, right in this area. And then our cameras are down near sort of this area. So we're looking through that rain right now. Not too heavy. We can still see the rocket is just softened up a little bit. But that is still coming through the area. And that's what they were talking about. Go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, just out of curiosity, Dos, can you zoom out a little bit on that image? What's behind all of that, since the flow is generally onshore? Today.
Not too much. There's some down to the south as well, but it's not a big, massive system. It's sort of little scattered cells that are coming through, I'd say.
Okay, that's not terrible. That's not terrible. Yeah.
I like running the NSF Weather Center here, where I can draw on things and be like, oh yeah, well that one's going to do an in around this way, and then this will come over here. And
well, one of our members is a meteorologist, and I just met him because he's 2 tents down from us here at the press site, so I can go ask him. He's a meteorologist.
I hope they're not like listening to what I'm saying. Like, that's not a cell, actually.
I mean, the concern, just looking at the trends here, one of the things they were talking about is we're still kind of in this weak steering flow, meaning that these storms don't move real fast. And in looking at these radar loops, you can see that that storm that's kind of south, mostly south of the pad, but you can see it doesn't look like it's dissipating. It actually looks like it's kind of building up a little bit, and so that's the concern. Is you don't necessarily see anything behind it, but if you have this activity building, it makes it difficult to find a big hole in the storms to get through that first hour of tanking.
Right. Makes sense. We're going to keep an eye on. Go ahead, Philip. Sorry.
I was just going to say, just looking at the loops here, you can kind of see like that storm out over the water is still building now. It looks like the storms around the cape itself and moving over land do look like they're dissipating a little bit as they get over land.
Yeah. We can check this real quick. Speaking of rain, out at the pad, you can see the rain actively falling, looking down on the top of Orion and the launch escape system there. So we are getting that out there at the pad, like we were saying. But like Philip was saying, they're going to continue watching that weather. Philip, fill me in real quick. Oh my gosh, let's not do that. It's too early. Sorry, Jack. They're still holding off. They're still waiting on that weather to clear up, or at least get a better picture of what that weather is going to be doing. But that doesn't mean that the launch can't go in the window. There are times sort of built in for things like this to occur. Maybe they can make up some of it later, but there is only so much time that they can sort of hold in this pattern, right?
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this must be an indication that the rocket is ready to go, because I think the joke in the back channel here was if the rocket's ready to go, the weather's not going to cooperate, and if the weather cooperates, the rocket's not going to be ready to go. So the rocket must be in great shape because the weather's not behaving.
Right. But it's interesting here because we've got a closer look at Orion here, although I guess not necessarily, because really the Orion is basically fully encapsulated, maybe except with the exception of the crew module adapter. You can see the Orion service module umbilical connected right above the meatball, and that's actually the outer mode line of the crew module adapter. But the crew module is under, and the rest of the European service module are under fairings right now. So that's the other piece. The launch abort system with the tower and the abort tower serves also as the payload fairing essentially for the crew module. And then these panels where you see the meatball and the ESA logo there, there are 3 panels around the service module, and those actually will separate a few seconds before the jettison motor takes the LAS fairing away from the crew module, and that's about 3 minutes and 20 seconds after liftoff. So the service module panels will go first, and then the LAS will jettison away from the rocket just to take that weight away. Even though the abort motor and the attitude control motor, all 3 of them are solid rocket motors themselves. Even though they're inert, they still have the approximately same weight and balance as a live solid rocket fuel. It's just that they use an inert ingredient instead of a live ingredient in the mix. So, but it has the same weight and balance as you would have on a live motor, on live motors, and it's actually pretty heavy. And so, you just like they're jettisoning the payload fairing when they don't need it anymore, and don't want to carry that all the way up into orbit, it improves the performance of the vehicle a little bit to get rid of those as soon as you can.
It's crazy to me that they would have a launch escape system that covers up the entire capsule, and it's probably my least favorite thing about SLS, besides the, I guess, cost and time it's taken, is that how are you going to give the crew no visual through a window as they are shooting into frickin' space? I mean, come on.
They didn't have it on Apollo.
Well, right. Okay, well, fine with Mr. Logic over here, but it's like it bothers me. It bothers me a lot.
Only for a few minutes, and I mean they do. There is a hatch window on the launch abort system. There's a window there. It's if anything probably more for the if they had to get out of the vehicle to be able to see outside. If you had to get out of the vehicle on the pad, for instance, the crew needs to be able to see outside. there's obviously the LAS hatch lines up with the crew module hatch, which has also got a window looking out of it. But yeah, the main windows in the crew module are actually in this shot are actually kind of out where are on the opposite side of the spacecraft from this shot. So in this shot, we're for the most part looking to the south, and the Orion windows, the main windows would be on the south side of the or pointed to the south as the vehicle's oriented on the pad. But yeah, I mean that's they called that the boost protective cover in Apollo. It probably has the same kind of meaning here, but that shape is not it's the same one as Starliner, and they're flying that. They're flying that without with a pusher abort system instead of a tractor rocket like this. But it was just easier for them to do this type of system with a fairing on it for their purposes versus Starliner.
Tractor rocket, be careful! You're going to make Nate way too happy.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh!
but we also do have a quick update here that the launch weather officer has given to the launch teams. That's kind of a mixed bag. Basically, the launch weather officer is saying that there is some encouraging signs of dissipation with the cell that they were originally working at, but that it's not as simple as that because there's another cell that is developing right on the edge of the area that could
Right.
produce some lightning. So it's not. So we're kind of like. It's kind of like which one will stay 5 nautical miles away and which one won't, is what we're sort of playing with right now. But the other thing that was in one of the most recent updates is that the team is taking advantage of the work that they can continue to do, even though there's lightning in the area. So they are pressing ahead with some of those things that the configurations of the rockets, bringing other things up, getting other things down into their configurations to be able to launch. There are things that they can do. So it's not like all work has stopped right now. They're still going to do and still doing what they can as get-aheads, basically. Things they had planned to do during fueling, but that don't need to be done during fueling, so they can start them early, even though propellants haven't started flowing yet.
Sweet.
Right, and we were joking. So just to reiterate, and we finally got that number. The rule that they're looking at here is the lightning rule for tanking is that there must be a less than 20% chance of lightning within 5 nautical miles of the pad during the first hour of tanking. And so even though some of these storms are outside that 5 nautical mile radius of the pad, they're looking at the potential for lightning in those. And if it looks like that might get within that 5 nautical mile radius within the first hour, then they don't want to start. And so that's what we're worried about. And it was funny because they had the launch weather officer in the briefing 2 days ago, and then yesterday, or actually I guess it was still today, depending on where you are in the time zones. But I was kind of hoping they would talk about that, and of course, I guess that jinxed it by not explicitly saying up front that they had specific lightning rules for tanking. That we end up in this situation today.
So it goes.
Yep.
You want to do some more questions? Question mark?
Oh yes,
Sure.
please.
There's so many things. There's so many things going on right now. Like, get some more
Right.
questions, Jack.
Well, right off the bat, just because Stephen Daly is asking, I may have missed it, but why are we in a hold? It's because of this lightning that we're talking about, right?
Yes. So the hold is not in relation to the lightning. This was a planned 2.5 hour built-in hold at the 6 hour, 40-minute mark in the countdown. This was to allow the team to do the initial weather briefing for go, no go for tanking, and was also to allow the team's time to work any issues or anything that might have come up in the transition from air to gaseous nitrogen purge, which we can say happened already, and they are actively purging the vehicle with nitrogen. So that issue and sequence of issues that were seen in the 4 wet dress rehearsal campaigns did not reappear today. So that's good, at least.
Right. And so that's a good point. We were supposed to come out of this hold in about 11 minutes. So at 23 minutes past the hour, And so that will probably be a good sign or a good indication about whether, where they see themselves in the overall timeline, because there's only so much you can do. You can get ahead on some things, but the tanking part of the vehicle is a long, it takes a long time to do. And so, that'll at least give us a little bit of an indication about what they're thinking here.
And to be fair too, the tanking process is very sequenced. Like, just because they're a little bit down doesn't mean they can start liquid hydrogen loading early, because you have to start in the core stage fueling sequence. You have to start putting on the liquid oxygen first, but then you can't load more than 50% of the liquid oxygen tank in the core stage before you start flowing liquid hydrogen, but you can't have too little liquid oxygen in the tank before you start flowing liquid hydrogen, because of the thermal and mass characteristics of these vehicles. So the fueling sequence is very structured for the core stage and for the ICPS as well. So there's not a lot of wiggle room in the fueling sequence once they can get into it.
Right. That's actually a good point. I'm sorry. You know what? We have time to go through that. I'll come back to. I was going to talk about the sequence of tanking the different stages, but we can come back to that. We got plenty of time.
Well, we do have. I have multiple questions here queued up.
Yeah, let's go for that.
How long?
Uh-oh. He's going to leave us in suspense. Jack asked us how long. Something happened. I think we might have totally lost Jack there.
I think we totally lost Jack there, because we did not hear him at all asking the questions.
Yeah, Jack, if you can hear us, we totally lost you there, buddy, but reconnect real quick and we'll see if we can get you back.
Test.
There we go.
Yes, test.
I heard him.
Okay, we have lots of questions about how long it will take to tank the vehicle, so we can jump right into that if we want. Dalton was asking, how long does Artemis take to fuel? Chuck was asking, how long does it take to tank? So a lot of people want to know about the whole tanking situation, and Alex on our back channel is just reporting that tanking is go.
Oh, there we go. Woohoo! So let's talk about the tanking process now. We're gonna fuel. Okay, like that was the other point. Thomas is laughing because I just jumped up and down like a little 3-year-old. But yeah, Philip, take it away. I had to shelter, so I don't actually have the timeline in front of me right now for fueling.
I'm actually just taking a quick peek at the weather loop, and it does look like at least the energy in the cells does look like it's going down, which is really good. So, let's just the overview is they have a specific sequence. You have 2 liquid oxygen, liquid hydrogen stages. So you've got 4 tanks to fill, and what they want to do is they want to load the core stage first, and then they'll move on to the ICPS, and the sequence they'll go is they'll start with the core stage liquid oxygen, and then when they get to fast fill on the liquid oxygen, then they will start into the liquid hydrogen tank on the core stage. As we talked about in NSF Live, because liquid hydrogen is so much lighter and less dense, it can fill that tank much faster. So they will actually finish filling the liquid hydrogen tank first. They'll move into starting on the ICPS liquid hydrogen tank, and then the final tank to get filled will be the ICPS liquid oxygen tank, and that has to wait for the core stage liquid oxygen tank to finish. And so I'm kind of looking at the timeline here. The nominal timeline was to begin the transfer line chill downs for the core stage around 8 hours before liftoff, and if you count all 4 stages, they really don't get into replenish on the second stage on the ICPS until about 2 hours before liftoff. So, and the thing is that once the tanks are full, both of these stages use the cryogenic propellant essentially at its boiling point. So it's constantly you have colder propellant going into the vehicle from the spheres on the pad, and then you also have some of that propellant boiling off to gas, and then that's vented out of the top of the tanks. And so even after the tanks are full, they're constantly sort of doing a trickle flow of liquid oxygen and liquid hydrogen into both stages to keep the tanks full. So even after they get to that replenish point in the countdown, they'll continue to replenish the stages and keep them full basically down to a few minutes before liftoff. So it's a long process, and there's a lot of things involved here, and hopefully we'll be hearing some updates on that, and we'll talk about the individual milestones as we go through those.
Yeah, and we actually just got another update here. There, according to NASA, they are going to be extending the hold at T-minus 6 hours, 40 minutes for an additional 30 minutes, which was basically the amount of time that they had to hold for the weather violation. So what that means is we will not be launching at 8:33. The earliest we could launch now is 9:03 based on...
Based on...
Sorry, hang on. Sorry.
And we'll just have to see, again, we'll just have to see if they can stay. Once they get past this first hour of tanking, I believe, then the lightning rule change. I'm not sure the lightning rule is still in effect at that point. So that may be another motivation here while they have a chance to get more of into a steady state of loading the vehicle, they can get past this weather rule.
Well, that sounds like good news to me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and we'll just stand by for whatever for the new T0 and what that sort of means. But yeah, and we'll watch to see exactly when the clock starts ticking as well.
If anything, if they're changing that, it wouldn't be the opening of the window 8:33, correct?
Yeah, but we need to wait and see sort of what exactly that means. But yeah, it just basically means it won't be the opening of the window at this point.
Okay.
Because if I recall correctly on the original timeline, this was right about, I think they were talking about 18 minutes past the last hour is when they were supposed to start doing the chill downs of the transfer line. So we're about an hour behind that. Now, again, we were talking about, well, can they catch up a little bit? And if they're only talking about 30 minutes, then maybe they think they've got a little bit of play there that they can catch up on the timeline a little bit.
Yeah. Indeed. Alrighty.
Go ahead, Chris. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. Jack was asking questions and he popped out. So, am I doing questions or are you, Das?
I mean, I'm going to do some super chats real quick.
That's what I was going to do. So take it away, my man.
Folks, there's no way that we'll be able to keep up with the super chats. Y'all keep all the super chats coming, and there's some that are 90 minutes old. There's no way we can read them all. But thank you so much for all the support here. I'll see if I can grab some. Brian F, thank you. Gamer Goon, thank you for joining the member program. Darnar, yeah. Drew Narcerta says 5K likes for the flame trench cam. I think it might be a little bit more than 5,000 likes to put a camera in the flame trench because you only get to take that shot once and then you need a new camera. Bunkered Gaming, 10,000 likes for inside booster cam. Nice. The official NASA internal booster cam. I think the mirror, they don't have a mirror on this, do they, Philip?
No, well, and of course, that they set a mirror in those ground tests.
Yep.
And I mean, it basically gets obliterated within less than probably half a second.
You just need a really high frame rate camera to catch it before it gets obliterated, right?
Right. Well, it's to catch. There's a little. What do they call it? It's like a throat plug almost, but it's basically to keep rain and stuff out of the inside of the booster. But as soon as the booster starts, you don't have to worry about that anymore.
Yep.
And also just noting here, the confirmation that chill down of the transfer lines for liquid oxygen began at 1:13 a.m. Eastern time.
That's good.
So that'd be about
That
55 minutes. 55 minutes past the original time.
All right. Let's see here. I'm going to keep running through some of these. Here's Joshua Dupay saying, rain, go away. We have an SLS to launch today. Thank you for this awesome coverage to the moon. Nice, Joshua. We appreciate the support. Jimmy J is pulling an all-nighter to hang with his favorite friends, favorite team, actually. Let's go SLS. We've got Jimmy Estrada just says, put me in, coach. Well, like on the rocket? Like, are there seats? There's not a life support system,
Yes.
is there? Like, could there be people on board if somebody like snuck aboard? Hey, don't sneak aboard NASA rockets. Just saying that's not a thing. NASA spaceflight not responsible for whatever. Are there seats and amenities and stuff like that, or are they just like mass sims, or what's actually inside Orion?
Yeah, the flight seats that are intended to be used for the crew flights are in there. There are mannequins standing in for crew members to measure stresses and rates and radiation and all sorts of things. All sorts of things that will be needed for the crew flights. Orion and the European Service Module themselves for Artemis I do not have a fully functional life support system. And in spaceflight, the life support system is called the Environmental Control and Life Support System. And that was a very purposeful decision because we really understand those systems. So just like the launch abort system is inert because we don't need it because there are no crew, I know a lot of questions there are like, but why not make it active anyway, just in case, right? It could be a test of the system. But we know that those systems work. We know that the environmental control and life support systems work from all of the heritage from Mercury all the way through the International Space Station program and commercial crew. We know those work. So we don't need to put them on to test them, especially when crew are not going to be there. So no, like if a human were on board, they could not survive because we don't have a fully functioning life support system on here. But yep, all the mannequins and everything like that are on there to measure all of that for the launch stresses. And then they've even got radiation patches because Orion has some new radiation protection measures that are built into it. So that's going to monitor all of that.
All right. So we are not going to put you in, I think is the long and short of that right there. Let's see here. I'm going to grab a couple more. Multi-Space Industry says, we are going and I am losing it. All caps.
Me too. Me too.
Orange Thomas Good also. What did Thomas get, like a Sirius 10 or something like that, Moldy? I don't know which one that is, but we appreciate the support. Nomad Universe is a pad rat. Thank you, Nomad, for the support. Ted Jacobs, super hyped either way. Thanks for the coverage. Thank you for showing up. Also, go.
Yeah. And also, Das, the clock is counting. We are at 6 hours, 37 minutes, 54 seconds and counting on the countdown clock.
All right. Let me see if we can
we're going to resync all of that and figure out what that means for our T0.
Okay. There we go. The clock is in fact counting. It was not being sent to us as counting, but it's counting now, and we've got the correct time in there, I think. Thanks for letting me know, Chris.
You are welcome.
It looks like they picked up the clock on time, but they'll definitely adjust in the last hold at 10 minutes. They'll adjust to the for those of you who were around for our wet dress rehearsal stream, they were in that hold for a long time. I think it was over 3 hours. We won't do that today.
What does that mean? Like, do we have more planned holes? I'm going to do the math real quick. Like 6 to 7:25. That's just before
one
8.
more.
There's one more. Okay.
But we only have 2 hour launch window today.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
So we can't hold for 3 hours.
But the final planned built-in hold is at T-minus 10 minutes on the countdown clock. So the clock at this point will count to 10 minutes. And then hold. That's a planned 30-minute hold, and that's usually the point where they will resync everything. That's the point where, like, if they need to extend that because they're not quite done, they can do it before they get into the final go-no-go poll for launch. So the clock will just at this point count to 10, and then that's when the launch team will actually bring everything back into sync, and they won't allow the clock to resume from that point until everything is ready. Because at that point, it's terminal count, and we count to 0 and light the solid rockets.
Okay. I'm wondering, like, are we supposed to be seeing any chilling on this shot that we're looking at right now, the engineering cam? We talked about things starting to flow, but I'm wondering if we'll actually be able to see anything.
Engines. We would need to be looking at the engines.
We
won't. This what you're looking at is that's the core stage inner tank umbilical, and that is actually liquid hydrogen. That's used to vent the liquid hydrogen. So we haven't started on that commodity yet. So once they actually get into chilling down the core stage lines, we should start to see some of that gaseous oxygen vent out of the engine bells. They have these things called drain lines on them. Right. And you can vent oxygen into the open air. Hydrogen, not so much.
Let's see here. That's too far away to see the engines.
Right.
In fact, that's actually blocked a lot by the side of the SRB here. But if we go here,
let's take a look at the timeline. So
you can see
that
the
might be the
bottom
best
of
we
the
can
engines
do.
here, I don't think.
But let me go back here and look. So in terms of the transfer line chill down, the main propulsion system. Okay, that one's at least that would give us okay. The 840. We seeing 814 on our feed? I'm peeking at the NASA feed, and of course they zoomed in on the. They're zooming in on the feed lines. But
Yeah, not seeing that one right now.
okay. So about, let's see, where'd it go? Okay. About 15 minutes after they start the transfer line chill downs, then they would start chilling down the core stage main propulsion system lines in the engine section. And so somewhere in there, so they said 113. So somewhere around here, if we can get an engine shot, we might start to see a little bit of that coming out of the engine bells.
Gotcha. Okay. I don't think we're getting that one right now. So we're gonna keep jumping around, looking at different things. I'm gonna keep looking for that one for you, Philip.
Yeah.
The engine shot they showed us in the wet dress, that was camera 813. So and I'm sort of surprised we're not seeing it from. Well, actually, I take that back. Why we're not seeing it from NASA, but we can talk about that some other time. But yeah, it would be nice for NASA to give us an engine shot here in the next maybe 5-10 minutes.
But while we do this, any other questions that we got about the fueling process or anything about where we are in the count right now?
That's a good question. Where are we in the count right now? I mean, we know that
I mean the start of fueling. Yeah.
Like, do you want to tell us about that?
No, I'm asking if our viewers have any questions about this that we've got in the queue.
I will scroll through and see if I can find anything like that.
Well, just to talk a little bit about where they are in this sequence. So the pumps start turning to push the liquid oxygen from the sphere towards the launch, towards the mobile launcher and the core stage. And so they will increase the pump speed slowly, but they will have to increase the pump speed in order to pump the liquid oxygen all the way up to the core stage. And there's in this shot, this wide shot, there are two tail service mast umbilicals. The liquid oxygen one is actually on the would be on the opposite side of this shot. But those will the liquid oxygen will enter down at the bottom of the vehicle in the engine section, and they will. Let me take a look at that at our little timeline here. And so chilling down the main propulsion system on the liquid oxygen side takes a little while. It takes the timeline that we were given. It takes about 40 minutes to do that. So we'll have a little while to to do that. But it's going to be a combination of pump speed. They'll increase the pump speed to get the flow going a little bit faster to push that volume of liquid oxygen all the way from the sphere out there. And then they have these things called skids on the mobile launcher to control pressure a little bit between the sphere and the pumps and the core stage. So hopefully we'll get to see something here relatively soon. But that process would be continuing for quite a while.
More questions? Question mark?
Yes, indeed.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Ken English is asking, will the Orion capsules have a name such as Apollo did?
That's a very good question. They'll definitely get call signs. Whether or not the capsules themselves will get names, NASA has been playing that very close to the vest. Basically, no real confirmation one way or another, but they'll need call signs at some point.
Alrighty, playing it close to the space vest.
Space vest.
Hashtag space vest. I don't know. It's almost 2 a.m. Let's see here. Folan Black Wolf is asking, can you explain how these solid rocket boosters are different from shuttle and how we will know they will work as planned?
Yeah, so basically the primary difference is that they have 5 segments each instead of 4. So the shuttle utilized 4, SLS will utilize 5. That increases the overall thrust that the boosters are capable of producing. It does not actually change their burn time, so they'll burn for just about the same amount of time because the burn duration is actually based on diameter of the boosters, not the amount of not the how many segments you put on them. So how do we know that they will work? They're using the same ignition systems, they're using the same separation systems, they're using all of the same things from shuttle, just upgraded and enhanced for SLS. So that is how we know that they will work. Plus, Northrop Grumman has test fired several of these 5-segment solid rockets. In fact, just last month, Jack, you were actually out there for one of the static test firings of a solid rocket booster for the SLS program. So that's how we know that they will work.
Yeah, that was a really cool test to see. Really quickly here, I think we're getting joined by a new voice, and Chris G, you're going to hop off for a little bit, right?
I am indeed. Yeah, I'll be back in about 30-ish minutes. Yeah.
Cool.
Do a little bit of tagging out here, y'all. Again, we're going all night, all the way till the launch occurs or the window occurs or whatever. But Jack, go ahead.
So yeah, we're being joined by Hagen. Warren, Hagen, what's up?
What's up? How are we feeling?
Amazing. How are you feeling?
I'm okay at the moment. I don't think it's quite hit me yet. I hope it does soon because I don't think I'm in the right. I'm not in the right feels yet for it, but I definitely have those pre-launch that tingly feeling that you get. I got it with James Webb and DM2. So super excited to be here.
Well,
Excellent.
I'm glad you have launch tingles. It's definitely get in your feels. It's happening.
Yes.
It's absolutely happening. I mean, weather permitting, but it's happening. We're attempting to launch a thing to the moon, a thing that can carry people in it, a people box to the moon. So definitely, it's good. It's good that you're here, sharing in the excitement. How about some more questions?
All sorts of questions, Jack, if you want to grab a couple. And y'all, if you have questions for us, tag us in chat at NASA Space. So we're trying to get to as many as we can. We're trying to get some of them topical, but we are answering questions here. We have 7 more hours to go, it looks like, before the opening of the window, and we are aware that we expect that that T0 will not happen at the very opening of the window. We do expect that to push back a little bit, and we're waiting to see until we get exactly what that new T0 might be. But take it away with some questions, Jack.
Indeed. Let's see here. Another SRB question. BC Battlegrounds is asking, why aren't they reusing the SRBs like they did for the shuttle? Philip, what's the deal there?
I think they decided that, well, to back up, one of the things that they learned across the history of the shuttle program is that it was basically a wash in terms of refurbishing the cases, recovering them, refurbishing them, and then refilling them. It ended up probably costing about the same as it would have cost to just make new cases. And so by eliminating the parachute systems and some of the other recovery equipment from them, they were able to improve the overall performance of the SLS vehicle. And so they opted to do that. And I think the other thing that we talked about in NSF Live earlier is that these boosters, these 5-segment boosters, were actually designed for the Ares 1 vehicle, which we can talk about since Thomas is not online right now. But the ballistics and the thrust trace for these boosters was designed for the Ares 1 vehicle, which these boosters would have been the first stage of a 2-stage crew launch vehicle. So one of the things they also want to do for performance for SLS is they want to eventually use optimized stages for SLS, and so they're going to replace these boosters with composite cases and with a new propellant grains. It'll have different ballistics and it'll be optimized for this vehicle. And so the two main upgrades for the vehicle are going to be the boosters, and that's actually the second upgrade. The first upgrade will be to replace the upper stage, which is the ICPS, with this stage called Exploration Upper Stage, and that's in development for the fourth Artemis launch. The new boosters are pretty far down the road. Those won't come online until the 9th SLS launch.
Yeah, that's like the Bole. Is that how it's supposed to be pronounced,
Right.
or what?
I think that's how I've heard it pronounced, which is, it's just, of course, another acronym which stands for, it's kind of an odd. There was a program called Advanced Boosters originally, and now we've been discouraged from using that, but it actually makes more sense than what the acronym is, which is Booster Obsolescence and Life Extension, which doesn't really seem to go with it. But the reason it's described that way is they're actually going to phase in some of these booster cases, and booster equipment, of course, goes all the way back to the 1980s and was designed in the 1970s, and some of the equipment is becoming obsolete and they can't get spare parts for it, and so they are qualifying new equipment for internal components. So I think that test that you were at in Utah last month, if I recall correctly, they were qualifying, I think it was a new safe and arm device, for instance. So things like that, those parts are just becoming obsolete and they can't get them anymore. So they're qualifying new hardware that they can still get spare parts for and things like that. And then at the very end of that program, they're also designing basically it's really a new booster. It'll have as another example, these boosters, because they're shuttle equipment, the thrust vector control system is a hydraulic system, and the hydraulic power units use hydrazine, which is very toxic. The new boosters will use an electric thrust vector control system, and that will obviously remove that toxic chemical from the vehicle. And so another advantage of that will be then, when they roll this vehicle out to the pad, they won't have to service the boosters, which will probably take a couple of days off the pad flow when they get all the way out there.
Yeah, that sounds like a good call. I'm almost sad that we don't have Alex on stream yet, because it's like, Bole! It's like, because he always says Ole. I don't know. That's a bad joke. I'm sorry. Let's see here. He's probably rolling his eyes right now. Let's see. Patrick is asking, if this was a crewed launch, when would the crew have arrived at the pad?
It'll probably be at the same point in the fueling process. So again, we were talking about boiling point cryogenic propellant versus, for instance, the way that SpaceX does it with the Falcon vehicle, and obviously going forward with Starship, where they actually get the crew on board before they fuel, and they do a very fast loading of the vehicle. For these vehicles, this would be more like a space shuttle. Once they get all the tanks filled and they're into stable replenish, then the crew would go out to they would be able to have the closeout crew go back out to the pad, and basically it's a support crew that gets the Orion ready for them to get inside. So they would go out first, and then the crew would trail behind them probably. They'll obviously will be all in communications, and so the closeout crew would go out to the pad first, and they would make sure Orion's ready, and then they would call the crew quarters and tell them that they're ready. They can come out and get in the vehicle.
Very, very cool.
Yeah, I'm gonna let you take it away, Hagen, while I do some stuff in the background here. But I'll still be around. But you can take the reins. Bye.
Yeah, thank you, Jack. Still going to be around. Obviously, he's down at the press site. He's going to be messing around with the cameras we have out there, making sure I'm getting all those great shots. So, as always, thank you to Jack for helping out here. But as he said, I'm going to be taking the reins here. So, going to keep on asking some awesome questions that we have from chat. This can be one for Philip. John Palmore asking, wasn't there a requirement for the boosters to be disassembled, inspected, and reassembled if they weren't used by the end of 2021? What became of that deadline?
the boosters had and it actually goes back to the shuttle program. They had a basically a generic generic requirement that they could be stacked for 12 months, and so these boosters obviously were stacked very early in 2021, and so they had to do basically what they had to do is they had that generic engineering data, and they needed to go. They took some measurements as they stacked the boosters because they knew that they might be running a little long for this first launch campaign, and they extended that to I believe it was 18 months, and so we're right at the edge of that right at the edge of that sort of extension. But they've been saying, because the media has obviously been asking, if could you extend it if you needed to, and they said, yeah, we could do that if we needed to. So it's really one of those cases where as we've said sort of euphemistically, they sharpen their pencils, but this is the kind of thing that went on in the shuttle program all the time. So as an example, the orbiters would have a generic abort landing limit, and where the vehicle could only be, had a maximum weight that it could have at touchdown. And if you did an RTLS abort, you could have a very heavy payload in the payload bay that you're bringing back to the landing strip. And they had a couple of flights. The Chandra X-ray Observatory was one of them, where that payload would have gone and did go over their generic abort limit, and they basically had to sharpen their pencils. But the idea was that they just did a specific analysis with the very specific configuration of the orbiter Columbia with the Chandra X-ray Observatory, and the weight and balance of all of the propellants, and basically verified that they were that was a reasonable condition to fly in. So it's the same kind of thing here, where this is just a very obvious one because we knew about it going into it, but there are all sorts of other life-limited items all around the vehicle, and they've done the same type of thing where they're tracking these. They have a huge spreadsheet of these life-limited items and how long they would generically have, and they've been doing analysis on all of them as they needed to as we've gone along. And so hopefully we won't have to wait too much longer, and they won't have to keep doing these extensions.
Yeah, definitely. And Alex giving us an update in the back channel here. He's listening in to some countdown nets and such, saying that they said that they're hoping to make up for the hour of delay due to weather. The new T0 could come a little bit later than that 8:33 time that we have now, depending on how much work they have to do. But NASA's planning on keeping us informed and such. So
yeah, that's good news, because that means that assuming that the weather doesn't hold them up anymore on the tanking, that they can get into all of these tanking milestones that we'll be looking at, and so there is a chance then that they could make up a significant portion of the delay in tanking.
Yeah, definitely a dynamic count with the flexibility in that 2-hour window. So hopefully we're gonna have some answers here for that in the next couple minutes or so. So we'll see. Have some more questions here. This is a relatively good one for if you're not too familiar with how the MLP and SLS is actually standing there. Daniel Surya, I'm sorry if I mispronounced your name. Asking, do they still use explosive bolts to hold down the rocket? I know they use those with the shuttle SRBs, and since these are pretty much shuttle SRBs with an extra segment, are they still using those explosive bolts on the pad?
The answer is no. They don't have to, because this is an inline vehicle, and then all of the other the only explosives, so to speak, that are used are to separate the boosters from the core stage, and then they also have, and then to do the separation of the stages in flight. So then the ICPS from the core stage and the launch vehicle stage adapter, and then there's a similar type of separation system from Orion to the ICPS. But there are mechanical systems that are used here that are released at T0. But those explosive bolts, which were used on shuttle, what they were basically a bolt with a nut that was torqued down on those bolts, and each they had explosive devices on basically at 180 degrees from each other, and they would fire, either one of those would fire to split that nut in half, and then those would go flying into a canister, into a capture canister, and then the bolts would actually go into a capture canister. But the reason they needed that is because the shuttle engines were off axis, and the vehicle would do this thing called a twang, where it would rock forward and then rock back to straight up. And so you needed those bolts to keep the vehicle, to hold the vehicle down. In this case, you just have the weight sitting straight down onto those bolts, and there are no nuts holding the vehicle down in this case. So what they do have, though, is looking in this side view, is they have something called a vehicle stabilizer, and so they still need something to control whether the vehicle rocking back and forth in the wind. And so they do have all of these things called T0 umbilicals. It's it's fairly difficult to see because there's sort of a maze of umbilical arms in this shot, but it's basically holding on to the very top of the core stage at the forward skirt. So it's kind of where that cone, which is called the launch vehicle stage adapter, where it ends and connects to the core stage, is where that is. And so that's just it's not a hold down arm, but it's a hold arm onto the vehicle to keep it in place. But then you have the almost 6 million pounds of weight of the vehicle when it's fully filled that holds it kind of down on those hold down posts, basically. So at T0, when the boosters fire, that signal is going to get sent down the boosters into the mobile launcher, and that will give the mobile launcher the signal to disconnect all of these umbilicals. And you have, I'm trying to think here. I think you have, in addition to the vehicle stabilizer, you have an Orion umbilical, an ICPS umbilical, and then 2 core stage umbilicals on this side of the shot, and then you have the 2 tail service mast umbilicals down on the other side of the vehicle. So all of those have to release immediately after the booster ignition signal goes to the boosters.
Cool. Yeah. Super complex system. Like every time I hear Philip talking about it, or I just read something about it, I'm just amazed at how many intricate details there are in this system, and just how incredible of a system it is. And can't believe it's going to fly. But still going to hit a few questions here. We have some good ones coming in from chat here. Just a reminder that if you do have a question and would like it to show up on stream, be sure to tag at NASA Spaceflight in chat with your question. It'll put it into this fancy software that Michael has written. We can pull it up on stream. So just your reminder to send us in some questions, and we can ask Philip and our other experts we have here. We have one here from Stephen Porter asking, what is the purpose of a built-in hold? If they know about how long the planned hold will take, why not just account for that in one continuous countdown? And I think what's been happening over the last few hours is a good example of that. They might have to hold for weather. And of course, Philip probably knows a little bit more here than me, but definitely I think they have those built-in holds like that in this window to account for situations that might delay the count and also the T0 time. But did I get that right, Philip?
Yeah, I think so. And I mean, it's a little bit of a philosophical approach too. So SpaceX doesn't do that, and there's I think there are reasons you can make either choice if you want to. I think built-in holds has a longer heritage, and whether there may not be a right answer necessarily in general for every rocket, but there might be one for this rocket versus another rocket. And so it is that's the reason that they used to have more holes in the shuttle countdown. Another reason that they talked about that is it just gave them specific points in the countdown where they would make sure if they needed to catch up on things. So, for instance, today, this countdown has 2 holds. So the hold that we just came out of is basically to answer the question, are we ready to load propellants on the vehicle? And then at T-minus 10 minutes when they hold, that's to answer the question, are we ready to launch the vehicle? And so we had some issues getting started with tanking. When they get down to the T-minus 10 minute hold, they're basically going to resync at that point, and they see how much they can catch up going into that. So but SpaceX can do the same thing with just having essentially an L- clock and just counting straight down to your ignition time too. So
Yeah.
it's just a different way of doing it.
Yeah. Definitely a much different launch countdown than we're used to with all these Starlink missions and such. Have another question here. Definitely, since we're getting into fueling here, Discovery SFS asking, when will the fueling process be completed? When are we expecting fueling to be completed and to be in final checkouts for launch?
It will. Both stages will not be full and into replenish for a while. I think if you look at it from end to end, it's supposed to take about 6 hours, and you really get down to about 2 hours before launch, and there's still things going on. While they're filling the tanks and then getting them into replenish, they're also chilling down all of the lines in the stages. So you have the lines that run from the tanks to the engines, and then you have the engines themselves. And it's really more for the RS-25 engines, which are more complicated than the RL-10 engine in the ICPS. But so, for instance, for the RS-25s, they require a specific amount of engine chill down time. And so even after the LH2 tank, for instance, in the core stage is in replenish, then they've got somewhere on the order of 2 hours of engine chill on the liquid hydrogen side that they need to do. So the whole process is kind of going on all of the time, from now basically all the way down to the final minutes of the countdown. So but in terms of actually getting the tanks full and sort of then just topping them off, we should be at that point where both stages are full and being topped off about 2 hours before liftoff.
Cool. And Alex giving us another update in the back, saying that liquid oxygen chill down is in the drain back. So this is basically meaning that once this is completed, that they're going to start to slowly fill the core stage. I'm assuming with liquid oxygen. Correct me if I'm wrong, but definitely getting into fueling operations, and then also Stephen Marr, one of our photographers down at the press site, saying that the rain has stopped. So maybe popping in and out of those scattered cells out there, but definitely getting into this. This is starting to feel real, which is kind of crazy, but yeah. Another good question here, especially since it's been a while since we've seen, I guess, well, not a while, but talking about the RS-25s here, saying, does every RS-25 get test fired before launching?
The answer is yes, all of these engines, and I think this is the kind of thing that's probably adopted more across the industry. All new engines are acceptance tested, and that applies to the RS-25s, and just like it does to probably all of the engines. So one of those other launchers that we've been following is the Vulcan launcher, which is using Blue Origin engines, the BE4s, and so those the first 2 flight engines for those are down in Texas being acceptance tested. And so the thing about these RS-25 engines is they almost all of them are shuttle veterans, and they were all of the hardware for them was built during the shuttle program. And so these are all space shuttle main engines that have been modified for use on SLS. And so for some of these engines, like the engine in the engine 1 position, let me see if I can quickly pull up the first flight for that. But they would have been ground tested at the Stennis Space Center way back before their first flight. So, that could be a couple of decades ago, that long ago. And then, so yeah, the first flight for engine 2045, which is in the number one position on this vehicle, was STS-89, which was back in 1998,
Wow.
which would mean that it would have been installed in Orbiter Endeavour before that. And if I recall correctly, that was very early in 1998. So this engine could have got its original ground acceptance test. Well, it would have absolutely been back in the 20th century, but it could be back, 1997, 1996. It could be that long ago.
Wow. Yeah, I know. Crazy fact that Chris Gebhardt told us on NSF Live earlier was that every RS-25 engine on the core stage of that SLS that you see on 39B right now has some sort of component from Columbia on NSF1. Not NSF1, on STS1.
NSF1.
NSF on the brain right now. No, but from the first ever space shuttle launch, STS-1, all the way back in April of 1981. Absolutely blew my mind. Super, super cool to think about. So I just, the shuttle lover in me loves that they're continuing to use shuttle parts, as this is a shuttle-derived launch vehicle. And this vehicle, it's so awesome. Here we go. $20 super chat from Mark Lamb, asking, is there an engineering reason why the SRBs for Artemis were not designed to be recovered? Of course, the SRBs used in the space shuttle stack were actually recovered. And so does the added fifth segment affect the ability to recover them at all?
That's a good question. I don't know off the top of my head if it affects how much it affects the altitude, and it obviously once they burn out, they're just on a ballistic trajectory. But they could have recovered these boosters, and I think as somebody was mentioning before, or no, that was different. But one of the advantages of recovering the boosters was that they could take a look at the joints and the field joints in particular, between the case to case field joints and then the case to nozzle field joints, and they could look at the performance of the booster and if there were any issues in terms of doing that. So they won't get that opportunity for this vehicle. But in terms of financial or cost savings, I think that they chose to go with removing all the recovery hardware, so that they could get the extra performance, that they don't have to carry that recovery hardware uphill when they launch.
Yeah, and one last question here before you go away. I think we have another voice going to be joining us here in a minute. Is from Jacob Hepburn, asking, what are the minimum requirements for this launch to meet for the second SLS mission, Artemis II, to proceed as planned?
That's kind of a tricky question, because it's there. We're talking about two vehicles here. You've got that are really first flight. So you've got the Orion spacecraft and you've got the SLS launch vehicle, and so they both have separate responsibilities here. So SLS has 3 hours to perform today to get to deliver Orion on a translunar injection trajectory to go to the moon. And so but Orion really doesn't, its mission really doesn't start till it separates from SLS in about 3 hours after launch. And so you could have a mixed bag of how well SLS and Orion do, and it's really just a question of what type of performance do they get, and how many of the test objectives do they fulfill on this mission, as to whether they would want to fly crew on. Obviously that's their intention, is to fly crew on the next flight. So it's going to depend on how well things go throughout the mission.
Yeah. Well, Philip, I think it's time that we rotate you out. You've been on here for a while. We obviously want to have you rested so that you can join us again later on for the launch. So everybody say a big thank you to Philip for hopping on here and talking with us for a little bit. Of course, our resident SLS expert, I think he's written more words about SLS than anybody else. So thank you, of course, Philip, and we're excited to have you come back in a little bit.
Oh yeah, I'll be. I will take advantage of this break here, but I won't be too far away.
Yes. Well, of course, thank you, and enjoy your break. But replacing Philip here, we have another regular to the NSF live streams, especially if you watch our Starship testing. Alejandro, Alex, how are you doing?
Well, I'm here right now, kind of switching from listening to the PAO feeds and everything to come here and commentate on the launch webcast of the SLS rocket. It's amazing that I'm even saying that. Come on.
Yes. Of course, everybody. Alex has been in the back channel, giving us those awesome updates from PAO. We've got somebody else to replace him, so don't worry. We're still going to get all those good updates.
I have
but
big,
Alex,
big shoes to fill right now. Now that Philip is out. Oh man, he's awesome.
Yes, of course. Thank you, as I just said, to Philip for joining us for commentary there. He's still around. He'll be here. So yeah. Well.
Also, I'm back. Hi.
Oh, Jack's back.
Hi,
Jack.
What up? I'm sitting here staring at SLS with the countdown clock and the flag in my line of sight, and it's kind of surreal. It's super surreal. It's not even kind of. It's insane. The clock is ticking. I'm almost at a loss for words, except I'm talking right now, so I'm not at a loss for words. But you get the drift.
What are you ever at a loss for words, Jack? Really?
When I pull the bacon out of the oven, there's nary a word out of my mouth because I'm too busy stuffing bacon into it.
That's just because your mouth's full. Hey, speaking of countdown clocks, y'all, I haven't been talking much because we've been working on that clock issue. The interesting thing is we were actually getting a clock video feed from NASA that was supposed to be the actual T-minus clock. And if NASA actually held that for whatever reason, it would hold. We wouldn't have to do anything. But that video feed we were getting from NASA was not working as expected. It was sort of all over the map, as a lot of people noticed. And so we've switched to our own clock now, which is now showing L-minus. But we actually have to go through and try to map that to what's going on with NASA, especially since we don't have new countdowns or anything like that, new T-zeros or anything like that. So we are running our own clock, which is smooth right now, but we're going to have to manually keep that in sync with news that we get from NASA, and we're continuing to try and work on getting their clock feed back up and stable. But what we were getting from NASA was not working very well. That would have been the most accurate clock. And as a lot of people sort of noticed, it was all over the map. It could not decide what time it was. That wasn't a problem with the actual rocket's clock. The rocket clock was fine. It was just the way that they were sending us that feed, and we're still working on it. But the clock we have now is our clock, and we are just going to have to manually keep that in sync with new news that comes from mission over those updates. So that's why I'm being quiet. Michael is over there plugging things in and stuff like that as well. But I know a lot of people noticed the clock, and there's the story of the clock. It's something that we're working on, and thank you all for being patient with us.
Yes, of course. Thank you to, and then a massive thank you to Doss and Patrick and Michael, all who are helping operate the stream today. Definitely couldn't do it without you. But it looks like the voices are just keeping on coming in. We had Alex, we have Jack, and now we have Chris Gebhardt, NASA Spaceflight's Assistant Managing Editor. How are you doing, Chris? Oop.
We thought we had him.
He's currently walking across the press site. He just stopped walking. He's probably unmuting himself on his phone. 3, 2, 1. Maybe not.
Maybe.
Nope. Maybe
well, Chris,
he might be
feel free to just hop in anytime.
He might be having some technical difficulties. But I can vamp. I mean, every time we refer to him with his title as Assistant Managing Editor, I immediately think of King of the Hill. But yeah, I don't know. He might be having an issue there.
Yeah, we'll get Chris here in here in a minute. But yeah, I think we're gonna. We have a ton of questions. We have a ton of super chats. Of course, thank you to everybody for your amazing support. None of this would be possible without y'all. And of course, because this is such a large stream, we're not able to hit every single super chat. But just know that if we don't hit your super chat, it's not personal. We're trying our hardest to get to all of them, but yeah, just thank you everybody for your support. Even if we can't express it to all of you, but yeah, Chris saying that he could be in here in a minute. We'll see, but I think I'm going to ask a question while he gets that settled out.
Before you go into that question, hey, let me interrupt you for just a few seconds. They have begun slow fill of the liquid oxygen tank on the core stage.
There we go.
Propellant loading has begun. Propellant. The chat will rage for my my intonation of that one.
So yeah, there are liquid fuels flowing inside of that core stage right now. This is getting really fast, and I don't, it's gonna take me by surprise in a few minutes here, and I don't know if I'm ready for it.
It's real. It's super duper extra turbo real. Unless, of course, this is all a simulation, but let's be real, it's not a simulation. Things would be way cooler if this was a simulation, because who would make a boring simulation?
Very true. Very true. Okay. So we have a question here from Verika asking, at NASA spaceflight, how long will this mission be? So how long are we expecting this mission to last? Any takers? I have an idea of how long it'll last. 7.
No units, just 7.
Just 7?
Yeah, that's I'm awful. Once we get Chris G on here, I'm sure he'll have the correct answer. Chris.
Yeah.
How long do we expect the mission to last? 42 days, he says. 42.
I was about to say,
the answer to everything.
I was about to say, it was probably, I think, if I'm remembering correctly, it was around 42 days or so.
Yeah.
So expect Orion to be entering back into Earth's atmosphere in about...
October 10th.
There you go.
It is October 10th.
Galaxy.
I do remember the day, but not the time. I think that's a Chris G kind of thing.
Yes, that's a very much a Christian Philip question there.
You would probably know it all the way to the second, probably.
Probably, yes. Here we go. We have Douglas Jones asking, was not this core stage used for the green run test at the Stennis Space Center? This is the core stage that was used down at Stennis for the green run test. Was that last year? Wow.
Yeah, green run was last year. If you can hear me now.
Hey, Chris. Yes, we can
I'm
hear
here.
you.
Okay, good. Had to completely unplug everything and restart the phone, but I'm here. Okay.
You'll turn it off and on again.
Exactly, Jack.
Everybody, that is Chris Gebhardt, NASA Spaceflight's Assistant Managing Editor. If you've been with the stream since we started, you heard him a little bit earlier on in the stream, but he's here to bless us with his shuttle and SLS knowledge. It's crazy. But we have a question here from Slow-Mo asking, will there be a live cam on the spaceship Orion to and from the moon? If I'm remembering correctly, there's some cameras on its solar panels. Is that correct?
That is correct. Yes. If you have seen those public affairs images that sort of look like Orion is taking a selfie of itself along its solar array wing, they literally put GoPro cameras on the ends of those solar array wings. So we will get those shots. And there's a point in the mission when Orion sort of arcs out as far as it does from the moon, where we have a good shot of getting the Earth and the moon in the same photo as well from Orion. So yeah, the cameras are going to be really spectacular for the images that return.
Yeah, I cannot wait. That's going to be an awesome shot there. A good question here from Philip Devey asking, will they be testing life support hardware on Orion on this launch?
To an extent, but not completely. So Orion and the European Service Module contain some portions of the environmental control and life support systems that will be used on Orion when crews start flying. But this can seem kind of odd because it's such a critical system. Without your life support system, you can't put a crew on it. But those aren't really systems that we need to test on Orion. We know how environmental control and life support systems work from from the years of flying the Apollo missions, from the decades of flying the space shuttle, from the decades that the International Space Station has been up there. We really know how those work. And to put this into a little bit better perspective, like the Dragon crew module that launched on Demo 1 did not have a fully functioning life support system. The first Starliner for the OFT flights didn't have it either. So it's fairly standard that if you're doing a test flight of a crew module or a crew capsule and you don't have a crew on it, that you're not testing the full up life support system. But they do have some. And the big thing that Orion is testing with the Moonikins that are on board, the mannequins, the crash test dummies, the mannequins, basically, is they are looking at the new radiation shielding that Orion it has on board to make sure that it's doing what it needs to do to be able to protect a crew from the radiation risks of spaceflight.
Very, very cool.
I'm going to run through some super chats because there's no way we're ever going to be able to keep up, but I definitely want to make sure people understand that we appreciate the support, and we would not be able to be doing what we're doing right now with all the fancy things and showing the NASA feeds and whatnot. I mean, that alone, being able to show the NASA feeds and pick and choose which we want to show you, it cost, I don't know, thousands of dollars. Let's just let's just leave it at that. But yeah, so thank you everybody for the support. Space Ignorant, thank you for the support. Ultima, thank you. I'm clicking these and showing your names on screen. Mark, thank you for the support. James Juries, thank you. Nick, thank you for being a first-time donor, long-time listener. Eric Ramsey upgraded their membership to Launch Director. Okay, this is the part of the broadcast where I have to go out of my way a little bit and say thank you so much to all of our members. The aforementioned thousands and thousands of dollars that were spent on this would be literally impossible without the support of all of our members. And Launch Director, which Eric just upgraded to, is one of the higher levels of support. So you get your name at the end of NASA Spaceflight Live episodes, and you get all the other sweet perks that are part of the membership program. There's like preview videos that go live on the YouTube channel community page before they go live in like a full video. There's photos and whatnot, behind the scenes stuff that goes live on the YouTube community channel, like all kinds of awesome content that you wouldn't get otherwise, and including me almost getting left behind at Pad 39B the other day at remote setup. I happened to be about to record a thing on my phone, just being like, yep, I'm here at Pad 39B, and I noticed the bus was pulling away. And so panic ensued, all on camera, and that little gem has been uploaded for our members. So definitely, Eric, we appreciate the support, and we hope you enjoy all the cool perks. The vagaries of the YouTube algorithm mean that we could release a video and it could do well or it could not do well, but the membership program is like the bedrock that everything else is built up upon. That monthly support is so key, so thank you so much. PKA Clan coming in as a Capcom member, you get Discord access at Capcom and above. That's like the best perk, in my opinion. Plus all the BTS stuff. I mean, it's all good perks. There's chat emoji, there's all kinds of good stuff. So thank you so much. We've got John Carley coming in as a member. We've got Bunkered Gaming coming in at Padrat. If you guys don't know, if you're watching on mobile, you might not see the join button, but there's a little button right there below the timeline where you can become a member, and we super appreciate every single one. Philip becoming a Padrat, Christopher becoming a Red Team member. Let's see, we got so many members. Holy cow! Justin Blake becoming a Capcom member. Chuck Johnson becoming a Capcom member. Holy cow! Mark upgraded to Capcom. Like, thank you all so much, because it means that not only can we do this, but we can continue to reinvest all of this back into more excellent coverage. I mean, if this is what we're doing for Artemis 1, just imagine what we're going to do for Artemis 2, or for that matter, Starship. So thank you so much. Drew Narcirdis, thank you for gifting a Red Team membership. Damien, thank you for becoming a Red Team member. Bradley, thank you for becoming a Padrat. Raider becoming a Padrat. So many new members. It's awesome. It's like we were talking about earlier. It's so heartening to see everybody coming out and being excited about this launch. Say what you will about the politics. Say what you will about the timeline or the budget or the non-recoverability of it. This is still a massive rocket that's going to launch a crewed vehicle around the moon, and that is frickin' cool. So it's really neat to see everyone all hyped up about it. Andrew Williams coming in as a Padrat member. Greg is a Padrat member. I just want to read a couple more of these, and we'll get back to your questions. Jeff M. upgrading to Launch Director. Thank you so much, Jeff M. Kit Kat gifting a Red Team membership. I did Andrew, I think, Padrat. So thank you so much. A couple more of the super chats. David Dean, thank you for the support. They say, loving opening night of Florida tank watching season. Love the coverage. You guys are great. That's amazing. Florida tank watching. It's a slightly different variant of Texas tank watching, but it's basically exactly the same. Florida and Texas are like sister states or brother states. I don't know. Antonio, thank you for the support. Bradley, thank you for the support. Asking if they should get pancakes or an omelet. Maybe we should have Chris B do a poll in chat, but I vote pancakes personally.
Oh no, team omelet.
No, team pancakes. Yeah, heck yeah. You're outvoted. Alex.
Chocolate pancakes.
Oh, heck yeah. Alex, pancake or omelet? 3, 2, 1, go.
Oh boy.
Pancake or omelet? You're the tiebreaker.
Omelet.
Oh no, you're the tie maker.
Good job. Good job.
Let's see. Bradford guy, thank you for the support. Nikon's in space asking about the ICPS, which is the insane clown posses, I guess. That's hilarious. Thank you for the support, Nikon's in space, although Team Cannon. Let's see. James Juries, thank you for the support. They're saying, will NASA have a public archive for all the engineering cameras from launch? How many hours would it take to watch the launch from all 900 cams? That's a big question, but hopefully we get as many awesome views as possible. Boop, boop, boop. Jacqueline, thank you so much for the support. They're excited to go to the moon. They can't sleep. I mean, we are literally not sleeping. I got a thing to sleep in the back of my car with, and it's just like, yeah, I'm just not. That's just I'm way too hyped up.
We're in it until it lifts off at this point.
Yep. Yeah, exactly. Blackhawk, thank you for the support. Like we've been saying, there's no possible way we're going to be able to keep up with all of these. Ronald, thank you. Trent, thank you. Kurt, thank you for becoming a Capcom member. We hope you enjoy the Discord access. Pop into Discord and say hey. Mark Lloyd, thank you. James Juries, a whole bunch, like nonstop. Oh my God, we just got so many upgrade memberships and gifted memberships. That's awesome. But I think
wow.
I will stop with the pledge drive, and we'll get back to some viewer questions. But we'll keep hitting the super chats and the memberships and whatnot. Thank you so much, like Ched Jacobs, Ryan McCall. Joshua Buckley, Jason Alexander. I'm going through these like as fast as I can, not because I'm not super appreciative, just because there's so many, which is really awesome.
And this was a really good
huge
point.
Undertaking. Go for it, Chris.
Yeah, that's a really good point, Jack. Like, yeah, we are running through these, but that does not mean we are not grateful. This means the absolute world to us, and we are just so incredibly happy that what we geek out about and what we love, you do too, and that we are able to bring this to all of you and be informative and fun and engaging, and that you all really love that. That means a lot to us, so thank you.
Chris, I have a solid rocket booster question for you. You ready?
Well, I am the man. Shoot.
Brightest Gaming is asking, why when adding a segment to the SRBs, it adds thrust and not burn time?
That is a very good question. The burn time of solid rocket motors is based on the diameter of the booster, not the length of the booster. So adding segments adds thrust, but as long as the segments do not change the diameter of what came before, then the actual burn time of the rocket is about the same, because the solid propellant is just going to burn from the inner. There's a bore. So if you think about it, they load all the propellant and then they pull out this borehole down the center of it. And that borehole down the center is what is ignited, and then everything burns out to the outer casings of the solid rocket boosters. And that thickness of the propellant is what dictates how long you burn. So if the diameter doesn't change, your burn time doesn't change.
Wow. That's so crazy.
It's called rocket science, I guess. There's a reason I'm not doing it. Let's see here. Man of Sand is asking, will Artemis I be carrying out any science during its trip around the moon? Is it gonna
oh yes.
Is it gonna carry like a what is it? A goo container or a Science Junior, and it'll come back with so much science, we'll be able to unlock so many techno.
Oh, I love that.
Seems like they're checking the line to the Lux tank. It was actually frosty a little bit higher up.
Wait, but what's the answer? Is there going to be any science carried out, or is it strictly test flight?
Yes, there is science being carried out. We touched upon this a little bit ago. The mannequins that are flying on board that are inside the Orion, They are outfitted with sensors to understand and basically validate what the computer models say the astronauts will experience during a launch in Orion. So they're doing that. The mannequins also carry radiation badges to make sure that Orion and the radiation shielding is working as it is supposed to. But they've got a few other things on board that they're basically monitoring for inside the capsule. A lot of the bulk of the science from this mission actually comes from the CubeSats that are on board, including a few that are going to actually enter lunar orbit that have propulsion systems on board. So after the ICPS, the interim cryogenic propulsion stage, sort of shoots them off the top of it after Orion and the ESM have safely separated. And they call them bus stops, which I absolutely love. So there's like bus stop 1 and bus stop 2, and that sort of dictates how you get released on your CubeSats. But some will enter orbit, some will fly by the moon, but they're all sort of testing out either new technologies that will be used for future applications in both the Artemis program and beyond in our push to explore other regions of the solar system. But some of them are actually going to look at the moon to try to map the water deposits that are there to help NASA understand exactly what is there in terms of the in situ resources that could be utilized by the Apollo crews. Let me try that again. By the Artemis crews, especially since we know that we are landing, that the first landing on Artemis 3 will target the southern polar region of the moon, where there are large water deposits right underneath the surface, and that is just insane, because that is incredible, because water is hydrogen and oxygen. Well, what is hydrogen and oxygen in its basic components? It's rocket fuel, because that's exactly what we are currently loading into the SLS rocket. So, and water is drink. Water is life, right? For humans. So, yeah, there's quite a bit, but the vast majority of the science comes from the CubeSats that are on board.
And
Science cubes.
As a science, I guess, aficionado here, I am very, 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 very excited for that.
Oh yes, there's one actually. I'll just touch upon it a little bit because it's really cool. It's from Lockheed Martin. It's called LUN-IR, LUN like Luna, and then IR for infrared. And it is actually testing so you remember the James Webb Space Telescope that launched back in December and has been returning those absolutely amazing images?
Gorgeous images.
Well, that is because of the cryo cooler that is on board the James Webb Telescope, and it's a big cryo cooler, and it basically cools the observatory to 6 degrees Kelvin, 6 degrees above absolute zero, so that it can take these really intense IR images. Well, Lunar IR is doing a miniature version of that in a 6U CubeSat to test out how a mini cryo cooler, and it is going to be insane, because this exact mini cryo cooler is already on the Psyche mission, which will be launching soonish on a Falcon Heavy, and it is also on the Europa Clipper, which is also launching on a Falcon Heavy. See, Falcons are going to feature in this stream. But yeah, like the applications of this are astounding, but making this miniature and thinking about what we could do with that at other planets is amazing, and that's one of the things LUN-IR is going to test as it shoots past the moon. It's not one that enters orbit, but they'll have it for about 30 days before it exits the communication sphere with Earth and goes into its disposal heliocentric orbit of the sun. But yeah, that's a really cool science application that's on board the SLS and the ICPS as well.
I love the term cryocooler. I just immediately think of like pouring a bunch of liquid nitrogen into a Coleman and then like shattering a beer or something. Yeah, I don't know. Cryocooler. Cool word.
I do want to point out that a couple of minutes ago, Adrian got us a update saying that the liquid oxygen fast fill is now running in the vehicle. So based off of that, I'm assuming that liquid oxygen is quickly filling up the liquid oxygen tank in the core stage there. And then also, basically, liquid hydrogen chill down is actually occurring as well. So we're really getting deep into this. Crazy.
We are, isn't it? I mean, and this is exactly the sequencing we were talking about, right? Like liquid oxygen is in fast fill, liquid hydrogen is in chill down. This is exactly where they want to be in the fueling process for all of this. But one good thing to note, though, about fast fill for liquid oxygen and liquid hydrogen, they are at completely different rates. What is fast fill for liquid oxygen goes a lot faster for liquid hydrogen, because there's about 530,000 gallons of liquid hydrogen that need to be loaded into that core stage, and they will do it in 2 hours flat, where it will take about 3 to 3.5 to load the liquid oxygen tank, which is a lot smaller. which only holds about 200-ish thousand gallons of propellant, because the whole thing is about 730,000 gallons for the core stage. Only.
Wow.
Only.
I believe we're under slow fill of the liquid hydrogen on the core stage. So liquid hydrogen is now going into the core stage.
All right. So I think this would be a good point to sort of recap here. So what we are, so liquid oxygen is flowing into the core stage. That means we don't have any indications of leaks right now, which is very good. We did start fueling Jack. It was about an hour later than anticipated. So depending on exactly where they are with this, Charlie Blackwell Thompson, the launch director for Artemis I, said that the liquid hydrogen leak fix that they're really interested in, that one that popped up on wet dress rehearsal 4, but they were still able to complete the wet dress rehearsal successfully. She had originally said that we would know if that fix was good or not around 3:30 a.m. local time, assuming everything started on time. So we were about an hour late on that, so we can assume from that we'll be about an hour. So we can assume from that at about 4:30 a.m. local time, 8:30 UTC is when we will get that word from the launch control team that that final liquid hydrogen leak from the wet dress rehearsal has indeed been fixed. That's the big milestone. And what I have been really telling people is if the liquid hydrogen system behaves itself, we've got a better than not shot of getting off the ground today.
One thing to also point out here for comparison, this step on the countdown was supposed to happen at L, so not T clock, L minus clock, 7 hours and 5 minutes, excuse me. And it actually began at L minus 6 hours and 5 minutes. So we're about an hour of delay yet. They said they will try to compensate for that later on the countdown, but still we're seeing an hour of delay here to all of the sort of the timeline ticker items that we're seeing here.
Indeed. And this is sort of the weird part about that, right? What we keep talking about like, oh, how can they make up time? And that might be a bit confusing. Like, oh, how do you make up time in a countdown? It's very structured. Well, they kind of explained that a little bit when we were in our hour-long weather delay here for tanking. Is there are things that they do simultaneous to tanking that don't actually have to be done simultaneous to tanking. It's just the most efficient time to get them done. And some of those things they didn't have to wait to do, even with the lightning that was in the area. So they got ahead a little bit in their sequencing here, and now they are starting to load the cryogenic propellants. And Alex, do you have the fueling timeline pulled up from NASA right now? Because what I'm curious about is when is fueling per the timeline complete before they enter the T-minus 10-minute hold?
Yeah, so I have my own sort of list here, and it should last about 2 hours from slow fill to replenish. So the moment they go from slow fill to replenishment of the liquid hydrogen is about 2 hours. So if we're seeing at L minus 6 hours and 10 minutes the slow fill, that should mean they should be going L minus 4 hours and 10 minutes for that replenishment mode that they go to, which is once they're sort of like finishing up that load of the liquid hydrogen tank.
And also too, for when does ICPS fueling end? Because that's the last component to be fueled.
Okay, so the liquid hydrogen load lasts 1 hour and 15 minutes. That is L minus 3 hours and 15 minutes.
Okay.
And so it should be on the T countdown. It should be T minus 4 hours, but we're obviously not going to see probably that at that point, unless they decide to go ahead and actually go on time with the ICPS, which goes later in the countdown. But go ahead.
Yeah. No. What I was sort of going for there was, they don't take the fueling all the way to the start of the T-minus 10-minute hold. So this is another moment when you might make up some time, right? Because it's not like fueling ends T-minus 10 minutes and holding. Fueling sort of wraps up a little bit ahead of that. You get into stable replenish, and then you hit the T-minus 10-minute hold. So you could make up some time there as well before the clock hits 10 minutes. That's what I was going for there. Yeah.
So that was the liquid hydrogen, but the liquid oxygen actually is a little bit later in the countdown. So it will finish about L minus 2 hours and 30 minutes, which in the countdown it is T minus 2 hours in the countdown.
Very, very cool. We've been pulling in some questions here, so got our question queue filled up. I hope we're ready to answer some questions because we have some good ones in here. So let's get into it. Chris Bishop here asking, what's the contribution that ESA has provided to the mission? A good one, a good overview for the mission.
Yeah, I can totally take that. So ESA's main contribution for this mission is the European Service Module, as it will be for all Orion flights, because Orion Service Module is what is provided by Europe. So that is their big contribution to this mission, and for providing a very critical part of the launch vehicle. This is part of the overall agreements between NASA and ESA for the Artemis program. ESA will get astronauts on board Orion for this contribution, as well as for their contributions to the Gateway. And by building a propulsive element as another space agency, they also get their logo on the rocket. So in addition to the NASA logos that are on the solid rocket motor, the solid rocket boosters, and the and the Orion, the ESA logo is also on there for their contribution of the European Service Module. And that's what does all the major propulsive changes once Orion separates from the ICPS. It is also the part of the vehicle that will house the environmental control and life support system for crews for Artemis II and beyond. So it is and it provides all the power to Orion as well. So it is a very integral component to the overall vehicle.
Can I point out something real quick? I love that.
Of course.
The one that we're seeing right now to the right, I believe that's the liquid hydrogen burn-off stack, right?
Oh, yes.
It is indeed. That is our gaseous hydrogen burn-off system.
Okay,
that is in operation. Yeah. So basically, as propellants flow into SLS, for the liquid hydrogen side, there are two things that happen. One, some of it boils off into its gaseous form inside the tanks, and it is vented away through one of the swing arms, down the mobile launcher, and out to the flare stack, where the gaseous hydrogen is safely burned off. When we start getting into engine conditioning, as liquid hydrogen is flowing in, the liquid hydrogen needs to flow into the RS-25 engines to help thermally condition them for liftoff. Unlike the shuttle program, where they then took that liquid hydrogen and recirculated it back into the external tank, they're not doing that for SLS. So once the liquid hydrogen flows through the engines, it is then taken in its liquid form out through a bleed valve, where it goes into a new 60,000 gallon retention tank that is out there. And in that tank, it then boils off into its gaseous form and then is fed back into the gaseous vent system and out to the flare stack to be safely disposed of.
Anytime there's a flare stack, I'm happy. I like flare stacks. But
Chris,
we're not going to talk about when things happen with flare stacks, but we like flare stacks in general.
And Chris, a question for you. Was that flare stack used with shuttle when they would load LH2 into the external tank? Okay, very cool.
Yes, it is the same flare stack that was used at Pad B for the shuttle program. It was not, however, used during the Apollo program because Apollo did not use flare stacks to burn off its gaseous hydrogen. They used hydrogen ponds to safely dispose of the gaseous hydrogen that they took off the Apollo rockets' second and third stages.
Excuse me, like a pond, like just like a lake of hydrogen. That's not unsafe at all.
Not quite, but I see where you're going with that. So it's basically a water pond, and there's a specific way that you can pump gaseous hydrogen in under the water's surface, and then it sort of dilutes, dissipates, and can be disposed of that way safely as well. But burning it on a flare stack is more effective.
We have sort of a related question here. Tony asked, don't they lose a lot of hydrogen by tanking hours before liftoff, since they have to, burn it off like you're talking about?
They do. They really, really do. So I don't have the exact percentage figure of like how much more than the 530,000 gallons of liquid hydrogen that is in the core stage when it lifts off, they actually pump in because of what they lose to boil off. But they do lose a lot, and that actually factors into our the overall launch posture for Artemis I, because an interesting thing is once you put a full hydrogen load onto the vehicle, you then and let's say you scrub and you put it all back into the single liquid hydrogen storage tank that they have at Pad B right now, there's not enough to then fuel the rocket again for another full launch campaign. And that liquid hydrogen sphere holds 850,000 gallons, or holds roughly 800,000 gallons of liquid hydrogen. And only 530,000 is needed to launch SLS, but they lose enough of it where they don't have enough to pump back into it and get through stable replenish on the second attempt. And that is what actually creates in part, the weird launch windows where like you have today, and then you have the second, and then you have the fifth, because they have to top off the propellant that's in the storage tanks and everything before you can fuel again.
Very, very cool. Okay, this is a good one here from Christian. Asking, will they fuel SLS 100% all the way? Because we know that with some, Starbase testing with the Starship test flights, they wouldn't load the vehicle all the way. Are they going to completely fuel the core stage with liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen, as well as the ICPS?
Yes, indeed. This is a full up test flight, full propellant loads and everything like that. And in fact, absolute full propellant loads are needed to execute the mission. You need to put 730,000 gallons of liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen in the core stage for it to burn for the 8 minutes and 22 seconds needed to attain the initial parking orbit. And the ICPS needs its complete load of liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen. And they actually stretched those tanks in the ICPS. And that's why it's a Delta second stage derived stage, because they had to add more hydrogen and oxygen for it to be able to do what it needs to do for the perigee raise maneuver and the translunar injection burn on these missions. So yeah, complete propellant load is needed for this rocket.
Very cool. Another good one here from Slimo asking, how fast will it get to the moon? So how long will it take Orion to get out to the moon?
It was 6 days is closest approach at 6 days is closest approach at about 100 kilometers altitude, 60 miles is the closest approach to the moon. And that's when the European Service Module engine, which is a former shuttle orbital maneuvering system engine that flew with Challenger, Atlantis, and Discovery, it will then do a major burn that will send the Orion and the European Service Module into the distant retrograde orbit that is the ultimate target for this mission. And that is a longer period, so 6 days through to the moon, but that is longer than what like crews on future missions, like it won't take them 6 days to reach the gateway. It's just the unique nature of getting into the distant retrograde orbit that sort of forces the 6 day journey instead of the more traditional 3 to 4 day journey for crews.
Yeah. Awesome.
And it should be noted too, the distant retrograde orbit is just for this mission, because the ultimate goal is that the gateway will be in a halo orbit of the moon.
Yeah.
A near rectilinear halo orbit, to be precise, because we like to be precise here.
Indeed. Well, I just used indeed. That's Chris G's, I guess, phrase. But anyways, keeping it here with some questions.
Oh, you should see him. His blood is boiling. He's gonna come after you, Hagen. You better watch out. You stole his bit.
He's got to drive quite a ways to get up to me, so I think I'm okay for now. But this is a good one for just a status update here. Trevor asking weather update. Looking at the radar I have in front of me, it looks like there's just a few scattered showers out there. Nothing too intense, but I'm obviously not out there. Chris, how is the weather looking?
Well, it's definitely overcast. I can kind of see. Yeah, it's overcast. There's no lightning that's flashing around the area, so that is very good. But I mean, it is overcast. There are spotty showers in the area right now, but not a concern at present, is what I would say.
Good.
And for those who missed it today, there's an 80% chance of acceptable weather in the opening half of the launch window, decreasing to a 60% chance of acceptable weather at the back half of the window.
Yeah, and Philip noting in the back channel that we're more than an hour into tanking now. So as before, as we were because we, noting before how we were waiting for, those showers to get out the way because of the lightning rule. Now that we're deep into tanking operations, weather doesn't have any effect on tanking operations. They're not worried about it. They're focusing on launch weather now. That 80% chance of go is what they're focusing on. They're going to be keeping an eye on it to make sure everything is good. So that's what they have their eyes on now. We're pretty much committed to tanking at this point.
The view is so cool.
Yes,
I love this one.
It is
What's going
amazing.
to be even cooler one day is that we're going to be looking down that there's going to be astronauts in there, which will be insane.
That's really it's really cool to think about. And just once again to reiterate, we could not have been able to use fiber optics and photons flowing through flexible glass lines into our crazy servers and stuff that Michael is currently lovingly tending without everybody's support. So thank you everybody so much for all the support that's coming in and all the support that's coming so that we can continue to do super cool stuff like pull these NASA feeds and show them to you. Holy cow.
Yes, very much so. Okay, Chris, we have a shuttle question for you, or somewhat shuttle. Chax
Go for it.
8 asking, what happened to the hat on top of the external tank on shuttle? What was its purpose and how was it replaced?
Very good question. Yes, so the cap that sat on top of the external tank, that was lovingly referred to as the beanie cap. Its actual name was the gaseous oxygen vent arm. And that was basically designed to vent gaseous oxygen that had boiled off from the liquid oxygen tank safely away from the top of the external tank and also provide what was known as heated nitrogen purge to prevent ice from forming on the top of the tank. And that was the reason for it. Because ice was a major concern during the shuttle program, because if a chunk of ice came off and hit the thermal protection system on the orbiter that was mounted to the side of the tank, you could destroy your thermal protection system and not be able to safely re-enter. So they designed this beanie cap to be able to vent the cold gaseous oxygen away from the top of the tank, use nitrogen to heat it so that ice would not form. And since SLS is a fully inline vehicle, you don't need a gaseous oxygen vent system. You just vent it out of the rocket and out of the tanks. And that's exactly what shuttle was originally supposed to do. They did not originally design a vent arm for the oxygen system until they got Enterprise out to the launch pad in 79. And then they realized, oh no, this is going to form ice on the top of it. That's a huge problem. And then it was a mad dash to create that arm, to get it ready for STS-1 and Columbia. And then it was an integral part of the shuttle system all the way to the end when it nearly caused Atlantis to scrub on the final mission when sensors on the tower did not register that it had actually retracted and latched against the side of the tower, which it had. And that caused our nail-biting hold at T-minus 31 seconds for the final shuttle flight. But because there's no side mount to this design, you just vent it overboard like you do literally every other rocket in existence aside from the shuttle.
With that, I think I'm going to jump off and go take some photos, but I'll be back in a little bit. But in my stead, you guys are getting something much better than me, which is Philip. So Philip, welcome back, and yeah, I'm gonna jump off here.
Thank you, Jack. And Philip, do we have you?
Didn't you hear me?
Yes, we can. There we go. All right, everybody. Philip Sloss, he was here with us a few minutes ago. He jumped off to take a quick break, a deserved break. But NSF's resident SLS expert, I said it earlier, he's probably written more words about SLS than anybody else. So awesome to have him here. But as Jack was leaving, an update came in. Adrian is now handling the updates in the back channel, saying 14% liquid oxygen loaded, I believe, and then below 5% hydrogen. So, and Philip, you also said after that 5% hydrogen means they're getting close to fast fill.
Right. So we would be we would be in fast fill on liquid oxygen for the core stage, and when they get to the point where they've covered the 5% sensor in the liquid hydrogen tank, will be then when they will bump the pressure up on the hydrogen side and increase the flow rate of the hydrogen into the LH2 tank. And so this was a point in one of the April wet dress rehearsals where they had a leak, but then when they came back out in June, they'd fixed it. So we're not expecting any issues this time for that.
Cool. Gonna read through a few super chats here. Of course, none of this would be possible without our members, and there are so many super chats in here. There's no way we're gonna be able to get to all of them, but as always, thank you so much for your support. As I said, we could not be here streaming this awesome mission for you guys if it wasn't for your generous support. So thank you so much. But just want to thank Jurassic Orange, Christopher Butcher, Chris Wage, The Future of Gaming, Pickled Tripod, I like that name, Musical Wolves, Jacqueline Sanchez, Roger Osborne, HWM Hellmonkey, another one from Jacqueline Sanchez, Mark Lloyd, Jacob Braunschweiger. I am so sorry if I mispronounced your name. But Leith Bade talking about the worm ball. I don't know about that. Yeah. Space Shuttle Discovery. I know we have 2 Endeavor fans in here. I'm not sure about anybody else. But yeah, thank you for your support. Axie giving some memberships. Also Lambo, The Law, Dexter. Oh, did not go up on screen there. William, Mr. Daryl Man, Space, very fitting name. Chris Wage, Drew Nar. Sorry about. Okay, there we go. All right. Oh, we have a big one here. Almost a $75 super chat here. From Off Nominal asking.
Is that of nominal? The of nominal?
I'm not sure, but if so, then hi guys.
Anthony and Jack, man, hi, yeah.
Asking what happens if the rocket is too wet. Probably asking it earlier about whenever it was pouring rain down at 39B.
You know, that's actually a good question. What happens when rockets get rained on the pad? So there's nothing really on the rocket that can absorb. At least there's nothing on the SLS rocket that can really absorb any of the water that would have been dumped on it during these rain events. So there's a little extra mass technically because there's water on it, and that will add some mass, but it's nothing. So there's honestly no effect to it getting rained on.
The thermal protection covering of the vehicle is basically, it's not perfectly waterproofing, but so for instance, the Sophie has kind of the outer layer of the Sophie is essentially water resistant. The engine section is covered with cork, and they put this sort of acrylic white paint over it, which is to prevent water absorbing into the cork. And then they have all of this stuff called room temperature vulcanizer that's like this caulk type of material that they put into seams. And part of the reason for that is to make sure that the water does not get into, the seams where the doors are bolted onto the different, all the different flight doors have seams around them. And so they put this sort of gook into those to make sure that the water doesn't get in there.
Cool.
Did Philip just say gook?
Yes.
Like
technical term.
Stuff that's like stuffed in there to keep the water from getting
white,
in?
Right, it's white gook. Also called RTV.
Good.
Also called RTV.
Hey, I was going to pop back in really quickly here. You'll see that the clock format has changed, and we are going to do a little bit of a test. If you can, real quick, Patrick, give me my cam, please. And let's see how the work that we've done on the clock works out here. Let's get a live shot of the clock. And we've got the clock coming from NASA and the clock that is showing our count. and they're within maybe a second and a half now. So I know that this feed coming off of this camera is very close to real time. We've really optimized our stuff for low latency in real time. I know that we could stream more pixels to you, but we want to show you stuff now, not 30 seconds from now. And now we've got that NASA clock feed down to within 1 second of our actual video feeds, and we're going to be watching that to make sure that it stays stable. But the clock looks like it's in time now, and it is coming to you across the internet just a few seconds shy of it happening in the real world. So we were working on that. Massive thanks to Michael. He was over there plugging things in physically in the server room, and we were doing all sorts of remote troubleshooting, trying to figure out what's going on. But we think we found a solution, a path forward, so that we have nice synchronization. SLS, back to you. Go
Thank
back
you,
to
Thomas.
SLS. My name's
not
Dos.
Thomas. Dos.
Actually.
Sorry, I'm all over the place. I apologize.
It's all
Well,
good.
it's
It's all
also-
good.
It's also John, right?
Yeah, it'll work too. John works too. Yeah.
Thank you, Dos, giving us an update there on our countdown clock there. Of course, this is a dynamic count, changing based off of holds and other constraints that are placed. So thank you for giving us that update. Hit some super chats. Want to hit a few questions here. We have a question here from Nicholas asking, in the long term, will SLS still be used for Artemis, or will other vehicles, cough cough Starship, be used, or will SLS always be a part of it? Thanks for the coverage and good morning from Belgium. Well, good morning.
Good morning, and the answer to your question is both. Our SLS is integral to the Artemis program, as is Starship, as our lunar lander. So these two vehicles are inextricably linked and will be working together for some time.
Very, very, very cool. We have a good one here for a comparison between the two moon rockets. How much thrust does SLS Block 1 produce compared to Saturn V?
Great question. The Saturn V produced approximately 7 million pounds of thrust-ish at liftoff, and the SLS will do 8.8 million pounds of thrust at liftoff. So it's a bit more powerful, you might say, than the Saturn V in that regard.
There's actually a nice little distinction here too. So these boosters, the thrust trace on these boosters actually increases the thrust from liftoff to about 20 seconds after liftoff. So and then the RS-25 engines immediately after the SRB ignition signal is given and they get to the liftoff, the engines will throttle up from 100% of rated thrust to 109%. So the maximum thrust of the vehicle will be at that 20-second point after liftoff. So the liftoff thrust is technically about 8.3 million pounds. And then as the engines throttle up a little bit and the boosters sort of technically throttle up, we'll reach that 8.8 million pounds of thrust point about 20 seconds after liftoff.
Cool. Very interesting. A good one here regarding orbits. Why is Artemis 1 going to a distant retrograde orbit instead of a near rectilinear halo orbit like most of the Artemis missions and Gateway will use?
I think that's a great question for Philip.
I mean, this mission was originally called Exploration Mission 1, and it goes back to the early part of the SLS program. So this goes back probably to maybe even 2012 or 2013, and they were talking about do we do a lunar flyby on the first mission, or do we do some sort of a lunar orbit? And at the time, they were talking about doing this asteroid redirect mission, and I think this distant retrograde orbit was originally sort of conceived of. It's in the same sort of classification of these cislunar orbits as the near rectilinear halo orbit. I think one of the distinctions that they pointed out in recent weeks is that the amount of station keeping propellant you need to do for this DRO versus the NRHO is a little less, and so it will give them the ability, if they needed to for some reason, like that somebody was talking about, well, what if they were to get a hurricane in the splashdown zone out in the Pacific around the time they need to do that deorbit burn that Chris was talking about a little while ago? They do the deorbit burn way back at the moon. They could, in theory, stay and do another lap around the moon in this distant retrograde orbit. The period of the orbit is about 12 days, and the reason that they have to sync their splashdown with where they are in the orbit. And so there were two types of missions for this, a short class and a long class. The short class would do a half lap in this DRO orbit, and the long class does a lap and a half. And so they would get into this. They get into this situation where they could be. There's a variable amount of time in the orbit, and so the less amount of station keeping and orbital maintenance you need to do, the less amount of propellant you need to use, which means you can stay up longer. And so I think that's the original reason they chose to stick with the distant retrograde orbit, even though it's probably one of the only missions that we'll see going to this orbit. And pretty much everything else, once we get into lunar landing missions and gateway missions, will be in the near rectilinear halo orbit.
Cool. Of course, just want to remind everybody that if you do have any questions for us, if you'd like to maybe get your question put up on screen, be sure to tag us in chat with @NASA and then your question afterward. Put it into this nice software that Michael has written for us to put up on screen. So be sure to do that if you have any questions you want to shoot at us. This is a long stream. We love answering any questions you have. A bit of a more fun one here from Christian asking, is there a 0G indicator on Orion? I know there's a mannequin.
Yes, there is.
Indicator.
Yes, there is. It is Snoopy, the cartoon dog, in a little orange launch and entry suit. That is the 0G indicator inside of Orion today. And there's also Sean the sheep from Europe as the 0G indicator as well.
I love that. I love it. Oh, this is a good one in terms of timing and such. Asking, say this all goes off as planned, when can we expect Artemis II? Now, I know we talked a bit about the requirements that this needs to meet earlier for Artemis II to happen, but in terms of timing, say Artemis I goes well, there's no major flaws in it. When can we expect Artemis II?
Probably the soonest is probably the second half of 2024. And we'll just have to see. One of the questions that they asked to the head of the mission directorate, Mr. Jim Free, was, would you consider moving the mission up? And because Orion is going to be they're going to be putting in all of the crew life support equipment and crew support equipment in the Artemis II spacecraft. They want to take their time and make sure that those upgrades are, that they dotted all the I's and crossed all the T's on that. So and he said he's not inclined to accelerate that mission if they were to have a really smooth mission. But I think one of the cautions that he said is we have to see the performance of the spacecraft in this mission, and then the booster today. Like today is really about SLS, and then at the end of the day Orion takes over. But a lot of the hardware for Artemis II is getting ready, and so the Artemis II Orion will use a little bit of the equipment from the Artemis I vehicle. So there's that, sort of, they have to wait until Artemis I launches to install that equipment and then pick up with the final assembly of the Orion spacecraft. So you have that limitation, but then it's just reviewing all of the performance data that they get back from this mission. So they have that, and then they also have some more modifications to do to the mobile launcher and some other things they need to do to get ready for crew on Artemis II. So that's probably the best guess right now, is the second half of 2024.
Cool. I cannot wait. And if you actually look here, this is something that was just noted in the back channel to me. If you look closely at the base of the rocket there, obviously this camera is looking down towards the toward the core stages for RS-25 engines and the nozzles of the solid rocket boosters. But if you look there is venting there in that exhaust hole there. So there's definitely, the vehicle is alive. The vehicle is coming alive. Obviously it's been powered on for the past few days or so, but there's liquid propellant flowing in the vehicle.
And Philip, correct me if I'm wrong, but the fact that we are seeing venting from the engines themselves means that thermal conditioning of the engines has begun as well.
That's correct. And what we're looking at is gaseous oxygen that's being vented out of the drain lines in the engine. So again, as we were talking about the flare stack before, but the hydrogen that's vented is ducted out to the flare stack to be burned off for safety reasons, and only the gaseous oxygen can be just vented overboard.
Interesting, very cool. Gonna keep on with these questions here. We have a whole bunch coming in. Love seeing it. We have some good questions here. A good one regarding speed here, asking what speed or how fast will SLS go while traveling to the moon? So really a question for how fast will Orion be traveling on the way to the moon?
Philip, do you have that one in front of you?
Well, I mean, it depends on what reference frame you're talking about, of course, but we did get some numbers in the press kit. And I was actually kind of wondering what the reference frame was, and there are all these different types of you can how you measure the velocity, whether you're talking about inertial velocity or whether you're talking about something else. So as an example, these speeds are all in miles per hour. So but that's what we got in the press kit. So at core stage main engine cutoff, the vehicle will be traveling at essentially at orbital velocity, so Earth orbital velocity, but not Earth. It'll be in a high apogee but suborbital perigee orbit at that point, and that would be about 17,400 miles an hour. At the end of the TLI burn from ICPS, the speed would be just a little bit under 23,000 miles per hour. But obviously, as once you shut down, you're in this long orbit that, like Chris was talking about. It's basically an orbit that the apogee is out at the moon essentially, and so your speed relative to Earth is basically constantly slowing down, and so. One of the interesting things is that even though you're going almost 23,000 miles per hour as seen from Earth, by the time they get to spacecraft separation about 10 minutes later, the speed's already down to under 20,000 miles per hour. So it really depends on your point of reference as to what speed you're talking about.
Yeah. And given that we can actually see them right here, Michael asking, what are the checker boxes on the rocket for? What purpose do they serve?
Oh, this is a great question. Because it basically looks like they've just put random check marks, checkerboard patterns on the boosters and on the core stage, and other parts of the vehicle. Those are markings for what's known as photogrammetry. So basically, they've computer modeled how SLS will lift off the pad, how the boosters will move in relation to the vehicle as they separate away with their booster separation motors, how the core stage and the ICPS all separate from each other. And one of the ways that you validate those models is through cameras actually looking at the various components of the vehicle during those major staging events and movement events. And then those checkerboard patterns allow you to very precisely monitor how the vehicle is moving in relation to each other and how the various pieces of equipment are moving as they separate and as the vehicle leaves the pad as well. So basically, they're just markings to validate the computer models that everything is going to separate and move away from each other in the correct manner.
Very, very interesting and very cool. Given that we can see the hydrogen flare stack going off back there, a question related to hydrogen here from Nick asking, since SLS uses the same hydrogen burn-off system as shuttle, which I do want to note, I believe it's called the Hobies now instead of the Rofies.
Yes,
H
the
buoys.
hydrogen, the H boys or something like that. Yeah.
Another
asking-
acronym, of course.
Yes.
Yeah. But two
asking-
different names for the same thing, basically. Yeah.
Yeah. Asking if we get to T-minus 6 seconds and it scrubs, can we not repress and recycle?
If they get to 6
Yes,
seconds and
we
scrub, they
cannot.
can.
If they
Not on that
basically,
day.
yeah, if they fire the engines, then
Oh,
You know,
fire
that's
the
a-
engines.
yeah,
that's different.
That's a
yeah.
different point. So if they stop before, like if we're talking about STS-93 for shuttle fans, if they cut
There we
off
go.
before the engines start, then it's a much shorter recycle. If they cut off after the engines start, then you're talking about weeks. Before, you might be talking about days.
Yeah, and to be clear, the distinction here is that is the ignition of the engines themselves. Once the valves sort of open and propellants start dumping into them for the ignition process, yeah, it takes about 3 weeks to dry them out, just in general. But also, if you start them and there's a shutdown on the pad, it's because there's been an issue with one of them. And at that point, it's just easier to roll the vehicle back, which would have to happen if we abort on the pad. It will have to come back to the vehicle assembly building, and it is actually quicker to just pull all 4 of the RS-25s out of it on this attempt, put 4 new ones in that are sort of earmarked, or that are in storage and earmarked as the replacements just in case, and then get back out to the pad, because the engine that had the issue needs to be taken apart, the issue needs to be understood. You need to make sure that it's not common across all of the other engines that you might be replacing with it, and then you need to static fire it at Stennis again to make sure that the fix has been validated. So it really is just easier to roll back, pull them out, put 4 new ones in, and get back out to the pad in that regard. But yeah, that's the big distinction is do you light them or do you not? And that, as Philip said, drives the length of the recycle at that point.
So
Yeah.
one thing that I wanted to point out before we continue, they have stopped flow on the liquid hydrogen tank, and so the reason is because the loading of the. I'm sure Philip could explain this way better than me, but I'm gonna talk a little bit here, just because I didn't have the chance before. Basically, what the PAL said is that what they have is sort of these rates of fueling the rocket, where the tanks need to be at a certain rate between each other.
Yes.
The percentage and the volumes and the masses and everything to be able to keep like a constant kind of flow rate into the vehicle, and so they had to stop fueling the liquid hydrogen side just to be able to let the liquid oxygen level go a little bit higher, and then once that happens, once it crosses the threshold to be able to continue liquid hydrogen loading, then they'll actually continue that liquid hydrogen loading. But I believe you two could explain it way better than me.
Yeah, and before Philip does that, I'll just add that means everything's good. That means there's not an actual issue. Like, we didn't stop because there was a leak. We just stopped because they need to get the balance right. And this is part of what we said about the tricky part of this fueling sequence and mass and thermal properties. But Philip, take it away.
Yeah, and it's a structural loading issue. So one of the things, you were talking about this earlier, Chris, where some of the wet dress rehearsal attempts where they got way ahead on the liquid oxygen side, and they had to stop the liquid oxygen at when it got to just under 50% because there was no liquid hydrogen in the tank. And I think because the launch team got a little behind, or they were held up by the weather, I think they basically just got a little faster on the LH2 side, to they got a little bit too far ahead on the LH2 side. So they basically stop flow basically means you basically ease off the pressure and it kind of as you would kind of as the name explains that they just basically reduced the rate of hydrogen going into the vehicle down to either basically zero or a very very low rate of hydrogen going in, so that they can reach a threshold they need to reach in the liquid oxygen tank to then pick the hydrogen flow back up.
There you go. Great explanation on stop flow and stuff. Wow, our super chat queue has just filled to the brim. So thank you everybody so much. I know I said it before whenever I ran through these. We can't get to all these because there's just so many, which is amazing to see. Thank you so much for your support. Even if we don't read your name out and your comment out on stream, we truly do appreciate everything. Your generous donation, it allows us to do everything we do. So let's get through a few of these here because there's quite a lot. Angry American, aggressive name there, but thank you for your support. Juno, thank you for your support. Debash Mode, thank you for your support. Antonio, Andrew, Mocha Blat, Jacqueline Sanchez, I've seen your name before, thank you. Will B, Kyle Lures, Chris Wage, I've also seen your name. Luke Parsons, Gold Wolf, Paul Mason, Captain Trentos, upgrading his membership there to Capcom. I'm going to get that Discord access, so have fun in there. Marsha, John Smith, Mark Lamb, I've also seen you. Log234, Big Gun, Moldy Space Industries, thank you for becoming a Pad Rat member, a frequent visitor here to NSF live streams. Thank you to Stuart, Christina, Paul, Nomad Universe, Tim Conman, Arash, another one from Nomad gifting some membership, so thank you there. Durkale, Talday, Rob, TDK, and Charlie Welsh. Quite the list there. Went through them all. Well, not all of them. Hang on, we have a few more. Want to clear this out real quick. Wesley the Third, another one from Nomad Universe. Thank you. Kyle Lures, Josh, Astro, another one from Josh, and Charlie. Thank you all so much for your support. It's greatly, greatly, greatly appreciated. Well then, for those who are just now joining us, we are pretty deep into fueling operations here. We have a good amount of liquid oxygen in the vehicle, in the core stage. They are also loading in liquid hydrogen. They just did a stop. They stopped flow there for a minute just to balance out fuels. We're expecting that to get going again in a few minutes. But if you're just now joining us, SLS is currently being fueled on Launch Complex 39B at the Kennedy Space Center ahead of its launch attempt, which at the moment is scheduled for 8:33 a.m. Eastern Time.
Okay.
Yeah, we just got an update from public affairs from the commentator in the firing room that it sounds like they're having the same type of problem that they had on the third wet dress rehearsal attempt back in mid-April, which is a hydrogen leak around the tail service mast umbilical. And I'm kind of wondering now if the stop flow that we heard may have been related to this, because that's what you would obviously do, and the tanking procedure is automated. So they have a hazardous gas detection system that's in the control loop for the automated hydrogen loading. And so if it trips the upper limit, which is a 4% concentration of hydrogen for those sensors, the GLS will basically immediately stop flow. And so we're just going to have to see or hear what they decide to do. But at least from what I heard, This was the same type of behavior that they saw in that mid-April wet dress rehearsal attempts, was when they transitioned the liquid hydrogen going into the core stage from slow fill to fast fill, and they have to increase the pressure to do that. They saw the hazardous gas concentration of hydrogen go up above the 4% limit,
Yeah.
and they have to stop flow. And so they have the thing is that they have those two main lines, the fill and drain line and the bleed line. Right now, all the flow would be through the fill and drain line, but those are housed inside this purge can. And so, at least from what I'm understanding, they saw the leak in the purge can again, versus there's a cavity between the plates. There's a vehicle side umbilical plate and a ground side umbilical plate, and it doesn't sound like the issue was at the quick disconnect, but it was actually on the outside. But we'll have to listen and see if we can get a distinction here from the PAO commentator about whether exactly what that leak was.
And I mean, it's not exactly what we wanted to hear going into today, that there is a leak of liquid hydrogen again from this area. But I mean, I kind of want to set some expectations here. There's troubleshooting that can be done, right, Philip? But I mean, if this is a leaking seal, it's not necessarily. We're going to have to wait to see what it is, right, and everything. But there are steps that they can do, but it's not a 100% guarantee that they might be able to fix it, especially given that it's liquid hydrogen again. And this is the one that you're really, really concerned about in terms of making sure there's no leaks on that side of the system, which there is again today.
Right. And so they will do some troubleshooting to make sure that they're not getting, make sure it's not the sensor, for instance. But yeah, in terms of what can they do, is there anything they can do to address it? That we'll have to see about. But yeah, we're just going to have to wait and hear what we're getting in terms of updates from public affairs. But we'll just have to see whether it's, because they can distinguish between this purge can, which is on the ground side, versus the cavity between the two umbilical plates. So the leak that they had in April was on the ground side. It was at this specific point in the countdown. The leak that they had in June was much later in the countdown, after they'd completely filled the LH2 tank, and that one was between the two plates. It was right at the quick disconnect between the vehicle and the ground side. So
did they ever say back on when this happened on one of the previous dress rehearsals, did they ever explicitly answer the question of whether that would have led to a scrub for the day or not?
I think basically what happened in that attempt was they scrubbed for the day. So that's not a good sign here. But I think in that mid-April attempt, they couldn't go any farther. So they if you can't stay below that 4% concentration, you can't keep filling the liquid hydrogen tank. So yeah, unless there's something they can do remotely to, if they think it's a seal, or something else that they can try and warm up and then cool down again, then that's at least a possibility that we'll have to that we could be looking at that again.
Yeah, certainly unfortunate. Hopefully they can, get through that real quickly. And we can get on with this soon. But in the meantime here, I think we're going to go through a few of our questions. I've put some new ones up into the question queue that look really good. So, yeah. So James here asking, how many Gs will Orion be under during launch and at reentry? Any takers?
I'm sorry. NASA official came up to us. Can you repeat the question real quick for us on the ground on the ground here?
Yeah. How many Gs will Orion be under during launch and reentry?
There's usually a 3G limit for crew comfortability and everything on the Orion and on
launch,
U.S.
right?
spacecraft for launch. Yeah. I'm not sure. I'm sorry. Hang on, guys. Can someone else take over the question? We've got someone coming up to talk to us here.
I can probably take that one, even though I don't probably have all the details. And usually, as Chris was saying, it's usually about 3Gs for launch, but entry can actually be quite a high G re-entry load, especially for lunar distances. You're probably looking at 7, 8 Gs. I know at least one Apollo mission went all the way to 8 and 9 Gs, if I remember correctly, but that's like way higher end. Now Orion, I believe it does a higher skip reentry, which is basically you come in at an angle and then you roll the spacecraft so that the lift of the atmospheric lift the capsule creates can actually pull you up out of the atmosphere a little bit or into more thinner atmosphere, and then you start coming back down again. And so that way of reentry not only reduces the peak loads of temperature on the heat shield, but it also reduces the peak loads on the Gs on the crew on the spacecraft. So that obviously, I know Apollo kind of did that too, but on Orion, I think that it's more acute, like more severe than for Apollo. So perhaps the Gs might be a little bit lower in that case.
Yeah, and obviously, as you noted too there, Orion is a crew vehicle, and one of the primary purposes of SLS, probably its primary purpose, is to launch crew to the moon and to back. And so they're not just going to bring the capsule in and slam it into the atmosphere. And so astronaut comfort in the capsule was likely one of their primary objectives to cater to whenever they were designing the launch and reentry profiles for this mission. So that's very interesting to note. You can't quite see it here, but I did want to address this. Asking what's the fire in the background regarding the the wide shot of SLS out on the pad that we have from the press site there. That fire you're seeing behind it is from the flare stack, the hydrogen flare stack that they use to burn off excess hydrogen that they use whenever they are loading the vehicle. So it's a means by which they can dispose that. You might remember they don't use it anymore, but SpaceX down at Starbase with Starbase testing about a year ago, they still use the flare stack. As we know, that sometimes is not the greatest thing in the entire world, but they're efficient with burning off fuel and such. So that's what that is. Let's see here.
I was just sorry everybody, but I was just off listening to the update from PAO, and basically what they're gonna do is they're gonna give it another shot, which is basically they're gonna resume flowing liquid hydrogen into the vehicle at a slow fill rate, and then they will try again to transition to fast fill. But it doesn't sound, at least so far from what we've heard from the public affairs officer, that they're going to really do anything other than that, other than to just basically try again to transition to fast fill and see if they get a different signature from the hydrogen concentrations in that purge can. So we'll stand by for that, but They did say if they were to see the exact same behavior where they go above the 4% concentration, that they'll stop flow again. So, but that's what they're going to try. Is they're going to stop, restart the hydrogen flow, reestablish slow fill, and then try to transition to fast fill again and see what happens.
Awesome. Let me get my question panel back up here. We have one here from Crab Raves Music. I like that name. Asking, how tall is SLS? SLS is around 322 feet tall. Correct me if I'm wrong, Philip, but pretty tall. Not quite as tall as Saturn V.
Can you
Saturn
repeat
V,
that?
about 322 feet.
What's that in meters?
Hang on.
It's 98.
98 meters.
98 meters is what the reference guide says. For this block one.
I was about to say I actually knew it was 98 meters or so. Just wanted the people, we have a little bit more diverse audience today, I think, because of the special launch.
Yeah,
but
so
we're the Americans, us Americans, we're still using imperial units for quite a few things. So we are still working in that, even though everybody else on the planet is working in metric.
Well, that's why you guys have here an European, just to remind you of using the metric system.
Right.
It's interesting to note too that though SLS is very large, it's not quite as large as the Saturn V was. Saturn V was about 360 feet, I believe, if my memory is working today. So not quite as tall as Saturn V, but I mean, they're both pretty darn close. So either way, very tall.
Yep.
We have one here from Dowplow asking, is the Apollo spacecraft related to Artemis I's spacecraft, which is Orion, in any way?
Only in the Orion has the same shape as the Apollo, the Orion crew module, and you hear them mix this up some from time to time, but it has the same shape as the Apollo command module did, but it's upsized essentially. It's a larger size. Same thing with the Starliner. I think the Starliner has that same shape, but it's basically a ballistic shape for reentry, and so they chose to keep that for that reason, is they could basically use all of that Apollo data that they had, wind tunnel data they had from back in the 60s. But in terms of everything else, in terms of internal electronics and internal structures and margins and requirements, it's a different vehicle, but it does retain that shape for the crew cabin of the vehicle.
Yep, that's about what I was thinking as well. Let's see here. I just popped one question in here. Okay, yeah, here we go. This is actually fitting for the camera view we have right now. Question here asking, for Artemis II, how will the astronauts get into the capsule? Is the top redesigned for access during Artemis II, and it looks sealed shut from that view? Well, Orion is currently sealed shut right now, but if you look toward around where the height of where Orion is, and then look at the tower beside it, you'll see this sort of arm that's sort of fully retracted back with a white room at the end. That is the crew access arm. That whenever Orion is sitting at the pad and SLS is sitting at the pad and waiting for astronauts to board Orion for the mission, that crew access arm will be actually extended out to the rocket, to Orion, for the astronauts to access the capsule and get in. Currently, it is retracted because it is not being used for this mission, but also I think we're at the point in the count now to where it won't be needed, but Philip, do correct me if I'm wrong there. But yeah, that arm right there is the crew access arm, not being used with this mission as Artemis I is uncrewed. But yeah.
Yeah, they just that's correct. The they did the late stow on Orion, and once they were done with that, since as you said, there's no crew on this one, they went ahead and broke down the white room and retracted the arm out of the way. Once we get to Artemis II, the crew access arm will remain extended all the way until I believe T-minus 6 minutes, and that would be the point at which it would be retracted away from the vehicle.
Yep. This could be one that we might know the answer to. Spaceflight Industries asking, what is the maximum temperature that Orion will reach during re-entry? Do we have that number?
Ooh, I do not know that one off the top of my head.
Didn't they say something about 5,000 Fahrenheit or something? Which is a lot, but I guess in Fahrenheit it's probably not that much. Or I don't know the conversion to Celsius, which is the one that I work on.
Okay, it does have it here. So yeah, that these must be the peak heating numbers. So about 2,800 degrees Celsius, 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit.
There you go.
Right, and so it'll be the reentry speed from the moon is on the order of 25,000 miles per hour. It's probably a little bit underneath that, but something like that. I think this is would be 40,000 kilometers per hour. And so yeah, that's I forget what the if it's the square of the heat load goes up in it doesn't just go up linearly as the reentry speed increases. And so it sounds like we're getting an update from PAO right now.
All right, cool. And as that's coming in, I do want to note that if you look on the core stage on that left view right there, if you look towards the bottom in between those two umbilicals connected to the ICPS and Orion, there's some venting coming from the core stage there. That is the liquid oxygen tank, if I believe that's correct. And yes, so some venting coming from there. There is fluids, propellant in the vehicle right now. So very cool, very cool. I had a question up here earlier asking for a general overview of what's happened. So I think we'll do that real quick because it's been a while since we've done one. So if you are just now joining us, welcome. This is our live coverage of the launch of Artemis I, the first ever launch of SLS, the first launch of Orion to the moon. Not the first launch of Orion ever, but certainly a very big deal. Really marks the beginning of the Artemis program and this awesome program to take us back to the moon. So the count started Saturday morning. So we've been counting down for a while now, but propellant loading started at around 12 or 1 a.m. They began loading liquid oxygen into the vehicle. After that, they began loading liquid hydrogen into the vehicle a few minutes later. And since then, they've slowly been loading propellant into the vehicle via slow fuels, fast fuels, even stopping the fuel sometimes to balance out propellant weights and structural loads on the vehicle. Currently, NASA did say earlier that they were investigating a leak in the tail service mast for a hydrogen leak. This is something similar to what we saw in the third wet dress rehearsal of SLS. So they are investigating that issue. That is something that we're looking at and following closely at the moment. But overall, we're deep into this count. 4 hours, 30 minutes or so to go until this massive rocket lifts off for the first time. So, yeah. Philip, I know you said
I was just listening to PAO, and they didn't really give. They're still in the process of running through this hydrogen fill sequence again. So they're reestablishing LH2 slow fill, and then they will get to a point where they'll try and transition to fast fill. So they didn't really. So we're still waiting to see what happens when they do that.
Yep. Here we go. This is a good one regarding windows and such. Damien asking, when is the next expected launch window if today's 2-hour window isn't met?
The next opportunity that they would have during this launch period would be on Friday, September 2nd. So it would be 96 hours after this window opens. They have these next 3 days beginning tomorrow, so August 30th, August 31st, and September 1st, they cannot launch because during the trip outbound, Orion would go through an eclipse period where it would be in shadow for more than 90 minutes. And because the power system uses solar arrays and then batteries, when the solar arrays are in shadow, they don't really help keep the batteries power positive, and so you don't want to be running on battery power for that long if you can avoid it. So the way they avoid it is to not launch during those 3 days. So if if we have an issue with a hydrogen leak that stops things the way it did back on April 14th, I'm not sure Friday will necessarily be an issue. So we'll just have to see. But really what we're talking about is this launch period, which is launch period 25, continues through September 6th. And then there would be I'm pulling up the next one would be the next one would be
Fifth.
The
Oh,
next
you
one
mean
would
you
be,
mean the launch
yeah, I'm
period?
talking about the
Okay.
overall
Okay.
launch periods. So yeah, it's probably too late to get to the next one, which would run from September 19th through October 4th, because they'd have to go back to the VAB and so on. And then the one after that would begin on October 17th and run through Halloween. And then both of those launch periods, the September one would be 26, and the October would be 27.
Okay, yeah, here's
but there would be some cutouts in those too.
Okay, yeah. Yeah. All right, so we have another question here regarding the orangeness of SLS, if orangeness is even a word, asking, why does SLS and also, shuttle and such need orange foam, but rockets like Starship get away without it?
Oh, a Starship question, finally.
Yeah, actually, that would be a good one to. I mean, the reason that they use spray-on foam insulation especially for a hydrogen vehicle, is because of you're trying to minimize the amount of heat that you're putting into the cryogenic propellants to keep them as cold as you can. And it's just this would be actually an interesting question for Alex in terms of if you have essentially bare metal tanks, how much sort of leeway you have. I think part of it is also with and Alex can correct me if I'm wrong, but I mean, if they are doing a real fast fill of those tanks, and you're also doing subcooled propellants, it and perhaps the ConOps also makes it so that it's just not an issue in terms of boil off. But they use this spray on foam to because the vehicle's fueled for a long time, it just minimizes the amount of boil off and the amount of replenishment they have to do.
Yeah, and on Starship, precisely as you said, it's supposed to be a fast fill of the tanks. It's not going to be sort of like 2 hours sitting idle, replenishing the tanks. It's going to be sort of like Falcon 9. It's going to be 35 minutes loading propellants. That thing is going to be pumping in methane and oxygen all the way to the top for 35 minutes. And in that time, the reasoning why they don't have spray on foam is because, as you said, it's because it's fast, but it also means that you're carrying weight to orbit. So if you have it, for example, on the ship, that mass that you're carrying that you may not use afterwards, because once you're in space, if you're doing, for example, refilling in space in orbit and things like that, it might be beneficial in sort of the short to long term, but once you go into way long term, it's actually not that beneficial, especially when you have the TPS tiles that can probably you could probably point them at the sun or something like that and be able to blanket some of the thermal conditioning of the tanks. So you have that thing going on. And then, for example, on the Falcon 9 rocket, you also have bare metal. You don't have any sort of foam to protect the liquid oxygen tank. But they have done in the past something that was actually the opposite, which is for the kerosene tank. On the second stage, they have had that painted gray, like with a gray paint on top, so that they will be able to catch some of the sunlight when they are in a long coast in orbit, so that the kerosene doesn't freeze on the on orbit environment of the vacuum. And practically, the side that sees the sun is very, very hot, but the side that doesn't see the sun is very, very cold. And so what you do not want is the kerosene to be frozen solid, right? And also another thing, I believe Atlas also doesn't use foam on the booster stage. I believe Centaur does use foam on both tanks, but I believe it is also painted white, so it feels like it is filled with ice instead of being orange like the one that we see here on SLS. But yeah, different rockets use different kind of approaches. For example, Soyuz doesn't use that either. You see it becoming bare metal all the way to a frosty kind of white rocket. So that's sort of the panorama here. It's not just a Starship. It's not just Falcon 9. It's also all the rockets that, despite not having fast fields like Soyuz can take many hours sitting idle, especially for crew launches, you still might not need the foam. It might be just you just make it up. But the problem with hydrogen, as you mentioned, it's super cold and it tends to boil off really fast because it is very, very cold. And so you needed to keep it at a certain temperature, and that foam actually helps a lot to not have to replenish a lot during the countdown.
Right. So you have for this vehicle, and that's why it looks like the shuttle external tank. But you have a vehicle that's fueled for many hours, but then when you use it, you use it in less than 10 minutes and you're done. Whereas with Starship, for most of those applications, it's going to remain. It's either going to remain fueled or refueled for much longer than that, and of course, it's in a different environment than not just atmospheric flight, but then it's in in an on orbit environment as well. So it's kind of all the same. It's just different applications of propellant management, cryogenic propellant management.
Speaking of that too, I believe we're hearing from PAO, from the Public Affairs Officer. He's talking about stop flow on the liquid hydrogen. So they have stopped fueling on the liquid hydrogen side, but the liquid oxygen is continuing right now. And the reason for that stop flow, it appears to be, again, that leak, that overpressure on the sensors. So we're standing by to hear any more troubleshooting that they're doing, whether there's any update trending positive. But right now, it does not look good. Let's be honest here, right? It's again the same leak issue that happened on the third wet dress rehearsal back in April, and it's coming back. And yeah, it's not good.
Obviously, going to be hoping for the best there. But as we said earlier, they are looking. They want to launch this thing just as bad as we want to watch it launch. So they're going to definitely be trying everything they can to get all issues that they're coming up on fixed and ready for launch. So thank you, Alex, for that update. Let's see here. We have a bunch of questions, awesome questions. I do want to hit a few super chats real quick. Of course, said earlier we have a ton. No way we're going to read all of them, but I do want to thank the ones that we do have right now. I want to thank Sage becoming a new member, Patricia, Mafkatel, and Joe Pilot. So thank you all so much for your support. We couldn't do any of this without you. Your generous support means the world to us and everything we do. So seriously, thank you so much. Yeah. All right. So
I believe before you keep going, Hagen, I want to address something. I mentioned this happened in April, and some people are questioning, "Oh, why is this coming back?" Well, the reason why it's coming back it's mainly because it is hard to actually fix this on the VAV, because you only can notice this problem, this issue with a cryogenic fluid once you actually flow that cryogenic fluid, and the problem is you cannot flow that on the VAV, and it didn't appear on the fourth one that occurred on the fourth wet dress rehearsal in June, but it appeared now again, and we should stress this that even like NASA is not they're not silly people, they know what they're doing. And the problem with actually this kind of umbilical is that it works cryogenic conditions. So they may be able to test it with gaseous nitrogen, or at the VAB for any leaks there, but that's at room temperature. They cannot load it with cryogenics, which is when things are very, very cold and the conditions of the umbilical change a lot, and the materials and everything, the metals shrink, and all of that. That's actually something that the PAO just mentioned right now, that once they flow cryogenic liquids, the conditions change, and so leaks can occur. It's not just because liquid hydrogen is kind of a little bit of a pain to manage because of all the properties, but it is also because of the cryogenic conditions, and all the materials change and shrink under these cryogenic conditions. And so we gotta keep that in mind. They know what they do. The problem is they cannot fully test this thing until the rocket is on the pad. But I believe, Philip, you might be able to correct me here. I believe they do have access to these tail service masts, right? Unlike what we saw on one of the wet dress rehearsals, where they had an issue on the ICPS and they cannot access that one unless they are on the VAB. But this one is on the core stage, right? So that one is accessible at the pad, right?
That's right. The reason is because the tail service masts are at the very bottom of the vehicle, so there you can put up scaffolding on the deck of the mobile launcher, and you can reach them. So in this shot here, the tail service masts are basically on the opposite side of the vehicle, but this camera is probably on the mobile launcher deck, so they could reach it. Now, I was just listening to the PAO announcement again. Now, this might just be because they got an overpressure alarm this time when they tried to transition from slow fill to fast fill. So that's not exactly the same issue as the first pass through it, but they've stopped the hydrogen LH2 flow into the core stage again. I think he was the PAO commentator was saying that it's possible that the lines were a little warmer last time, and that may have contributed to the reason that they got an overpressure alarm. So we'll just they're probably going to have to, they may have to basically run the slow fill procedure a little longer before they transition to fast fill, and then we'll have to see if that the leak indication they got the first time is still there when they do that. But they're going to need to condition the lines a little bit manually before they try that transition to fast fill again. So we're just going to have to kind of bear with this and bear with the troubleshooting here, and wait to hear what happens when they do that transition. But it sounds like they're going to try again. And so
and it sounds like, hey, this is Chris, I'm back. It sounds like they're going to manually chill down the liquid hydrogen transfer line and then resume slow fill again. So sort of matching exactly what you were talking about the thermal properties that might be different tonight than when they did WDR4 back in June during the middle of the day.
Right, and perhaps even the first attempt to do it this morning, they stopped flow, and so the hydrogen in the lines We were just talking about why they have this foam on the core stage, but even in these lines, even if the lines are vacuum jacketed, if it's just allowed to sit there, it will warm up a little bit too. So you have the gas law equation, and so you still have that thing where they're having to manage pressure and temperature at the same time. So it's possible that maybe they need to do to do a slow fill for longer before they come back in to try and increase the pressure and try fast fill again.
Yep, there you go. And continue with the leak chat real quick. We had a question here a few minutes ago asking, and you might have covered this. I'm sorry if I missed that, but asking, are the leaks like visible? Can we see these leaks happening, or is it more of an internal thing that is being seen and noted by sensors on the vehicle?
It's the latter. So, and in fact, the 4% concentration limit is set so that you don't want to see either a gaseous hydrogen or a liquid hydrogen leak. And so basically what happens is that if you trip that limit, then you have to close down and isolate the hydrogen so that you don't get into a majorly hazardous situation. But on the liquid hydrogen tail service mast, on those umbilicals, you've got the two main lines, and then you've got this purge can that basically encapsulates those. So you've got an 8-inch diameter fill and drain line, and then you have a 4-inch diameter bleed line. And so this is obviously an issue around the fill and drain line, because the bleed line, there really shouldn't be any flow through the bleed line at this point in the tanking procedure. So that's how I remember asking the one of the chief engineers for the exploration ground systems back then about, well, how can you tell where inside this purge can the leak's coming from? And it's like, well, you can tell by deduction. There's no flow going through the bleed line at that point, so it really has to be it has to be something to do with the fill and drain line. So basically we're just waiting to see, waiting to kind of get back into this fast fill transition again. And that they just, what it sounds like is they basically need to do a little bit longer of a prep, run the slow fill for longer, make sure that the temperature in the line is lower before they increase the pressure again, and try and see if that if they have a leak inside the purge can.
There you go. Cool. Here we go. Well, I had the question up and then it went away. Let me find it again. Then another one here. Here we go. We sort of covered this earlier, but that was a while ago. We want to keep reminding people of everything, but asking, when will Orion splash down back on Earth after its trip to the moon and such?
If we launch today or within the late August-September window, which includes September 2nd and September 5th, it is a roughly 42-day mission. It varies between 41, 42, and in and around there, depending on what day you lift off. But it's roughly a 40 to 42-day mission.
There you go. A good question here asking, why and or how do the engines throttle up to 109%? Typically you would think it would be about 100% being the maximum. So how can they throttle up past 100%?
Yeah, so this has to do with the way that the RS-25 engines have been upgraded from their original baseline configuration. So and this is a really, really good question for them. So when we say that the RS-25s are firing at 100% of rated performance, that is 100% of the original rated performance from the late 70s when they were certified, when they were going through the certification process for flight. And then basically what they did after that is they kept improving the engines and eking out a little bit more thrust from them throughout the shuttle program, is they decided to keep the same baseline 100% configuration so that you did not have to go, oh, well, what's 100% on this one versus 100% on this one? Like 100% is just like, for example, I'm going to pull a number out of my hat. You know, like 100% is 3,700 kilonewtons. So then you get more kilonewtons of thrust out of them, but the same baseline 3,700 kilonewtons is the 100%. So when we say 109%, it's just 9% more than what the baseline 100% was when the engines were first created in the late 70s and early 80s. That's all it means in that regard.
There you go. Here we go. And this is one that I might be able to answer here. Fred asking, we're in a very active solar cycle phase right now. And what are the chances of space weather affecting a crewed mission? And what do they do in case of a CME? So yes, that is very true. The sun has really been spitting out CMEs left and right. For those unaware, a CME is a coronal mass ejection, where essentially the sun blows off a massive amount of its surface, its mass, and that will typically travel through space as radiation, and it'll typically, depending on how strong it is, will really interfere with radio systems on Earth, power grids, satellites, in certain orbits and such. It'll definitely affect those. And so with a crewed vehicle going into out into space farther past the Van Allen belts, you know, how can strong, intense radiation caused by the sun affect the crew as well as the spacecraft?
Yeah, so two very good questions there. So from the spacecraft perspective, what they are most concerned about is the overall proton count that is there in the space environment. That is not a constraint for today. The CME that got thrown off at us and in the sun's latest little tantrum that it throws because we're entering our solar max period. It's not a constraint to lifting off. So from the rocket perspective, we're still good. From the human perspective on board, this is actually like a really good test case for Orion to have the sun so active when we're doing this first uncrewed mission, because there are radiation detectors and radiation sensors inside of the Orion to make sure that it is protecting the crew that it will one day house and home and keep safe, making sure that radiation protection is falling in line with what the predicted models were before actually flying. So it's actually really advantageous to be flying this uncrewed mission during a really active solar period where you can get that really good data, because exactly as you mentioned, Hagen, and it's not just the Van Allen radiation belts through Earth that adds sort of some radiation components to it, especially when when the sun is very active. But you're also traveling beyond the realm or outside of the realm of the maximum protection of Earth's magnetic field, which is really what protects us from a lot of the stuff that the sun throws at us. And passing outside of that, it increases the overall radiation risk exposure because you're outside of Earth's little magnetic hug, if you will, for how it protects us and sort of deflects some of the solar energy away from us. So, it's a very good question. But from the rocket perspective and from Orion, we are good right now. Very good, but this would really help us inform what we would need to be looking at for radiation and solar activity for the crewed Artemis flights to come.
Indeed. Here we go. Just had one here on screen. Okay. Here just for a quick, update for those here that might be new. Asking how likely is it to launch today? I don't know if a new weather report has come out, but I know we were sitting at an 80% chance of good conditions at launch. However, we have since found out that NASA and teams are watching and working on a hydrogen leak issue in the tail service mast at Pad 39B. So we'll see.
Yeah,
certainly.
the chances that we'll get off the ground today definitely went down when the liquid hydrogen leak was discovered. They're still not zero. Everything is still counting right now. We'll wait for the next update from the launch team. But I mean, the percentage chance of getting off the ground with a hydrogen leak, if they can't fix that hydrogen leak remotely, is not great. Just to be fully honest on that one. But
Yeah.
that doesn't mean they won't fix it, right? And if they can fix it and they can work through this pressure issue, then again, if they can get hydrogen on the vehicle, it might come down to the weather. So
Yeah.
it's a toss up at this point. Yeah.
Yeah. Definitely. And speaking of leaks, another question you're asking, are leaks necessarily bad, or will there always be some sort of leak on the vehicle?
No, they're bad. They're bad. I mean, a leak in this regard is bad. There's a certain percentage that Philip was talking about. That's like the 4% concentration is sort of the trip limit for the safety element of the system. So, if you're below that, you can sort of continue. But if you're leaking something, even if you don't technically breach your limits, you're gonna want to understand why you're leaking in that area, and then also make sure that hydrogen won't get trapped in that area and potentially become an ignition source when you light the main engines and the solid rocket boosters, because the hydrogen burn off igniters that will light at T-minus 12 seconds here before liftoff don't necessarily point at those areas and can't necessarily burn off that hydrogen that might be in there. So it's a complicated answer to that. But Philip, would you add anything to that?
No, I think that's exactly right. And they've had shuttle used to have leaks in different areas, but yeah, if you don't have a way of, I mean, and the other thing is you don't really want to have like that you notice in the pictures the flare stack is a long distance away from the vehicle. So you can't really operate a lot of, you don't want to be throwing flames at random places on the vehicle. It's like there's only supposed to be at the bottom, on the bottom of the vehicle. So, yeah, I mean, I think you could say technically that, yeah, you won't ever see, those hazardous gas detection sensors probably will never read 0 completely. So there is an acceptable level of hydrogen concentration, but if you're seeing it fluctuate or if you're seeing it go up, and it's not at a very very low level, then that's why they call it a leak. Is it's not a controlled situation. And hydrogen gas, if you don't control it, you could get, I mean, it'd be like a gas leak at your house. You just don't want, you have pilot lights in your on your, if you have a gas stove, you don't want those to go out and have gas leaking into your kitchen, and then suddenly ignite that, because you just get this big pop, which really is essentially an explosion. And so you really don't want to have one of those around a fueled vehicle.
Indeed. Well, to continue our commentary rotations through the night of this very long live stream that has been actually going for quite a while. Time really flies whenever you're intensely following something like this. But we have another regular to NSF streams, all the way in Europe, in Germany. We have Adrian. How are you doing, Adrian?
I'm doing perfectly fine. I mean, what do you mean with late night? It's a perfectly fine 10 a.m. in the morning, right?
Well, it's 4 a.m. for me, and I have school in the morning. So, well, it's going to be a rough morning for me, but worth it. Happy to have you here, Adrian. Help with this awesome team of commentators we've got here with us.
Adrian, I have a question for you. Sorry for interrupting you, Hagen, but do you have a spreadsheet for these? For
No.
this one, for this countdown?
No.
Too bad.
I'm not tracking SLS vents. They are perfectly documented. I'm no need here.
I think the spreadsheets for SLS have already
Of
been
no
made.
use. Yeah.
Yeah.
I've seen a lot of people actually making their own spreadsheets to sort of like tick when milestones are covered and everything. I guess right now it's a little bit weird because they're technically loading, but also not loading right now. It's in slow fail with the liquid hydrogen, so it's kind of in between, right? It's probably a little bit complicated, more than just take something and it's done. No biggie. Continue.
Yeah. Well, I was just going to remind everybody, seeing that our viewer count is increasing. Hello, everybody. Welcome. If you have any questions for us to answer, we have a great team of commentators here to answer any of your questions regarding SLS or Artemis, NASA programs. Be sure to tag us at NASA Spaceflight in chat with your question following that. It's going to put your question into this fancy software that we have that'll let us put it up on screen. So any questions you have, keep us occupied talking as we follow tanking closely. So yeah, getting deep into the count here. Very exciting. Oh, wow, you can see the vapors coming off of the vehicle there, down there from the bottom of the core stage. Very, very, very exciting to see.
It's amazing.
Yeah, I was noticing that earlier and came to the realization, yes, there are some issues right now they're working on, but how cool is it to see SLS on the pad venting in an actual launch countdown? Like that realization, like this is not a wet dress rehearsal. This is nothing of these preparation steps. This is an actual launch countdown. That hit me earlier and I was getting so excited about that.
Yeah, I don't really know how else to say that. You're exactly right, Adrian. I mean, the fact that it's being fueled for a launch attempt is wow.
Yes, I agree. Wow.
And speaking of venting, we all got a little bit excited there for it. But what is venting right now? We have these propellants in the vehicle. What's coming out?
Yeah, so this would be gaseous oxygen that is boiling off inside the liquid oxygen tank and is being vented from near the top of the core stage. And then you also have liquid oxygen that is flowing down into the 4 RS-25 engines on the base of the core stage to help thermally condition them for their eventual planned ignition here toward the end of the countdown. So all what you see coming out of the vehicle right now, the vapors coming out of the vehicle, is just the gaseous oxygen.
Also, we can here see the fuel level on both tanks, which is a very cool overview, I think. And we can see that the liquid hydrogen is at 12%, so it increased, and liquid oxygen is sitting at 61% right now.
Now that I mentioned before the Starship countdown, this is actually a little bit easier in the Starship because you can see the frost, and that kind of gives us a percentage of how filled the tank is actually. So there you go.
Also having the percentages on screen helps a lot.
I think I've just heard PAO saying they're on to fast fill of liquid hydrogen on the core stage.
Okay, that's good. So Philip, do you want to walk us through sort of what that means now that we're back in liquid hydrogen fast fill and what we're going to be looking for here?
Well, I guess I didn't catch the announcement and whether he said they what they saw in terms of the hazardous gas detection system sensor in the purge can, because basically when they transition from slow fill to fast fill, they're increasing the pressure of the commodity going into the fill and drain line, and I'm sorry, I'm just listening to the PAO commentator there. So this is where they were seeing this is where they were seeing the leak. So you increase the pressure. You see what they were seeing back in April, and they were seeing again today was that concentration would go up very dramatically, and so it's an interesting thing. And maybe it was just a Yeah, so Alex is listening for it. He said that they're seeing about 1.8% concentration, but that which is below the limit, and I guess they're willing to accept that as long as it doesn't start to spike and then just go up through the limit. And it sounds like they're going to press, and so we'll just have to see how this holds. And maybe that troubleshooting that they did, I mean, they've had 4 months to think about how they would troubleshoot this situation again if they got to it. So in April, the issue had to do with when they got back to the VAB, they did a torque check on some of the bolts around a bolted flange in that area, and what they found were that the bolts were not torqued to their spec. So the thing is that they've connected and disconnected and torqued those bolts, and they took those bolts out to demate the umbilicals back in July. So they disassembled and put this all back together again. So it in theory would not be the same issue. So again, maybe it had to do with these are new seals. Probably they said they were going to replace the seals for both the bleed line and the fill and drain line, and so maybe because these are new seals, they're behaving a little differently. This is the first tanking that those seals are seeing. So I guess we'll just kind of keep our fingers crossed that that by doing some of this troubleshooting here, that they're able to that the seals are seating now, or sealing at the very least, and keeping the hydrogen concentration below the acceptable limit.
Which everyone cross your fingers and toes that this works, because if it stays below the limit, as Philip was saying, we might be okay today. So cross your fingers and cross your toes.
Yeah,
I have a question here. Oh, sorry.
I'm just going to quickly say, we'd have to go back and look and see how long it took for them to. So they had to stop, and so we'll have to. We were talking about what the T0 time is. I imagine we're going to be talking about that some more later in the morning, about where that leaves us in terms of the earliest possible T0 time.
Yeah, good point, Philip.
It was exactly my question, by the way. I just looked at at previous about timelines, and that basically, previously published, that would basically mean we are looking at about, like, if they go from the initial fast fill start, it's 4.5 hour, right? From fast liquid hydrogen fast fill to T0. So, but that's at this point, it's probably a bit moving left and right with all of these different steps they are checking. So,
right.
Let's hope we get.
But I mean, it's definitely good news. It's definitely good news that this appears to have sealed well enough to keep the hydrogen from leaking. You're maintaining a relatively static rate versus tripping and going over the 4% limit. But yeah, now we have to take a look at. I'd still rather have the problem of launching later in the window than having a hydrogen leak that you have to go out and take apart systems to look for.
100%. Yes.
Yep.
100%.
What you're saying is launch is better than no launch.
Right. We still got that. I'm saying there's still a chance for today.
One thing that they just mentioned on the PAO update is they're ready in the ICPS, the upper stage, for operations a little bit later into the countdown, and the RL10 engine purge is complete. But PA also cautioned that they still have the issue with the communications lag that they had before with Orion, before the countdown, before tanking. Basically, they had that, and the issue is that they actually had an issue with that. They don't have it anymore, but they need to know the root cause so that they could put that away as a potential problem during flight. And that means it is a constraint to go into terminal countdown. So until they actually know that root cause, they are not able to continue. So if they were going to T minus 10 minutes and that moment happened and now they're still having that issue, still not resolved, that root cause not figured out, they will have to hold until they actually figure it out. So it's a no-go condition that they have there. But so far so good. It's still looking like that's the only actual no-go condition for that T minus 10-minute mark.
That
and
is
they'll
very
have-
that is very
they'll-
interesting because the
Yeah.
briefing this morning said no issues were being worked and there were no technical issues that would prevent the launch. But to be totally fair, that person also got a few other things incorrect in that briefing. But that is a very interesting statement from PAO that contradicts the briefing this morning, that there were no technical issues or showstoppers being worked.
It's possible that it happened in between, and also the PO also said that the teams expect to actually have a root cause figured out before that T minus 10-minute mark.
That's
but
good.
you know, anything could happen, right? They
but-
might not
but-
have it figured
But
out.
so this was a different communication lag issue that they were. This is different than the communication lag issue they were facing before the countdown began.
This is before the tanking began. So this is this morning or yesterday night, I guess. For
Okay, so
when
so
we
a
began the
separate-
live stream.
Okay,
Yeah.
so a separate communication issue from the one that we were informed about ahead of the countdown that they fixed.
At
Okay.
least that's what appears to be. Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. Thanks, Alex. So just trying to make sure we've all got it understood here. Yeah, because these things matter, right? If it was the same issue or a different one. So thank you, Alex. Thank you.
As a nervous European right here, is it the Orion or the European Service Module that provides communication?
Yeah.
It's Orion because Orion has to continue to communicate after it separates from the European Service Module as it re-enters.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. I don't recall there being like a it being one of the major subsystems in the ESM. I think it's part of it's mostly a command command. I just did it. I'm using the Apollo terminology, the crew module. But yeah, I mean, and of course, so the hydrogen getting a little farther behind on the hydrogen, and so we've flipped over. So earlier we were told that they had to slow down the liquid oxygen or liquid hydrogen. What did they say? I'm still kind of curious about that, but we do still have that thing where they're having to catch up. They can only go so far ahead on the liquid oxygen fill until the liquid hydrogen tank gets more and more full. And not normally the hydrogen tank would be filled much faster than the oxygen, but the oxygen being not quite so, even though it's more dense, you don't tend to have as many leaks with the liquid oxygen system. And so they've just been plugging away in fast fill on liquid oxygen this whole time that they've been troubleshooting the liquid hydrogen side. So but this getting a little behind on that timeline, probably pushing us closer to the end of the window. That'll give Orion a little longer to work through that issue and figure out root cause.
Yeah. Well, this is a good question. I'm gonna keep it going here with some questions. From Pascal asking, did the Saturn V experience any leakage problems during its countdown or countdowns?
I don't recall hearing any major ones. Like once they got into once they started flying the vehicles. I mean, all those stages went to what is now called Stennis. I think it was still called the Mississippi Test Facility at the time. But I don't recall there being any major, maybe some, there were some GSE leaks, ground service equipment. I'm sorry, I'm using acronyms again. But I mean, I think almost all of the Saturn V launches were on time once they started flying.
Yeah.
There were very few that were delayed. I think Apollo 14 and Apollo 17 are the only other ones I can think of that were delayed.
Yeah, and even Apollo 17, like launched that same day after the auto cutoff that it experienced
Right.
on that one. Yeah, and Apollo 4, I mean, I can definitely answer the question from the Apollo 4 and the Apollo 11 standpoint. There were no leaks on those because they launched right on time at the opening of their windows, which is pretty impressive for Apollo 4, considering it was the first Saturn V ever to fly, and it launched right on time on attempt number 1 at the opening of the window. So yeah, no leaks on that one. But yeah, you're right, Philip. The Saturn V was a really reliable vehicle in terms of once you started fueling it, you usually got off the ground.
I do believe we had some questions in the chat, not directly tagging us and everything, but I do look at the chat, all the messages and everything, and someone actually said, "Why did they do all the shuttle launches successfully? If they did they have leaks or anything?" And oh boy, did they have leaks!
Well,
leaks.
Well, yes and no.
Okay, well,
so let's be very clear here. Yes, there were during the shuttle program there were issues with hydrogen leaks, but not at the tail service masts like this. The sort of year of the 1990, the sort of year of the dreaded hydrogen leaks was something between the orbiter connection to the external tank is where the leaks were coming from, and they even put like clear doors on to try to figure out where it was coming from. And that was a problem that existed for Columbia and Atlantis, but somehow Discovery was never affected by it in that year. And then toward the end of the program, we had issues where the gaseous oxygen vent system, the little arm that would come out and attach to the external tank and was one of the final 3 that fell away right at T0, the seals on that one began leaking. With STS-119, and they had leaks on 119, 127, and 133 on that one. And what they eventually traced that to is a very similar thing here, where if they put on that system right away and then didn't touch it, didn't disconnect it, just hauled it out to the pad and hooked up the pad side, it was fine. It ended up being when they had to disconnect it for different reasons and reseat the seal that they weren't getting good seals on those things. In that regard, and torquing wouldn't work. So kind of similar in this regard, although that was a gaseous oxygen side, not a liquid oxygen side. But to my knowledge, I can't, and Philip, help me out here, I can't pull out of my head a moment when the liquid hydrogen tail service mast on shuttle leaked like this.
I do believe, before Philip might actually come up with this, but I do believe the one for Chandra actually stopped at one moment, the countdown, because they had a high reading on the tail service mast, if I remember correctly.
Are you referring to the cutoff at T-minus 7 seconds?
Might
on that
be
one?
misremembering. Yeah, I believe that was the one.
Yeah, so if you're talking about STS-93, when they did have hydrogen high in the aft concentration reading, that was a faulty sensor on the mobile launch platform.
Okay.
That registered a spike. None of the others did, but of course the system is biased on hydrogen to accept the sensor telling you there's a problem. And then because they did not actually light the engines, they cut off at like T-minus 7 seconds, like 0.4 of a second before the engine start sequence would have started. They were able to just replace the ROFIs, come back, replace the faulty sensor, and they launched 2 days later.
Okay.
Right, and but the reading that they were taking was inside the aft compartment of the orbiter. So that the analog here would be inside the engine section of the core stage. And we're not seeing that. I don't recall. So like, you go back to the summer of the hydrogen leaks. Those were internal aft compartment leaks. There was a leak at the orbiter to external tank umbilical. So same kind of connection as the quick disconnect. So you have with the shuttle, you had a quick disconnect between the orbiter and the external tank. You also had the quick disconnect between the tail service mast connections to the orbiter, but I don't recall hearing of any major leaks at the tail service mast connections to the orbiter. These were these were more vehicle to vehicle interface hydrogen connections. Now again, I'm leaving out the GUP. So, but that one, yes, that would be a quick disconnect of a hydrogen vent up at the inner tank. but in terms of like orbiter aft compartment, we didn't see the gup leaks until the very end of the program.
All right. Well then, if Jack is here, I think it is time for me to hand the hosting reins over
Hello.
to Jack. Yep, there he is. Jack
I have
Beyer,
grabbed the
everybody.
reins. The wagon is off the rails, and I've got the reins, and we're going to put the wagon back on the
After you.
rails. Because
Yep. So
apparently wagons have rails. I don't know. But yeah, I'm here.
yeah, Jack is actually out at the press site. Gonna give you guys some awesome pictures in a little bit and everything. So a big thank you to everybody for allowing me to come on here and talk with y'all tonight. A big thank you to Jack for taking over for me, and a big thank you to everybody at NSF for helping out tonight and for the constant support that we get from Super Chats and the fans out there. So thank you guys.
Thank you, Hagen.
All right. Well, I have
you,
school in
Hagen.
the morning, so I better get to bed. So thank you guys, and Godspeed, SLS and Artemis. Bye, guys.
Am I coming through okay? 1, 2, 3, test. Hi, hello?
Yeah, you're
Alright.
robotic there,
Yeah,
Jack.
you're robotic.
Yep.
Okay, resetting. We're resetting the bot here.
But yeah, if you're just joining us, welcome from around the world to live coverage of the launch of the Artemis I mission from the Kennedy Space Center here in Florida. The count has the fueling part of the count has not exactly gone as smooth as we were hoping. There was a leak of liquid hydrogen from in the purge can area of the liquid hydrogen tail service mast. But they stopped flow at that point, and they then got an overpressure reading, and they went back and manually thermally conditioned the transfer lines for liquid hydrogen to get them back down to the proper temperatures. They reinitiated fast flow of liquid hydrogen into the vehicle, and they did not see the leak reoccur to the extent that it had. So basically, the leak before breached a 4% concentration limit, which is the automatic safety cutoff for fueling operations. But then when they came back and they started doing it again, that concentration was only 1.4% or something around there, and within the acceptable limits to continue. So there's some indication that the seal reseat operation that they did out there by just sort of stopping the flow, letting the temperature change, and then recooling everything back down and not starting again. They didn't completely drain the tank, but then proceeding does, as of this point, seem to have worked. And there was just an update that was given by Public Affairs. And Alex, what was that? What was that update that they gave?
Oh, just continuing with things. Not really an update, just a status, sort of what we're at right now. They're still doing the fast fill right now. They're looking at the levels of the concentration of the hydrogen on the tail service mast, but so far it's proceeding smoothly. But
Good.
obviously a little bit of a delay here with the tanking. They're not obviously going at the timings that they had planned before, and that's something that PAO has also talked about, that they're likely going to be, like, not likely, but obviously there's going to be a new T0. But he'll say once the teams come up with a new T0. And the good thing is that we have 2 hours in the window, so as long as delays are not really going too far deep into the countdown, they're still good. And so far, I think the delay is about an hour, 90 minutes, so an hour and a half. So we'll probably be looking at a launch probably in the later half of the window. But as long as they can, they can always speed run some of the other activities that they can get ahead. Even before the tanking of, for example, the ICPS and things like that, they already have some of the activities completed already. So it may not need as much time as they had previously on the timeline because of that. But again, we'll keep an eye to the updates that PAO give us, And I think I'm leaving myself now. I'm doing my own outro here because I'm gonna leave and be relieved. I believe Adrian is actually the other European that came before, and he's gonna be taking a little bit of my seat here as well. But yeah, it's been a pleasure to be with you all, to be working here and stuff, doing this epic commentary with you guys on an epic launch. Yeah,
Indeed.
it's amazing
Thank you so
to
much
be
for
part
being
of
around,
this.
Alex. Am I coming through fine now? I switched Wi-Fi networks.
You're coming great.
You're fine.
I think you're probably a little bit low on volume, but I believe Patrick can solve that.
All right,
So,
cool.
anyways,
Well, we'll see you later, buddy.
see,
Thanks for being
see
on
you
the
guys.
stream.
Yeah, Alex.
Yeah, Alex.
Really quick,
Bye-bye.
we're getting some really stale super chats here, so I'm gonna run through some of these. Carson, thank you for the support there. Nicola, thank you. Let's see, clicking on that. VLF Chicago Transit became a pad rat. Thank you. Carl Magnus, thank you for the support. James Juries, thanks for the support. James Juries always coming in with a whole bunch of support. Paul Stanton, thank you so much. Why not reuse the SRBs? Because they ended up getting extra performance out of the vehicle by removing that recovery hardware and stuff. Philip Whitehouse, thanks for the support. WW, thank you for the support. Is that Walter White or Walt Whitman? That's a Breaking Bad reference. Drew Narcirdis, thank you for the support. Let's see, Chris K. What's up, Chris? You made it to a viewing site. Awesome, glad to hear it. I know you were having some airline troubles, but thank you for the support there, Chris, and all your help with SBL and everything else you do. For NSF, RJ, thanks for the support. RJ, also thanks for more support. So they say, after the rocket launches, is there any scenario where a problem could threaten the entire Artemis program from continuing? Yes, there are. We're not going to talk or think about them, but you can imagine, I'm sure, what those may or may not be. Pad fallback. Mick Bain explains. Thank you for the support. They say, what's everything we know about the progress of Artemis II? How quick do things come along once the first one launches? Love from Saskatchewan. Philip. Is Philip still around? I don't even know what's going on anymore. Chris.
Okay, yes, hello.
What do we know about...
I think Philip is still here, but yeah,
I'm still
yes.
here.
Okay, yeah, Philip, this is a good question for you, yeah.
Artemis, oh wait, I didn't click the right one. Here we go. Artemis 2, what do we know? How quick will things come together after this first one launches, assuming things go well?
Assuming things go well, we're probably looking at the second half of 2024 for that's probably the soonest that they could launch Artemis 2. There's, even though some of the pieces of the vehicle, like the core stage, for example, is actually a little ahead of everything else. But the 5 segments of the solid rocket boosters, all 10 of those for the left and right booster, those are all complete. Those have been done for a while, so those finished first. And the core stage will probably be done in March of next year, but it's going to take a little while longer for Orion, and then there's a bunch of modifications that they need to do on the. I'm just looking at an update from PAO, but yeah, Artemis 2 is probably looking at second half of 2024 is kind of realistically when they can the soonest that they could launch it.
And that's like it's like without any delays or issues that might inevitably pop up. So it could also it could slip from that and go further. At first, when you said the second half of 2024, I was like, oof, that means realistically 2025. But I guess first half of 2024 means realistically second half of 2024, which I can deal with that. Obviously, I think we all would like it to be sooner, but it's just the way things go with the budgetary process and how much they've been authorized to spend and how the whole pipeline was laid out. I mean, I am excited for the latter half of the decade when we might get 2 a year. That seems like that would be really nice to eventually get there finally. James Juries.
It would, but oh, sorry. I just want to. Sorry, Jack.
Yeah,
just really quick because it's an update for the countdown. We have a go to load liquid hydrogen into the interim cryogenic propulsion stage. So fueling is about to begin for the upper stage, the ICPS provided by United Launch Alliance.
Excellent. We thank
that
you.
Would be a
for their
change too. That would be a sort of a modification to the procedure and it's probably because they're behind, which is that the original plan was that they would wait until they got into replenish, that they completely filled the liquid hydrogen tank and got into replenish on the core stage before they started into ICPS. But I think given the situation here where they've gotten behind due to the troubleshooting of the leak, which they seem to have been able to seal that leak at least effectively. So but it is interesting that's something I remember asking the assistant launch director if they would consider doing that, and so he was kind of reluctant to say they would, but they've obviously decided to do that this morning.
Nice.
Yeah, and that would make sense, right? Because there's sort of the, oh, okay, this is how we would like to do it process, but then there's also the this is how we can do it process if we need to make up time. And this is sort of that weird way where we can say, oh my gosh, how can they make up time when fueling? Well, you can just alter around when you start certain things based on thermal characteristics on the vehicle, which is exactly what, as you said, Philip, what we're seeing them do now in order to not basically, it's just they can do it now, so they're going to, so they're not even further behind when we get to the opening of the window.
Oh,
Right.
oh man, you know what I just noticed? I think this might be a good omen. I mean, I guess it's been happening every night, but I just looked to my right and I see the constellation Orion just sort of hanging out, like, I don't know, 20 degrees above the press site. That's cool. Orion is watching Orion and Artemis, and maybe we'll, as we start to flow hydrogen into the ICPS, we will actually get a successful launch this morning. That would be excellent. Let's see. James Juries, thank you. Paul Stanton, thank you for the support. Let's see. Paul Stanton also asking about the SRBs. It's because they got extra performance out of them. Our Airavail, thank you for the support. They say, hypothetically, could they make a 4 SRB version of SLS, and would there be any benefit of doing so besides making Northrop Grumman very happy?
Go, Discord, go.
I think it would make a lot of Kerbal fans very happy. I mean, 4X radial symmetry, I'm all about it. Does anyone have any like technical sort of background that they want to add on to this, or do we want to just giggle at it and move on?
I want to say poor structural engineers of the core stage.
Yeah.
Because good luck designing this for 4 SRBs.
Even though in reality, if you added 2 SRBs to this vehicle, you would basically be making a new vehicle. You'd have to basically start. Yeah. You'd have to start the core stage design over from scratch, and certainly from a structural standpoint. But probably all sorts of other fun stuff.
It's not like Kerbal Space Program, right? I mean, also immediately what comes to my mind is the thrust weight ratio of this thing. I think is 1.5. Like, it's going to leap off the pad as is. You had 2 more solids on there. The thing is going to be going like. You're
going to reach max Q at 10 seconds. No, that's a joke, but
yeah, that's a pretty funny. Like, thanks for the super chat there, Airvale. Carson Fran, thanks for becoming a PadRat member. Super appreciate all of our members. It's so key to what we do. If you haven't considered it, consider the membership program. Or don't. It's your money. You can do what you want. But we really appreciate every single one of our members for helping us do what we do, because y'all are the bedrock that allow us to take leaps and risks and spend a bunch of money on infrastructure things like, I don't know, the thousands of dollars of equipment that are required to have fiber from NASA and get all these sweet NASA images like this one on the left here. It's just, how cool is that? I mean, come on. Let's see here. Mars Labs, thank you for the support. They say, hey, on the periodic table, what number is boron? Asking for Adrian. I don't know what boron is on the top of my head.
It's the 5th element.
Oh, I get it. That's hilarious. I should have got it. I should have got that. Jim Reed, thanks for the support. They say, thanks for staying up all night. Nice to have company. 73 from N4BFR. I don't know what that means, but thank you, Jim. I have had way too much caffeine, and I am vibrating in my chair. Peter Jensen, that's how you stay up all night, right? Peter Jensen, thank you for the support. Yes. Snag, thank you for the support. VLF Chicago, thank you for the support. Good luck getting to the Cape in time from Orlando. It might be kind of insane on the roads, but if it goes, you'll see it. You'll see it from Orlando. You'll see it from Orlando. You'll see it from Tampa. Like, if you're in Florida right now, you probably have a pretty good chance of seeing it. So you're on the right track. Ben Weiss, thank you for the support and the kind words. Jim Juries, thank you for the support. And Sam is on their way to watch the launch. Thank you for the support, Sam. They're going to watch at Jetty Park. Is there somewhere else you guys recommend for a better view I could get to? it's 440 right now. If you're not already in a good spot, the good spot might be taken. But yeah, I don't know, Chris. Do you have any like last minute viewing option plan? Like, what would you do if you woke up out of a cold sweat and you were like, I gotta go find somewhere to watch? What would you do?
I would try to get as close as I can while understanding that people literally started lining up yesterday and that the riverfronts were basically full by sundown. So you're not going to get the shot right across the river at this point, right? But if you want to get as close as you can, I would definitely say do it, because the closer you are, the more you're going to feel of this thing. But anyone in Central Florida and sort of around the outskirts of Central Florida, you will not only hear this, you will feel this. But the closer you can get, the best. But just know you're not going to get the best spots at this point.
Indeed. Thank you, Sam, for the support. And last up, Stefan, thank you for the support. Sorry, Adrian, go ahead.
I was just saying, watch the NASA spaceflight live stream of the launch to get also amazing views.
Yeah, but if you're in Florida, you should definitely like try and get as close as you can and watch it, and also maybe have our feed on so you know what's going on. But then like T0, maybe like take your headphones out and watch it, and then put your headphones back in and keep watching our stream. Thank you everybody for tuning in on this one. All right, well, we've cleared out the super chats. I definitely want to show appreciation to everybody who is helping us do what we do. Keeping the lights on, keeping the robots fed and oiled and happy. It's so, I mean, we wouldn't be able to do this without you guys. So thank you. I'm sitting here looking at SLS and the countdown clock, and it's beyond surreal. Let's see.
At this point, I'm getting more and more optimistic with the hydrogen tank being at 61% fuel at this point. Full at this point. So they're getting there.
If you made a graph of my of how I thought this was going, there was a low point, and we are currently trending extremely positive, which is pretty great. So,
oh my gosh, we just asked like where you are and if you're trying to get to a place. I just saw a traffic heat map of the delays. Yeah, we already have delays like out of Brevard County of people trying to get in on the main thoroughfares coming in from the Orlando area. So just be aware, if you try to leave now and you've got a long distance to go, you might also totally just get caught in traffic. And that's where you'll have to watch it from.
It's basically like drive until you hit the snarl. When you hit the snarl, then park safely and watch from there. But yeah, that's
a bicycle. Bring a bicycle and a backpack.
Yeah, honestly that's a really, really, really good idea. If you can avoid the perils of an automobile right now, like that would be perfect. Adrian, this graph that you posted in our back channel is precisely correct. Yes, and that arrow indicates where we currently are. Yeah, thank you. I would nobody else other than you would I expect to. Like, are you making a spreadsheet of my emotions as we go? I feel like
I should.
You sort of should. You can periodically ask me for how I'm feeling and add the data to the spreadsheet. Maybe we'll figure out a pattern, and you'll be able to sort out some. Okay, I'll stop. Let's see here. Let's look for some more questions because y'all are asking really good questions. Don't forget, if you have a question that you want to ask, you don't have to super chat or anything, though we do appreciate that so much. You can just at NASA Spaceflight in chat, and it'll pop up in some software that Michael wrote. Let's see. Attila is asking why only the helium has this problem. Bad coincidence? No, it's not quite a coincidence as much as helium is a very tiny molecule. At least,
hydrogen.
Sorry, thank you so much. It's 4:44 a.m. and I have not slept. Hydrogen is a very tricky and tiny molecule, and it likes to escape from wherever it is, because it is so tiny. It is quite tricky. Is that a fair assessment, Chris?
That is a very fair assessment. Yeah, it's tiny, and it will find any available leak path that is available to it.
You could say it's easily hydrogun.
Yeah.
Okay, that's something I'd expect from us at 4:30 in the morning, Adrian.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
I think way back at the top of the broadcast, we were talking about how the hydrogen tank on the core stage shrinks by I think up to 8 inches, and so because hydrogen is so cold, it's Let's see. What would it be? It's maybe 30 degrees and change above absolute zero is where hydrogen becomes a liquid, and so all of the structures and metal and anything that touches that is gonna you have the thermal expansion and contraction of everything, and so you trying to design a seal that's going to maintain that's going to maintain tight around a circumference. And again, we're talking about a fill and drain line that's 8 inches in diameter. The leak might not have been there, but you still have that same diameter of equipment around the line itself running up to the core stage, and so everything kind of changes shape. And if it doesn't contract and expand at the same rates all around the circumference or all around a flange that's bolted together, you all you have to do is, like we're saying, these little tiny molecules, all you have to do is open up a little bit of daylight and they will go right out through that crack.
Can you hear me? Am I coming through okay, or am I robotic?
Yes. You're fine.
You're good right now, Jack.
Okay, I'm getting a little bit of dropouts, I guess, on Discord. It's a little bit. I think it might be sorted. Let's see here. So yeah, is it safe to say that hydrogen is a jerk?
SLS might think so, but no, hydrogen is just very tricky to work with, and we're obviously seeing some sort of commonality here, with where the leaks are and what they thought would fix it and what actually did fix it. So, it will be interesting to hear Charlie's assessment in the briefing that will come later today. Hopefully, the post-launch briefing, as to exactly what they were seeing.
My question is, what is that thing that's flying around on the engine section of the core stage right now?
Is that a bat?
See that thing moving?
Do we have a rocket bat?
I don't know. There's that's pretty funny.
I think we have a rocket bat.
Is it a bat, or is it? It's so hard to get a sense of scale here.
It cannot be a moth, because a moth would be the biggest
I'm
moth.
not sure we'd be able to see it.
Oh, that very well could be a bat. We've had a space bat before. Here, I see exactly what you're thinking. Yeah, it's a curious avian. Let's put it that way.
Hey, little buddy, get out of there fast.
Rocket bat doing whatever a rocket bat does. Let's see here.
Aluminum. So this is not like the shuttle external tank began using aluminum lithium. I think that one was 2195, but this is mostly just aluminum 2219, and so which is a little, I guess, easier to weld, and this is all friction stir welded now. But yeah, the structure itself is mostly an aluminum alloy.
Neat. Good question, Spaceflight Industries. Beep beep beep. Looking for some more questions here. Felix is asking, any idea how much of the core stage will make it to the ocean versus burn up during re-entry? Do we have any inkling? And I mean, I know when spacecraft burn up in general, a lot of times COPVs, the composite overwrapped pressure vessels, will make it to the ground. It's possible for that to happen. Do we have any sort of indication on what might make it and actually splash into the ocean, maybe the RS-25s or something?
Yeah, the power heads of the RS-25 engines are likely to survive, at least portions of them. and kind of like not like I mean like not like identifiable pieces, but like they have a chance of surviving just because the temperatures that they operate at are sort of very similar to the temperatures during atmospheric reentry. Their atmospheric reentry does get a little hotter. So some portions of the engines and the main propulsion system might survive along with COPVs. And anything else you can think of, Philip?
I mean, those would be the things. I mean, it's the reason that those do better is because they're protected by the external structures. So the outside of the engine section and will burn up, but in the process you're slowing down, and so those pieces like the engine power heads, for instance, are not exposed to the reentry as much reentry heating until the engine section is completely compromised and it's ripped apart and ripped open, and then the power heads are exposed to high temperature, high speed deceleration. And but I mean, I hate to use the analogy, but it really is. If the core stage is a groundlet sustainer stage. So it lifts off. It starts and lifts off like a first stage, but it re-enters like a upper stage, and so you're going to see an unfortunate comparison, but you're going to see the type of destruction of even the engines that you saw with Columbia, and you had the same thing where it broke into pieces. The aft compartment itself is still protecting the power heads until its guts ripped open, and then the power heads are exposed. And so I saw a picture of is basically half of a hot gas manifold, which is basically the very inner structural piece of an engine, but it was basically all by itself and it wasn't even intact. And so the forces required to do that to an engine are pretty incredible. So it's not nice to think about, but it's not like you won't really be able to put this into a museum very well. It won't be like going to find like the Saturn V first stage. It's separated and landed. It's separated at a much slower speed, and so the damage to that structure is much more of a water impact damage. For the core stage or things re-entering, it's re-entry. It's basically re-entry, breakup, and burning up of the structure. It's taking it apart and burning it up into little tiny pieces.
I have a terrible train of thought right now because I'm so caffeinated and excited for this thing to launch. But something you said made me want to reference Futurama, which was, she's built like a steakhouse, but handles like a bistro. Sorry, Adrian, what were you going to say?
Fantastic, Jack.
Just as another example of a sustainer stage coming down, if you compare it to the Zhangzheng 5, which is a sustainer stage coming down, but in a way more uncontrolled way, what also usually survive there is the downcomer, like piping structure inside of the main tank, because that is at first protected and then later broken up. So that usually
downcomer or transfer tube? Downcomer or transfer tube?
Oh
Yeah.
no.
Which I can I can disavow you of any thoughts on that one. There is no downcomer inside the SLS. The way they get the liquid oxygen from the top of the liquid oxygen tank are there. Those pipes are called the feed lines, and they are on the outside of the vehicle for this one. But it's an excellent point.
Yeah, they do call those downcomers. So, but they're external.
Okay. Well, maybe that's a distinction. Like if they're external, it's a downcomer. If it's internal, it's a transfer tube because it transfers it through the tank. I don't know. I just call them sidey boys. It's like the little. Okay, I'll stop. Let's see here. Boop boop boop. Again, keep your questions coming, y'all. A lot of questions about where people will be able to see the launch from. Has there been any kind of like launch viewing map published or what have you? Like, will someone be able to see it in Atlanta?
I don't think so.
Florida.
I mean, I don't
for this
think
one primarily.
because it's during the daytime.
Maybe
If
the
it was at
Bahamas
night,
if they arc, if they're late in the window, since they'll arc a
Right.
bit to the south on this one. But it's primarily going to be a Florida visual event. Maybe extreme southern portions of coastal Georgia, the Bahamas, we'll be able to see it. But other than that, nah. Yeah, like it's not a huge range of visibility because it's not going up the east coast of the U.S. The solids will separate. So yeah, like the best viewing is going to be Florida and the Bahamas on this one.
Speaking of the best views, you know what we've got some views of? It's SLS in our merch store. Waiting for, there we go, bam. We've got some super sweet new merch. We've got the Road to Artemis shirt, which is awesome, and we've got a whole bunch of new design. We've got this new orange rocket good design with an exploded SLS view, and here's something we did that's kind of fun just for this event and for SLS. We've got the exploded SLS design. I should really hesitate. I should not call it that while we're sitting here waiting for this to launch. Thank you. Expanded. Thank you, Thomas. We've got the expanded SLS design. We've got two versions of the shirt, and I want you all to vote with your dollars here. Which version of the shirt do you like more? There's a funny one with funny names for everything, and then there's a serious one with actual names for everything. So take your pick which one you like. Do you like the one that calls the orange core stage just orange? Or do you want the one that labels it core stage? Take your pick, but check out the different versions on the merch store, and if you have one that you prefer, buy it, and then whichever one wins, I may or may not win a bet. We'll put it that way. But it's not just t-shirts and whatnot. We've also got the metal prints in the store. I know Brady last night shot an amazing shot with some lightning and SLS in the same frame. That was truly outstanding. And we've also got a new print from myself, which is a super high-res image of SLS in a kind of a vertical format there. So metal prints, super easy to hang, don't need a frame or anything, just goes pop right up on your wall. We super appreciate all the support from everybody, and you better believe we're going to be posting more SLS content up on the merch store. But if there's something that piques your interest and you fancy, check it out, maybe buy it. It's another way to support what we do aside from the super chats and the membership program, and you get something physical in return. So if you like anything you see, go for it, and we really, really appreciate it. So with that merch plug over, let's get back into the fun technical discussions that we are having here. Samuel is asking, how can they fix the leaks that we were seeing earlier from the control room? It's not like they can apply, Flex Seal from the control room, but basically they turned it off and turned it on again, right? I mean, is that am I being stupid, or is that not an oversimplification?
No, I think that's basically what they did. But I think the idea behind it to some extent is these are new seals. This is the tail service mast and the umbilical connections they basically they took those apart when the vehicle came back from the June wet dress, and they put it back together. And so I think some of this stuff is seeing hydrogen and these really cold temperatures for the very first time, if not a lot of that hardware. And so I think the idea is that they would stop, chill those down a little bit slower, and then basically try and do it again and see if that caused, they didn't, we've been talking about chill downs and not shocking the equipment. This might be kind of a sort of a micro version of that, in that they just needed to chill down some of this equipment a little slower, so that you got sort of uniform conditioning of the material, so that you didn't open up any leak paths for it.
Gotcha. All right. Well, let's see. Space Chili is asking, will SLS ever be capable of going to Mars? Well, the rocket itself obviously isn't going to go to Mars, but would SLS be capable in like a cargo variant to send payloads to Mars? Philip?
Sure. It's just the issue is that you need the more performance you need to get to some place like Mars or Jupiter or wherever, the less payload you can send for a given vehicle with sort of a maximum performance. So for a while they were planning on using this version of SLS to launch Europa Clipper. And that's now been reassigned to a Falcon Heavy, but this vehicle, purely from performance, because they had some technical issues with integrating Europa Clipper, but this vehicle could have sent about 6 tons of spacecraft directly to Jupiter, versus Orion. The Orion payload that they're going to send to the moon, hopefully today, is about 27 tons. So it can send some payload, but not quite as much as it can to the moon.
Got it. And that's why it shouldn't be called the Mega Moon Rocket, because it can do other things too, right? Plus, that's just a stupid name. Anyways, moving right along. Let's see here. Josh is asking, if they are not able to launch during this count, will the flight termination system certification be an issue for upcoming attempts? How does that all play out? They have a couple more attempts in this I guess, set of attempts, but then it becomes an issue, right?
Right. It would be an issue for basically after the end of this launch period. Now we've kind of gotten conflicting statements about the very last day of the launch period, which would be September 6th. But if they had to go to Friday and beyond, they should be able to do at least a couple of launch attempts before the end of this launch period with the FTS certification that they have.
Got it. All right then. Let's see here. We're coming up on. Oh, no, never mind. Hang on. I've developed a tick where I make beeping sounds while I'm looking for more questions. I don't know what's going on. Maybe
I can fill in with that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It is what it is. Let's see. Looking for a couple more. A couple people talking about the clock. I know we've been having some clock funkiness. It's in work. I think it's fixed now. But either way, we are aware and we're working on it. Let's see here. We have questions coming in, but there's none here in the queue. If anyone sees any that you want to add, go for it.
Oh god, we just had a static from you, I think, Jack.
Okay, I'm going to quit Discord and come back. Somebody vamp. Bye.
Yep, I will just update you all on the current status, because right now the core stage liquid hydrogen tank is at about 94% fuel. So right now it looks like they are overcoming whatever that issue was with the leak, and they are able to fully fuel the liquid hydrogen stage, or at least getting close to that. The liquid oxygen tank is at about 92% right now, with only both of them less than 10% to do before they're fully fueled. The ICPS fuel is also ongoing. So right now, yeah, the hope chart is going to rise more and more again, and it's looking good so far. So let's hope it continues.
Joy, are you? Am I coming through okay now?
Sound a bit underwaterish, I would say.
Underwaterish. That's
like you had socks over your headset.
What about now?
No, now I hear more static.
Oh, good. That's good.
It's lovely.
I will troubleshoot and be back.
Yes, I will. For the meantime, commentate here alone, because I think everybody else is gone at this point. But yeah, right now we still have no, I think, firm timeline or T0 that is set right now for this countdown. But I guess we hope that we will get that soon, which then would mean we are really having a fixed time for when they are aiming for the launch in the launch window. And also we see some venting from the liquid hydrogen line of the ICPS, which is also a cool sign to see right now. So we can see all of these different umbilicals and vents just spooling up, getting ready to fuel this rocket or unfueling this rocket. The ICPS is a bit like the main thing we are seeing right now, I think, is the Orion service mast. We can see right now here in the center, but below that is the ICPS. And you also can see the area where the European service module would be, which is right below Orion. And yeah, let me hop into the queue and
oh, look at that! It's venting.
Yes,
that's the core stage liquid. That's liquid oxygen, or actually, it wouldn't be liquid oxygen. It would be gaseous oxygen venting from the as Adrian was saying, the liquid oxygen tank is nearly full now, and so you have a lot of you have oxygen boil off, and so they're constantly venting, and that the forward skirt of the core stage kind of basically sits right over the forward dome of the liquid oxygen tank, and that's where the vent valve is, and so that's what we're looking at here. So it's the sort of light southerly southeast flow is pushing that from south to north towards the mobile launcher, as we see in this picture. So you can see that's quite a pretty high amount of venting coming out of that as we get close to, and it looks like the liquid hydrogen tank is basically reaching the topping point here very soon. I think I saw 99%. If I recall correctly, there's a 98% sensor in the liquid in both tanks, and then 100% full sensor, and that kind of tells you when to start to slow down on filling the tanks, slow down the flow rate, and so we're getting close on the core stage to being to going into topping, and then eventually into replenish, and then we'll get on the hydrogen side. That's when we're going to get to the other past leak that we're going to be looking at, which was the leak that they had in June, which had to do with the liquid hydrogen bleed. And so we're getting close to testing that seal out to make sure that it's leak tight.
So what you're saying is with SLS, instead of slow your roll, it's slow your fill.
At this point, yes.
I'm sorry. Cool. Well, we'll have to wait and see how that all plays out, and if that issue crops up. Look at the flare stack kind of picking up now. I know that's not on our screen because we're shifting around here, but I am looking at the flare stack, and it is going a little ham right now, which is pretty cool. Let's see here. Speaking of the flare stack, we do have a question coming through. Someone is asking, where did that go? Dom is asking, why is there fire in the right-hand corner? That is a flare stack. They burn off the hydrogen, so hydrogen does not accumulate, and bad things don't happen. Let's just stick with that.
Right, and so you have the same. As Jack digs for some more questions, you're having the same situation with the liquid hydrogen tank now, as it's almost full. You have hydrogen boil off, and that's being vented out that tank, but instead of venting that just out into the open air, that goes out to the flare stack. And so we're just seeing more activity there because there's more hydrogen that's being vented all the way out there.
Also, update from the PAO, they are topping the liquid hydrogen tank at this point. So
right,
we are
that's
getting
basically. Yeah, it's sort of like there are these sort of different fill rates, and so once you reach that 98% sensor, and we're actually now they're showing 100%, but you basically slow the fill rate down, and then you start to sort of calibrate how much trickle into both tanks to cover for the amount that's boiling off at the top. And it also helps to condition the propellant has sort of a bulk temperature, and so you're also conditioning the hydrogen and the oxygen in the tank to keep it as relatively cool. It won't be subcooled like with Falcon and Starship, but the cooler the propellant, the lower the temperature, the better within reason.
Makes sense. Really quick, let me just do some of these before we get too far behind. I really want to express appreciation for everyone who's supporting what we do. Alberto, thanks for becoming a Capcom member. Again, at Capcom membership level and above, you get Discord access. So pop into the Discord and say, hey. Fluxline, also becoming a Capcom member. Thank you so much to both of you. And also Nikki, becoming a Capcom member. Thank you so much for the support there. Thank you to all of our members. Couldn't do what we do without you. Nolan became a Padrat. Thank you, Nolan. Let's see here. Michael becoming a Padrat member. Awesome. Also, Mark Lynch, thanks for the support. Alex Gar, thanks for the support. Let's see. Mr. Daryl Man, thanks for the support. Asking, what is Artemis II going to be doing? It's going to be launching Crew. We can get into more specifics on that in a little bit, but I want to make sure we're not letting these super chats get too stale. We're like 30 minutes old. So just bear with me. I'll run through them here really quick. Musical Wolves, thank you so much for the support. A thermal cam of SLS would be cool. Philip Emery, thank you for the support. Enjoying the marathon coverage. I'm glad you are. A generous amount of support there. Thomas, thank you for the super chat here. Thomas is asking, are they intending to use parts of the capsule again? What impact would a loss of the capsule have on Artemis II, even though there would be no need for a reflight of Artemis I? That is an interesting question. Philip, what's going on with the capsule here?
This is the second Orion to fly, at least the second Orion crew module. And it's the only piece of the spacecraft of the launch vehicle that really comes back. This will be used it'll actually be used as a test article when it gets back, but they will be reusing the avionics in the crew module, but they don't plan on reusing the structure in flight. It will be used for, I believe it's going to go up to Langley and do some, wait, is that right? I think it's going up to Langley Research Center for maybe some water impact tests. I may, or maybe I think it's Plumbrook. I'm sorry, but it will be doing some environmental testing and some post-flight testing to help certify the spacecraft for Crew on Artemis II. And so I think if Chris G was saying that the Artemis I and Artemis II crew modules are not planned for heavy reuse, but they will reuse the avionics. And then beginning with the Artemis III spacecraft, that crew module and then the next two beyond that could be those structures and all the avionics could be reused.
Cool. Alessandra, thank you for the support. Nolan, thank you for the support. Rich G, thank you. Let's see. Have they picked a landing base site yet? And will us normal peeps be able to see anything with a telescope? I don't think we'll be able to see any landing sites on the moon with a telescope. I'm starting to get into the breaking the laws of physics and optics there, but that would be pretty cool. Let's see here. Snag, thank you for the support. Why does this use LH2 and Starship uses CH4? I mean, that's a whole long discussion. Let's see here. Morph, thank you for the support. Rocket Bat Emote Fund. Let's go Artemis. Oh, we should do a Rocket Bat emote. We have a couple of empty emote slots, and you get those emotes by being a member. Tom Kennedy, thank you for the support. VLF Chicago, thanks again. Distant Sun Rising, thank you. Victoria, thank you. VLF Chicago again. And Smooth Juice, thank you for the support. All right, that is it for the super chats. I'm going to troubleshoot an issue on my end. Tell us where we're at in the countdown for people who might have just joined us. Is there another hold? What are we looking at right now? While I jump off for a moment and handle something.
Well,
yeah,
sure. So we started off the sort of the major operation at in the last part of the countdown is fueling the vehicle, and the launch team started a little late due to lightning in the area, so they held off on starting the process for I think about an hour, which they could have made up some of that time, and they probably still can make up a little bit of that time. But then the launch team ran into an issue with a hydrogen leak in tail service mast, and they had to troubleshoot that. And but they were able to successfully recondition the hydrogen tail service mast equipment and get past that. And so both of the propellant tanks in the core stage are now essentially full, and so we should be getting into replenish on those. And because it took a little while to troubleshoot the liquid hydrogen leak, they decided to go ahead and pick up with loading the ICPS, which is the second in space stage for SLS. They started that a little earlier in the process. They planned on waiting until they got the core stage completely filled, but they to make up some time, they went ahead and started with the ICPS LH2 tank loading, which I don't know if we can see that on their I don't know if their graphic shows that yet.
Not yet.
But now that the core stage liquid oxygen tank is nearly full and close to getting into replenish, that would be the typical time where they would start to get the ICPS liquid oxygen tank ready to start propellant loads there. So at this point, with the hydrogen tank full, now we're going to be waiting to see if they're going to get ready to start conditioning the hydrogen equipment in the core stage, particularly the RS-25 engines, the hydrogen side of the RS-25 power heads. Those need to be chilled down so that they're at the right temperature conditions for engine start, and that's a couple of hour long process, and that's where they ran into the leak during the wet dress rehearsal in June. So we're kind of standing by waiting to hear how that goes. And we're also standing by because the timeline's kind of been shifted around back and forth. We're not exactly sure what the earliest launch time now is. They have 2 hours. They have a 2 hour long launch window. The window opens at 8:33 a.m. Eastern time, which would be 12:33 UTC, and it closes 2 hours later. And so we're not. It doesn't sound like they could make the very opening of the window, but we don't know how far into the window they might be at this point. So I think Alex, when he was on, said that there's an issue with part of the Orion communications system that would be a constraint to actually picking up the final terminal countdown at 10 minutes and counting. But we're here at about 2 hours 45 minutes and counting on the clock. We have more than that amount of time until liftoff, but that's the countdown clock, the T minus time as opposed to the L minus time. And so they still have a few hours to troubleshoot that. And I believe Alex said they want to try and pin down a root cause for why they saw the behavior that they did. So. But it does still sound like, since they're still counting, that they're going to count down to 10 minutes, and they will go into a hold at that point, and maybe sometime between then, or maybe at that point they'll kind of see where they are and what type of new T0 time we might get. So we're waiting for that. We're waiting to see what happens with the whether they fixed the issue that they saw in June with the hydrogen leak they saw in June. And but we're still counting, and we're still hoping that we can that the launch team is going to be ready to launch this vehicle today.
Yeah, and also just to add to that, we just got first time on the graphics the view that both stages are at both tanks of the first stage are now in 100% full. So that's, I think, especially with regarding to earlier issues, that's an amazing thing to see, because they managed to overcome that, at least to a certain point now, and managed to completely fill up the hydrogen tank, which is very good news. I feel like for people that want to see this rocket launch today.
Yeah, it did not sound good when to see that a leak in the same place that they saw it in April, since they fixed that and they didn't have any problems with that particular leak area in June. They had a leak in a different place in the system, but so it's definitely encouraging to see that they were able to thermally stabilize the equipment and restart the hydrogen flow, and here we are with the hydrogen tank essentially full, and we're just waiting to go into replenish on the liquid hydrogen tank, and then basically start the LH2 bleed, and condition the engines and see whether they fix that quick disconnect leak that they had in June.
That's cool that they're getting ready. I have a question from Robert Moore about the SRB safety pins here, and when I learned today are there safety pins, and when did they were removed from the SRB igniters?
Well, you still have they do have safe and arm devices, and so the boosters you have to send a sequence of commands to the boosters to start them, and those really don't happen until the very final seconds of the countdown. So, assuming that the countdown's going well, the flight software will arm the boosters at 10 seconds, and then you ignite the RS-25 engines, and then basically the ignition commands. There are 2 fire commands that are sent to the boosters, basically in the last 2 computer cycles before T0, and so they are basically live now. It's just that you have to send the final commands to them, and they have these very interlocked commands that go to the boosters to actually start them. And so the equipment itself, generally speaking, is all shuttle heritage equipment. So it's got the same kind of interlocks and protection that shuttle had.
And also there's a question here about the multiple fueling processes that were so far conducted with this core stage. The question by Javeman, is the core stage no, sorry, that's still wrong. Is there a limit on how many times the SLS can be drained and refilled with hydrogen by Benedictus? Sorry, that was the question.
There is a limit, but we're not particularly close to it. I think they'd said that the core stage you could probably put something like on the order of 20 cycles on it, and we're maybe at around 5 or 6 if you count today. So we still have at least a dozen. We could probably, and I say we when I shouldn't, but they could probably tank this vehicle at least a dozen more times, and hopefully they only have they don't have to do that again. That we're getting close to being fueled and ready to go today, and we fly. But they have a number of additional tanking cycles that they could put on the core stage.
Very, very great to know. Let me look for more questions. Oh, that's a fun little small one that maybe I think we answered that before, but it might be interesting for new viewers. What's the difference between L- and T-?
Yeah, that's
okay. Yeah, go for it, Chris.
Yeah, sorry, I'm back. I can help you out and give you a rest there for a second, Philip. Yeah, so L- is basically the time to launch in the nominal sequence. So that accounts for all of the built-in holds that might be in a countdown and stuff like that. Whereas the T- clock does not account for the holds that are coming up. So, for example, right now we are at T- 2 hours, 38 minutes, and 41 seconds, but the clock will stop at T- T minus 10 minutes, the clock will stop for at least 30 minutes. So your T minus time is 2 hours, 38 minutes, but your L minus time is going to be 3 hours, 8 minutes, if that makes sense, because you have to account for how long the clock will stop for. So that's the primary difference between L minus and T minus. And then eventually those all align once you get to the terminal count, the final part of the process where you count down to 0 and light the solid rocket boosters in this case.
And just a follow-up question here. The final hold is for checks, or what's the final hold used for?
Yeah, so in general, this final hold is used for to allow the team time to catch up on anything that they might be behind on. It also provides the team's final times to review all of their systems and make and have a good understanding of what their systems are doing, how they are behaving compared to what the launch commit criteria are. And then in that final hold is when Launch Director Charlie Blackwell Thompson will do the final go, no go for launch poll, which will involve not just polling the launch team here at the Kennedy Space Center in the Launch Control Center, but the Ascent Flight Director today, his first name is Judd, will also poll his team in the Mission Control Room in Houston at the Johnson Space Center. To make sure that Orion and the European Service Module and everything and the ground tracking assets and everything that will be needed once this vehicle lifts off and the handoff occurs from the Kennedy Space Center to Houston for control, that everything with that is ready as well. And that's really what that final time is used for, and then aligning and synchronizing everything to the desired T0 time, which is liftoff for SLS. So that is what that final built-in hold is for.
And we have an update here from Alex, who's listening to PAO for us, that kickstart is go here. Philip, do you mind explaining to us what that exactly means?
Yeah, that is the beginning of the liquid hydrogen engine bleed process, and so the kickstart just refers to the fact that they had to increase the pressure in the system in order to get the bleed flow going through all 4 engines. One of the things they found at Green Run was that when they started, if they started the engine bleed with the liquid hydrogen vent valve open, that there wasn't enough pressure to get the flow going through all 4 engines. They would typically see 2 out of the 4 would be getting enough flow, and so the way that they handled that was to close the vent valve, let the pressure of the boil off of the hydrogen gas put a little head pressure on the tanks, and then that would get the bleed flow going. And so this was the point in June where they had the leak at the quick disconnect, and so this is the point where we're looking to see whether there's an issue. So what Alex was saying is that they'd been given a go to start that kickstart bleed, and so we're sort of standing by here listening to see if we had any issues.
Also, a follow up here that LOX load on the upper stage is go as well. So they are progressing here. We are getting all of these little goes.
That and that is a big milestone. Go for LOX loading, go for liquid oxygen loading on the interim cryogenic propulsion stage. That is the last part of the vehicle that needs to be fueled for flight. So we have a go to fuel the final part of the vehicle for liftoff.
I don't know how it's with you right now, guys, but I'm feeling this slowly but surely. It's this excitement building up for this launch.
I'm feeling it too. I'm 100% feeling it too. She had to give us a little bit of stress, but things definitely seem to be moving in the correct direction. Now, want to set expectations, new vehicle, new processes. Yes, fueling is complicated, and we seem to be moving through that successfully. That doesn't mean other things can't come up, but likewise, it also means like the vehicle is about to be in a stable configuration from a fuel standpoint for liftoff once all the tanks are in stable replenish. We're getting closer and closer to that moment, and that is very big because at that point, if everything is still functioning, your percentage odds of a launch are going to go up. So let's let them get through the fueling process before we really get ready for this. But we are definitely moving in the right direction today.
I'm just throwing some questions to you here while we wait for more updates. JavaMan asked about the hold down of this. Is the core stage being held up off the ground by the boosters, or how is it? Yeah, how is this whole vehicle hold on the ground right now?
Basically, the weight of the vehicle holds it down. Now, as we were talking about earlier, I don't know how many hours earlier in the broadcast, but it is being held onto by the vehicle stabilizer. We were just looking at actually, I think we can. It's hard to see here, but it's around where the tips of the boosters are in this view, looking down at the vehicle. So it isn't being held down by that arm, but it is being held onto to prevent it from swaying too much in the wind. If you get that, but there are no hold down bolts or hold down nuts on this vehicle. You do have vehicle support posts that basically are in the same positions as the hold down posts were for shuttle, because these are the same shuttle aft skirts, but there's nothing holding the vehicle down to the ground there at the bottom of the boosters. You just have these umbilical arms, and you do have the vehicle stabilizer that's holding on to the vehicle, but that will be released immediately after liftoff, and just like the other swing arms will be released. And so once the boosters start, the vehicle is definitely going somewhere.
So then it's all or nothing from there.
Right.
Cool. This is more like a fun question, but I think it's a cool question to ask. Slider asked, if given the opportunity, would any of the NASA spaceflight crew want to ride up on Artemis I?
There's no life support, so no.
Yeah, I'm with Philip on that one. There's no life support. I'm not getting on it. Yeah.
Yeah. Somebody asked about that. Just to note that this European service module, they only took up one tank, so they're essentially simulating a typical air atmosphere, which is 80% nitrogen, 20% oxygen. They're not simulating on this flight, but on this flight they only took up one tank of nitrogen, so they trapped the air when they closed the hatch on Orion the other day. They trapped Florida air in the crew module, but if they need to bump the pressure up for any reason or anything, they're just putting more nitrogen into the crew cabin. So those mannequins will be okay because they don't have to breathe, but there's no carbon dioxide removal, there's no oxygen, there's no supplemental oxygen, and there's none of the types of things that you really need. There's no water. So yeah, this is the one flight that Orion that I would not want to fly on Orion.
Yeah, I also won't fly on with no life support, thanks. I really like life support. Freddie Myers asked a bit more technical question. Do you know what internal structures in the tank take the force of the SLBs? I'm assuming it's not just a round cylinder. Yeah, good question. How do they handle these SLB forces?
It's interesting because the core stage is actually just resting on top of the boosters, essentially at the forward attach points. The core stage has a very hefty thrust beam that runs through the inner tank, and then the boosters attached to either side of that thrust beam. But the boosters are underneath the thrust beam and the attach points, so they will pick up the core stage and everything on top of it. So that includes the Orion and the LAS on top of it, and the service module, the ICPS, the LVSA. The boosters will basically pick up the entire vehicle and lift it off the pad, and so the thrust beam is what takes those, takes that, what is it, almost, 7 million pounds of thrust from the boosters. That's the main structural piece of the core stage that takes that. So it isn't just sort of the hoop strength of the barrels of the tanks. There's a very hefty thrust beam that runs through the inner tank.
Just hit some super chats and new members here, just because all of the support, it really helps us. We really appreciate all the support that is coming in so far today. And yeah, I want to thank all of these people that contribute to that. We have David Stular saying, I'm not getting anything done at work today, so I don't deserve this money. Thanks for the great coverage as always. Thank you, David. We also have
I would
Chi
argue
Shao.
that you're doing good work by watching History in the Making here.
Yeah, it's a different kind of work. Chik Zhao saying, I'm flying out of AMS towards SFO at 13:30 local. What are the chances I'll see this bird fly on my port side? Oh god, that's
I would need to know what those call letters are for the airports involved.
Yeah, I'm also not sure here. So I will refer to smart people in the chat. Maybe they can answer that. Also, we have Madeline as a red team member. Thank you a lot. We have Bruno Smith with 2 generous £5 donations. Thank you a lot, Bruno. Then we have the Sandwich Maker with a $10 Jack troubleshooting fund. And we have Chris with a question. Is this bigger than Falcon Heavy?
Oh yes, in every way you measure this, in height, in power, in throw capability to the moon. Yeah, this is bigger. The Falcon Heavy does approximately 5 million pounds of thrust at liftoff, slightly under that, I believe. And the SLS will do 8.3 to 8.8. It's 8.3 right at the moment that it lifts off, but then it's 8.8 about 20 seconds into the flight as the boosters are increasing their thrust up to maximum at that point.
We have a question here by Europa Boy. Which angle and orbit will this rocket take? So what's the mission profile? Want to give us an overview, Chris?
Yeah, so your question actually does not have a definitive answer just yet, because the answer to your question is determined by the exact second in the 2-hour launch window today that we lift off. So there's a range of available azimuths today that the rocket will have to roll onto, and an azimuth is the flight path, the compass bearing angle that the vehicle rolls and pitches onto. So in this case, 0 is due north, and 90 is due east. And the available azimuth range today is between 64 degrees and 120 degrees. And you start out on the northern part of that track, where if you were to launch right at the beginning of the window, you would be heading out on a 63-degree azimuth, which would result in a 37-degree inclination orbit around the Earth for that initial one orbit before the ICPS fires to do the translunar injection burn. If you launch at the end of the window, you are at the 120-degree azimuth and flight compass heading. So it means you're actually flying slightly southeast toward the Bahamas. And that would result in a 32-degree inclination. And that is all sort of determined by the fact that the moon is moving in its orbit. It's moving in relation to the launch site. The relative inclination between the launch site and the moon's orbit is changing. And you have a westward drifting translunar injection point that you have to hit. And that translunar injection point drifts westward to account for the changing relative inclinations between the launch site and the moon's changing position and where you're trying to get to. So that's the probably unsatisfying answer to that is it depends on what second it lifts off on. And that sort of determines the flight path angle that it will take. Now, after that, once they do the translunar injection burn, the trajectory is very similar. The ICPS will do the translunar injection burn to send Orion and the European Service Module into a lunar intercept trajectory. And then once they arrive at the moon, about 5 days or so after liftoff, is when a major burn of the European Service Module's engine will take place to actually place Orion and the European Service Module into the distant retrograde orbit that is the overall target for Orion, and it will complete about 1.5 orbits in that distant retrograde orbit, and Philip was saying that each orbit takes about 12 days to perform. When it swings back close to the moon in its orbit, that is when they will do more or less. That is when they will do the deorbit burn, which will commit them to return to Earth, and place them in that trajectory range for a splashdown off of San Diego. And the total mission duration is 42 days as planned.
I love this answer. Also, thanks for the overview, Chris.
You are welcome. It's a complicated one. This isn't like going to the ISS where you just roll onto the same azimuth every single day. This one literally changes second by second in the window.
Right, and we just heard from from Jeremy Graber, who's the assistant launch director. They're going to hold off on trying to set a new T0 time until they get down to the hold at T minus 10 minutes. So when the clock gets to T minus 10 minutes, they will hold there. They were supposed to hold for only 30 minutes. It might be a little longer than that. It won't be shorter, but it might be a little longer than that. But it's going to be a while probably before we hear a new estimated T0 time. So, but just to give everybody kind of a heads up, we're a little bit less than 3 hours away from the opening of the window, and so it'll probably be, we're probably, where are we here? So we're about 2 hours and 10 minutes approximately from getting into that hold. But when we get down there, they're basically still, trying to, optimize the amount of work they have left to do. So, and hopefully basically to minimize the amount of time that they have to go into the window beyond the opening of it.
So from the countdown clock perspective, we'll hit the T minus 10 minute hold at 7:53 local time, which is 11:53 UTC. But obviously they've been delayed a lot in some of the operations. So exactly what Philip was saying there, but just to give that timing indicator for when we expect to enter that T minus 10 minute hold is 7:53 local time, Eastern Daylight Time here in the US, and 11:53 UTC.
Right. The only other update. I'm sorry, Adrian. I keep cutting.
All good.
Just to quickly, what it sounded like to me is that they had not gotten far enough into the liquid hydrogen engine bleed to. They were still working that process to get set up to start it. So they didn't have an update or a clear read yet on whether that was leak tight or not. So, and it was just because they hadn't gotten far enough into it yet. So we're still waiting to hear sort of whether or not that engine bleed has gotten successfully underway yet.
Got a question here about actually recycle and retanks in these windows, which I can for once answer about SLS. So I will start, and then you will give the way more complicated and detailed answer. So Velocity Kate asks, do they have the time to do recycle retanks in these windows, or do they abort to the next day available window? So no, they cannot, to my knowledge, because all of these procedure going on right now, that they wouldn't be able, right?
You're probably right from a timing perspective today, but in general, yes.
Right.
If they were headed for the opening of a 2-hour window and they had a cutoff before main engines start, using shuttle terminology, before core stage RS-25 engines start, you could conceivably the first part of that process is to recycle the vehicle to T minus 10 minutes, because that's the last stable hold configuration that it was in. And from there, then you would then work the issue. And if it was something that you could recover from and proceed down through, like if you cut off because of weather, so now it's just a matter of waiting out the weather, you could conceivably recycle and try again on the same day if the window is long enough. Today, I think you're right, Adrian, though, because of the issues that they have faced, there's probably not a huge amount of time to effect a recycle, but we have to see what their targeted T0 is before we can actually make that determination. But it really just comes down to what the issue is and how long of a window you have.
See, that's what I meant with you will give the way more detailed answer. So I was right.
Yeah.
There's a question. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Philip.
I was just going to say that probably the absolute minimum amount of time it would take to recycle the vehicle is 60 minutes. But like Chris was saying, that's just to recycle the vehicle. You still have to troubleshoot the issue and talk about, are you okay to continue? So, but that's what we were told basically was if they had a cutoff and they recycled, they probably would only be able to do that once in a 2-hour-long launch window. So as we're saying, it depends on how far into the window we get for them to start counting as to whether or not they could recycle today.
And an interesting point about that too is that was actually the original plan in the wet dress rehearsal campaign, was that they would purposely start the terminal count down to a certain point and cut off so they could practice that recycle back to 10 and then re-enter the terminal count. That was actually the original part of the plan for wet dress rehearsal. But when they had the final issue on wet dress rehearsal 4, which is the issue that we're waiting for word to make sure is actually solved here, so that we can continue to count, or that we can continue on toward T0. Because they ran into that issue, they only did one run through the terminal count, and they got to practice the recycle with the cutoff, but they didn't get to practice getting back into terminal count after that. That's not to say they haven't simulated that a lot.
Right.
Also, related questions to this, with all of these windows and timings, what's the current weather update? Are they still expecting it to worsen near the end of the window? Do we know what's the current weather?
I think that's the. I think we're still waiting to hear an update. I think because we've had so much excitement with hydrogen loading, we haven't heard anything new from in terms of weather updates. So we're still waiting to hear from public affairs about something like that.
Also, there was an update about the liquid hydrogen load on the upper stage on the ICPS. Apparently, that's now in fast fill. So
that's
good.
Good.
Yep.
So Carl Magnus Berglund asks, how does the SRB amount of thrust change during flight? Is there a little flight thrust profile? Oh, go ahead, Chris.
Oh, I love this. Yes. How do the SRBs change their thrust during flight? Yes, this is a fantastic question, because I did just say they throttle up at about 20 seconds to their maximum thrust. The way solid rockets throttle, and it's not really a throttle. It's basically, it comes down to the shape of the propellant. So the greater the surface area that you give the propellant to burn in a solid rocket, the more energy you're going to have. If you reduce down that amount of area that it can burn, you reduce the amount of energy that it's producing. And that's how you can sort of tailor them to say, okay, like we need them to throttle down. We need them to throttle up after it leaves the pad. We need them to throttle down during max Q. So the way you do that is you change the bore shape in the propellant. So some of the segments are circular, which have a certain degree of surface area to burn. Some are star patterned to give a different area. And then as the solid rocket motor burns out from the inner side out toward its casing, as it burns that profile, that gives you the different. That gives you the ability to basically tailor the thrust. It's more about tailoring the thrust that comes out of them than throttling them. But it's the same. In effect, it's the same thing. You're reducing or increasing the amount of thrust that they are performing. And then when they start to get toward the end, when they're getting ready to separate from the SLS, they undergo a process called tail off, where the thrust, as the propellant levels drop and you've got less and less solid propellant to burn, and you're getting toward the end of the casing, the chamber pressure starts to reduce in the solid rocket booster, which reduces the overall thrust that's coming out the back of it. And then when the chamber pressure in the solid rocket boosters for this reaches, it's called PC less than 50. is the call, but you won't actually hear that. But that's what it's referred to. That is the indication that the tail off is working on the solid rocket motors, and that they are going to have just the right amount of bare minimum thrust still coming out of them, that when you blow the bolts and fire the booster separation motors, the booster separation motors start to push you away, but that residual thrust coming out of the boosters actually helps separate them and clear them away from the vehicle. So that is the answer for how you tailor the thrust for a solid rocket booster.
So will there be fire coming out of the SRBs while separating?
Yes. Yeah, they are still technically thrusting when they separate. Yes. They are just not thrusting at they are not thrusting. They're basically either at a 1-to-1 at that moment and dropping rapidly, or they're just barely more than one, but the booster separation motors change their flight path to arc them away from the vehicle. So yeah, like they're not firing at full thrust when they separate. They're barely thrusting at that point when they separate.
Cool. I look forward to see that. I never watched a shuttle flight live or something like that, so this will be amazing for me to see as well. Joshua Watling asks, seeing as there's no crew on board, is the launch abort system active?
We've gotten that a few times. It is not.
Yes.
It is not active. It basically is going to serve the same purpose that it did on the Exploration Flight Test 1 launch, which was on a Delta IV, which is that there are three motors in the launch abort system. There are the two abort motors. So you have the quote unquote abort motor, which is the motor that fires and it produces 400,000 pounds of thrust pretty much instantaneously to get the vehicle, or get the spacecraft away from a failing vehicle. But then almost immediately after that one starts, there's an attitude control motor that fires to steer it in the, it can detect which way it needs to go. For instance, if you're aborting off the ground or aborting at max Q, those two motors are inert. The material in those is you still have a material in those motors. It's just that has the same weight and balance characteristics of a live motor. But the jettison motor is used on every flight to pull that launch abort system and the fairing off of the Orion crew module. So the launch abort system is both the abort system and escape system for the Orion and the crew, but it's also a launch fairing for the first 3 minutes of flight. And so it is still, the jettison motor is live and it is active and it's needed on every flight, and it will about 3 minutes and 20 seconds after liftoff, it will fire to pull the fairing off of the Orion crew module.
What an answer. And just jumping into our super chats again, we have Bruce Shitty Chaser. My god, I can speak. Thank you a lot for that. We have Keith with 2 pounds. Thank you a lot. And my panel is not working anymore. Now it's working again. Perfect. We have Diego who's saying, for coffee, guess you'll need it. I guess that's true. I hope everybody here already had some nice coffee this morning.
There will be more as well.
Yes.
Yes, I will also get a cup of coffee soon. We have Dominic Dodd with no message attached, but still thank you. We have Nolan Lamb with a question. Are the engines new or reused from the shuttle?
They are all reused. All 4 of the RS-25 engines on the core stage are flight heritage from the shuttle program. Our flight heritage from the shuttle program. Sorry, the twin solid rocket boosters are largely leftover components from the shuttle era, though there are some new components on them. The RL-10B2 engine from Aerojet Rocketdyne is what powers the interim cryogenic propulsion stage. It has never flown before, but it has been acceptance fired by Aerojet Rocketdyne. And then the European Service Module engine is a former Space Shuttle Orbital Maneuvering System pod engine, and it flew for the very first time in 1984 aboard the Challenger on STS-41G, and then moved to Atlantis, moved to Discovery, and then ended its career with Atlantis. But the last time it flew was STS-112 in October of 2002. So it has been 20 years since that engine has actually flown.
So cool that we have engines here that made like multiple vehicles and flew on so many orbiters.
Well, and actually, if you take the 4 RS-25s and the European Service Module engine that was the former Orbital Maneuvering System engine, all 5 of the flight orbiters are represented on this vehicle, because the Orbital Maneuvering System engine, as I just mentioned, flew with Challenger on one of her flights, and then the 4 core stage engines flew with Columbia, Discovery, Atlantis, and Endeavour.
That's very cool. That's a cool way of like heritage that is included here. Also, we have some new members here. I want to give a quick shout out here. We have Uker, thanks for becoming a pet rat. We have Michael that became a pet rat, and we have Gilbert that became a Capcom. Capcom will give you access to our amazing members Discord, which is I love it. I can only say I love it so much. I love especially the gaming channel, where there's a lot of KSB in there. And we even have a sports bar channel for you, where you can talk about like football and Formula One. It's very fun. It's a great place to hang out.
I adore the fact that you used my term and called it sports ball. Thank you.
Yeah, it's called like that.
I know. I'm saying I appreciate it. Yeah, like go sports. Yeah.
Yes, yay sports.
But it's so cool. You can find all of your different interests there and hang out with many amazing people. And I recommend it a lot. Oh, and also you can get Jack's original KSB save there. He posted that in the gaming channel, apparently. So that's a bit additional perk for you there. Jumping back into questions. There's a question about the mobile launcher by Harris Sinclair, who asked, does the support tower get burnt, crisp, warped by the rocket burn and need to be replaced or fixed each time?
It needs to be refurbished. It doesn't need to be replaced. But there are components on it that might need to be replaced. This thing is going to take a beating, but it is designed to take that. But there will be some things that will need to be repaired. That was very common throughout the shuttle era, especially with the solid rocket boosters. The first thing you're really going to want to do is wash the thing down, because that the stuff that comes out of the solid rocket boosters is very, very, very corrosive. So this thing will look rusted. This thing will look like it has been through the ringer when we see some post-launch images of it. But like it's fine. Like they'll bring it back to the vehicle assembly building. They'll refurbish it, and it'll be ready for Artemis II. But it's a good question. Yeah, they do take a pounding, but they're built to withstand it.
Cool. So there's another question here by Senel, who asks about indicators, about like vents and everything. They say, do we have any 20-minute vent like the Falcon or anything similar for SLS?
Nope. What you see is what you're going to get with SLS. There is no big 20-minute vent or 2-minute vent. You'll see light to moderate venting from the top of the core stage, which is the gaseous oxygen. And then the 4 RS-25 engines will also continue to vent gaseous oxygen out of them, and you will see that right up until they are ignited at T-minus 6.36 seconds in the count. There's also, to be fair, no arm will move. All of the swing arms are T0 release umbilicals, so like nothing is also, there's no arm that's going to move out of the way as a visual indicator that we're getting closer even through terminal count. This is literally just what it will look like, and then it will stop venting from the top of the core stage when they close the vent valves and go for liquid oxygen tank pressurization for flight. But it is also starting to get light on the eastern horizon, so the dawn of Artemis's launch day is approaching the Space Center here in Florida as the countdown clock is at T-minus 2 hours and 4 minutes mark right now. So dawn arrives in Florida here now.
You can start to see a little bit. You can start to see a little bit of venting from the ICPS now. And in addition to the core stage venting, there's a little bit of a vent coming off on the right here in this picture. So that's an indication that the liquid oxygen tank on the ICPS is filling.
There's two questions here I think we can combine. There's one question, what variant of the SLS is Artemis I, and what are the differences with the variants of the SLS? And there's another question, how powerful is the exploration upper stage compared to the ICPS upper stage? So I guess the good combination is here to talk about future potential upgrades to SLS, and I'm just throwing this to you.
You want to start, Philip?
Sure. So, right, this vehicle configuration is referred to as Block 1, and so you have the sort of the base SLS elements, which is the core stage and the boosters, and then this one is using the interim cryogenic propulsion stage, or as we call it, ICPS, which takes a little tiny bit less time to say, and the first upgrade is to upgrade the upper stage, which is swapping out the ICPS with the exploration upper stage, and it's it has 4 RL-10 engines instead of 1, so it produces a little bit more thrust, but it also has a much larger capacity. Its ICPS is, if I recall correctly, is about a 5.1 meter diameter stage. Exploration upper stage is the same diameter as the core stage. It's about 8.4 meters in diameter, and so it's just sized as a true upper stage for this vehicle. So that vehicle will be called Block 1B, and then the boosters actually were designed ballistically to be the Ares 1 first stage, and so they're not actually tailored specifically to SLS. The next generation boosters, which are these, BOLE is a acronym for booster obsolescence and life extension, but they're really a next generation boosters. And when those come online, that will take the vehicle from Block 1B to Block 2. And so that will, if I recall correctly, the Block 1 vehicle, and it's not designed to put payloads into low Earth orbit. It's really optimized for lunar trajectories. So actually, I should probably use those numbers then. The Block 1 can put this sized payload, about a 27 metric ton, or give or take a little bit, 27 metric tons to TLI. The Block 1B is going to be more like 38 to 40 metric tons, and then I think Block 2 is going to be closer to is going to be in the mid to upper 40s with Orion, and then it's possible maybe someday that there might be a cargo version of SLS that will fly. It can certainly do that. It's just a question of do you have a 45 ton payload that you want to fly in SLS versus using a Starship or something like that, which is going to fly much more often than this vehicle. So, but that's kind of an outline of the upgrades that are coming for SLS.
Thank you a lot. And we got an update actually. The engine bleed is still ongoing, and they are getting good read on the engines 1, 2, and 4, while engine 3 is quite not there yet on the bleed they need. One option they are evaluating right now is to press the tanks to push the bleed and hope it gets better. So that's your newest update on the timeline here. Also, core stage status, hydrogen was replenished, but now it is on drain for engine bleed. So there you go.
Right, and so the reason for that is that they start doing the bleed with the vent valve closed, and so they use the hydrogen in the tank to do the bleed, and then that bleed is actually dumped overboard, and it'll eventually find its way out to the flare stack, it'll go through this thing called a hydrogen separator, which is a big sort of septic tank that allows the liquid hydrogen to completely boil off to a gas before it's then sent to the flare stack. But they had this issue originally with, which is where they came up with this kickstart procedure to close the vent valve. They had this issue to some extent at Stennis, and so they have some time here to troubleshoot that. This is not nearly as big of a deal as a leak. So it does sound like they're not having a leak at the quick disconnect interface, which is good news. And they just have to they're just gonna have to work on establishing or getting the bleed for engine 3 up to the either proper duration or proper pressure in order to condition it to get it ready to start.
Thank you a lot. And we are also getting a lot of questions about these black squares we can see on the camera right now. One of you want to explain what these are for?
Oh, I can take that one. Yes, because this is one of my favorite words to say. They are for photogrammetry, which is basically short version of it is there are a bunch of computer models that show this is how SLS should lift off the pad. This is how it should move when the boosters separate. This is how they should behave in relation to the core stage as they peel away. When the core stage separates from the ICPS, the upper stage, the interim cryogenic propulsion stage, it's also predicted to move in certain ways. And these checkerboard pattern markings with the cameras that are on the vehicle and on the ground that are aimed at them is what allows the folks to really understand how the components are moving in relation to one another, how they are moving in relation to the launch pad and all of that, and basically verify the models of what it said the vehicle should do versus what it actually did.
You a lot. There's another question here that I'm not sure if we have a good answer. Is why does Ares 1 case cause such a debate between the team?
Why does Ares 1 create such a debate between the team? I think honestly the answer to that is the whole Ares architecture of sort of splitting up the crew and the cargo launch missions was sort of originally this like this forced idea that Orion would do the crew transportation to the International Space Station, and it would need a vehicle that was nowhere near powerful like SLS in order to get there. Well, and it wasn't SLS at the time. Sorry, it was Ares 5. My apologies. But it didn't need that huge vehicle to reach the ISS, so they sort of came up with Ares 1 as a way to do that. And then Ares 1 was going to be the crew launch vehicle. The cargo was going to launch separately. But Ares 1 was sort of fraught with a lot of development issues. There was this weird thing called triboelectrification when it was launching, about like how it would interact with the atmosphere and potentially trigger lightning or trigger some not so great electrical issues with the vehicle. There was large turbulence issues with igniting a single solid rocket booster with this cryogenic upper stage that wasn't firing at the same time. It was just sort of kind of fraught with development issues. But the biggest thing, honestly, is that the folks designing the rocket never talked to the folks designing Orion. So by the time the Orion design came around, it was like, uh-oh, Ares 1X or Ares 1 can't launch it. So we've got to strip Orion down to basically nothing as to what compared to what we wanted it to be. So it just wasn't a great match for what we ultimately wanted it to do for the vehicle that it was given to launch. And that's sort of the real unfortunate element of the Ares program, and especially the Ares 1 vehicle in that regard. That's really it from what I remember. Philip, I don't know if you've got anything to add to that.
No, I think since Thomas isn't here, he can't defend Ares 1. So, but no, I think that's a good overview of the issues that they had. And I mean, obviously, the other one is just it was the economics of it. It was not. It was over budget as well. In addition to all of those issues, and so that did not help.
just to add a final note to that, we are also all friends here, and sometimes it's fun for that one friend that has a very passion about something, we are kind of picking on that. And so sometimes it's also that related to when Thomas, for example, is on air. So let's hit some of these super chats again here. We have one by Daniel B, who's saying, "Thanks for setting up the NSF meetup. Had a great time." Yes, there was a meetup yesterday, right?
Yes, there was an NSF meetup. Thomas went to it, but he is not on comms right now. So maybe when Thomas is on comms, that's a good question for him then.
Yes. Yeah, we will pause that and ask him later. Also, we have Janica, who joins the membership program as a Pat Red member. Thank you a lot. We have Blue Sky. How much will this 7 million pounds of thrash alter the Earth axis and any comparisons to an atomic bomb? I'm not sure if it will alter the Earth axis that much, but I would need a calculator for this question. I am not sure we can answer that. So, but thank you a lot. But also we have WB Hooky 13 with 5 Red Team memberships gifted. Thank you a lot for that. Yeah, that's a new thing on YouTube. You can now gift memberships to other people. And thank you. And congratulations to all the people that received the membership. Thanks to WB Hooky. David Watkins, thank you for upgrading to Capcom. That gives you Discord access, so enjoy the Discord. Then we have a long chain of numbers that I won't try to pick out. Let me look. With 2 different booster designs to distinguish them during and after launch, which of the 2 designs do you like the most? I'm not sure if I understand this question. Do you understand this question?
Not completely. We need a little bit more context. I can only guess that that they're talking about the difference between Starship and SLS, but I'm not sure.
Yeah,
sorry,
sure
I'm trying to read the questions. Hang on.
Make sure
sorry,
to
I had someone come up to me.
Maybe give us some clarification at NASA Spaceflight in chat so we can get that clarification and answer that question. That might be helpful for us here. And then we have Chris, another Chris. Who is at the Cape? Are you all there? I'm not there. I'm in Germany.
No, I'm not there either. I'm in California. Chris is there. Jack is there.
Sorry, I'm having audio issues on my end. I'm having trouble hearing you all. I'll be back in a minute. Sorry.
No problem. No problem. The we have a lot. I think they said there were eight people. I think 8 people there, and I think at least that's what I remember the number as. But there, we have a large team there, and I'm supporting from California.
Look at these cameras, Philip.
How they're looking at they're doing a survey of this is one this would be the minus Z size. You can see the systems tunnel to the left here, but they're looking at frost on the liquid oxygen. This is one of the 2 liquid oxygen feed lines, the main feed lines, and these are we're going from some of these flex fittings to the brackets that hold the feed line in place. And so since you can see some of it is just it's not bare metal, but it's essentially bare metal with primer on top of it, but you can see frost. You can see some frost is accumulated on those. They don't have the same kind of issues with that, since we don't have a side mounted orbiter with re-entry TPS on it. So but you can see they're basically doing a survey of the outer mold line of the vehicle to see if there are any issues with the TPS or anything else. And so this is the during shuttle, they had a final inspection team that actually went out to the pad, and because they had a fixed service structure and a rotating service structure, which of course was retracted, but they had more vantage points to look at the vehicle from. But for SLS, what they're doing is, because they have all of these high definition TV cameras now, you have some of the same people are basically just doing the survey in the firing room, and they're just using these cameras to scan the outer, the outside, the exterior of the core stage, and making sure that there's not anything, that there isn't any debris that might be an issue for anything. They don't have as much of an issue with it, but they are still looking at they are still taking a look at this. But you can see some of the, it basically is just condensing the air, the moisture out of the water vapor out of the air onto these really, really cold fittings. And I'm sorry, go ahead.
Philip. We have an update from PAO. They're saying they have a crack on the intertank flange. And
okay,
that's apparently the newest update on the PAO. So yeah, just to give that as an update.
They've had those before, and so what they're that is a spray on foam insulation, and so unless they're talking about an actual, I'm not sure how they would actually see the metal because it's all covered with spray on foam insulation. But they did have some issues with the connection. The flange is the bolted flange that connects the inner tank to both the liquid oxygen tank up on the top and the liquid hydrogen tank on the bottom, and they typically have the most sort of mechanical stresses on the top of the liquid hydrogen tank where it attaches to the inner tank. And so they actually resprayed a good portion of that after the core stage got to Kennedy from Stennis. It's possible, again, and we're talking about pressurizing the tank, closing the vent valve, which essentially also pressurizes the tank to some levels, and that will cause mechanical stresses on will cause you've got the tank shrinking because of the low temperatures, and then you've got you've got the inner tank, which is closer to ambient, but then as it gets as they were telling me that it's so cold that it will actually liquefy air in those pockets. Basically, you've got hemispherical domes on the top and bottom of the tanks, and so there's these little pockets where the inner tank bolts to the flange around those domes, where you can condense air down into a liquid, and then it can even freeze up, and so that can cause you end up with this uneven thermal condition on different parts of the metal underneath the foam, and so it flexes and moves in funny ways, and then that causes the foam to the foam is brittle to some extent, and it'll crack, and I think the issue there that if they're pointing it out is just it's probably a discussion topic. I'm not sure that it would be a constraint to flight, though.
See, that's why it's great to have you here. We get all of these clarifications that sound bad at the first moment, and you're like, no, it's not that bad. Okay.
Yeah, we'll have to hear. Obviously, if they keep talking about it, then maybe it's a bigger issue. But I think they're just identifying. They're doing the survey of the hardware on the outside of the vehicle, and so they're basically just taking notes and saying we found these are areas of interest that we saw that we noticed when we inspected the vehicle on the outside, and then they can the engineering teams can decide whether there's any do they want to take a closer look at it, or is it okay, and they just press on.
Copy. And yeah, we're getting closer and closer to 7 hours of coverage here. So make sure if you have any questions to us here at NASA Spaceflight in chat, then we will see your questions being asked in our handy little background tool, and we can ask them to our experts here on stream. So make sure to use that
You can
function.
see the rain coming off the bottom. You can see, so the tank is cold enough that, you know, just like if you have a cup of cold liquid, you know, like a beer or something, it'll condense the, you know, you'll get condensation on the outside of the glass or container, and so you have the same thing with the core stage, and so all of that water is basically starts to trickle down the outside of the tank, and then you just have all of this water dripping off of the lips around the base heat shield. We could see that when they were zoomed in there. And this is a nice view of the boat tail of the core stage. And those are the 4 engines. And so this is the back side of the vehicle. Let me see. So those I think would be. Let me see if I can pull up the engine numbering again here.
But
I think
it looks
that
way
those are
more
engines
shielded.
too.
It looks also more shielded than in the green run, right? It has more.
It's just a different type of. Yeah, well, actually, it had more shielding at Green Run because they held the stage in place for all 8 minutes. In this case, the vehicle will accelerate out of the atmosphere, and the thermal conditions will actually be a little bit more benign in a vacuum than here. But here we are. Here we're looking at this would be engine 2056 on the right and engine 2058 on the left. So the engine 2 positions on the right and the engine 3 positions on the left. And then you can sort of see in the background, you can see, let's see, that would be, I think that's the engine. That would be engine 4. You can see in the background on the left there. You can see just a little bit of it. And then engine 1 is actually just completely, you know, it's just behind engine 2.
There's also a question here about these engines by T-Bone asking, will future SLSs use a different version of the RS-25s, or will all of them be old shuttle engines?
They won't all be old shuttle engines, but eventually but they only have 16 left over from the shuttle program, so that's only enough for the first 4. So starting with Artemis V, they need new build RS-25s.
Right.
In that regard, but but they're not like, oh, we're gonna radically change the design or anything like that. It's nothing like that. They'll just be new build RS-25s.
Yeah, they basically have the same form, fit, and function as the space shuttle main engines. What they've done, though, is they've modernized the manufacturing process, and they have introduced some upgrades, which does give the engine a little bit more performance margin. So when we get to those, they call them production restart engines. And they just assembled the first one at Stennis here in the last few months, and they'll hopefully hopefully soon get the nozzle for that and can begin ground testing of that to certify it for flight. But when we get to those engines on Artemis V, they will be able to run at a slightly higher. We're talking about 109%, so they will run at 111% nominally. When we get to that. So that'll give the vehicle a little tiny bit extra performance too.
But since we're talking about the RS-25, oh, sorry, Adrian, go ahead.
No, I was making a kind of different topic, so go ahead with your one.
Okay, so while we're talking about the RS-25s, let's talk about something that's really, really cool about them for those of you who have joined our broadcast. And hello to everyone who is waking up and seeing that we are still counting at T-minus 1 hour, 39 minutes, heading for a launch of SLS here, hopefully later this evening, or hopefully later this morning. But let's talk about a little bit about the RS-25s on this, because there are 4 of them, and they all flew at the end of the shuttle program with Columbia, Atlantis, Discovery, and Endeavour. But Aerojet Rocketdyne actually saved components from all 3 of the RS-25s that launched Columbia on STS-1. And there is a component from each of this. There is a component on each of the RS-25s launching Artemis 1 today from STS-1. On some engines, it's a bolt. On some, it's a wire. It's little things like that that they were able to save and reutilize from the engines on STS-1. So there's something from the first shuttle flight on all of those engines. They all flew with 4 of the orbiters, Columbia, Atlantis, Discovery, and Endeavour. And the European Service Module's engine, which is a former shuttle orbital maneuvering system engine, took its first flight with Challenger. So there's actually something from STS-1 and then something from all of the 4 shuttle orbiters on this shuttle-derived vehicle for its first flight.
That's so. I cannot stop to be amazed by that. I really enjoy that. That fact.
Well, just another interesting difference as we're talking about heritage and compare contrast. For SLS, these engines will we will actually see if we launch today, we will actually see 2 throttle buckets for these engines, unlike the single first stage throttle bucket. I mean, the engines will throttle down to sort of a minimum power level right before main engine cutoff, but for this vehicle, there will be a throttle down when the vehicle gets close to max Q, and that throttle level is variable depending on the vehicle will adjust the throttle setting based on performance at that point in the flight. But then, so that will occur about 55 seconds after liftoff. That's where the throttle down would occur, and then the engines would come back up to 109% at 81 seconds after liftoff, or approximately in that time frame. But then there's one that we didn't see in shuttle, and it's because it's a much larger vehicle using shuttle hardware. But they have a bolt bucket essentially, which is to reduce the stress on the SRB forward attach points, and the engines will throttle down to 85% just a little bit after 2 minutes, and then they will after the boosters separate, then they will throttle back up, and so the engines will only be throttled down for less than 10 seconds. But this was something they were testing at Stennis when I started looking at this back in like 2015. You had this really short throttle bucket that they go through. So they'll throttle down to 85% and then throttle back up to 109% right after SRB set.
So we are getting close here to 35,000. Wow, that's a lot of venting. We are getting to 35,000 people watching here. And first off, thank you for all of people watching here. And from time to time here at Another Space Talk, we do something.
I'm sorry. I'm not sure if that's normal. I'm kind of curious to see.
Now I'm curious as well.
Yeah. Well, he's not talking about it. I'll go ahead. I'm sorry. I'll listen here while you're talking, Adrian.
I love how some people were already starting it because they knew what was coming. So I was interested here. Where are you watching from? If you're watching the stream right now, put your location in chat so we can see all the different countries where you're watching the stream from. And also, sorry mods. Oh, there's it's going. I see a lot of Germans, actually. That's cool. India, Australia, Netherlands. I saw a very angry Adrian from one chat moderator scrolling by. That was also funny. Texas. You're not watching from Mars. Manchester Island. Really trying to find these very exotic ones that I'm not used to see. That's always very, very cool to see. You're also not watching from Mars. Another German. Kennedy Space Center. Well, you have 2 ways to watch this right now. France. The moon, apparently. That's also probably not working. And yeah, loads of different countries, different people you're watching. That's so cool to see. Thank you a lot. So we have another update from NASA. Engine 3 is still not quite up there yet. Teams are still troubleshooting. closing overflow bleed valve, let the engines warm up, and then we'll open the valves again. So the kind of like a recycle of the engine shell, sounds like. And also, they're still
Kinda
looking
does,
at the crack on the still looking at the crack of the intertank. So yeah, some that they don't seem like super big issues, but like troubleshooting these small little things that come up during the countdown, right, Chris?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this is sort of what they do, right? What the teams are trained to do. You put the vehicle through its paces, and you evaluate how it's responding, and then you and then once you understand how it's responding, you evaluate that based on your both on your launch commit criteria rules, but also NASA employs what they call a good sense rule, which basically says if all of your launch commit criteria are met, but there's something that's not right, it's okay to stop, even if you're technically ready to go per the launch commit criteria. Something like a crack on an intertank flange is something that potentially goes, okay, maybe we need to stop and make sure we really understand this, even though we might have seen this on previous vehicles before. That's all part of it. And stopping doesn't necessarily mean we don't go that day. Stopping means like a crack on the intertank flange in the foam there might not technically be a launch commit criteria violation, but you wouldn't necessarily want to just go full bore into a launch attempt without understanding it. That's basically what that means.
And also, just to provide like expectations here, they're doing this like this is the first time this rocket launches, so you're bound to find something out about the sequence. I would imagine. So this is all learning for, and I mean that's what this mission is all about, right? Learning and testing SLS and learning and testing how to operate this vehicle and operate it successfully. So next time it can host crew.
Indeed.
Oh, let me jump back into the question queue. So, what is the seemingly soft plastic or material covers on the 4 engines? Does anybody of you know?
That's the those are the soft engine mounted heat shields that basically protect the power heads from the base heating that the vehicle will experience during once the engines start. Basically, they'll start to see a lot of heating. Shuttle had kind of hard, more rigid thermal protection systems. They, the old eyelids that went around the power heads, and then they had some more rigid structures that were mounted around those. But these are more similar to the Delta, to the sort of these baggies that are going around the. You can see them here in this shot. You can see one of the engine mounted heat shields on the engine on the left there. At least you can see that one most clearly anyway. But it's basically a layers of thermal blankets, and then over the outside of those there's a plastic layer that's basically a moisture barrier. Again, so you have like blanket material; those could absorb moisture, so you don't want them to absorb any rainwater. So you put basically a kind of a plastic layer over the top to keep the moisture out of them.
There's another question here about isolation, in this case about the foam. And there's a question, why is this needed for this rocket? Because we see, for example, Super Heavy having no insulation foam. So why does SLS need this foam exactly?
Go ahead, Chris.
Go ahead. No, go ahead, Philip. Yeah, you take it. Yeah.
It's basically trying to manage the propellant and the temperature of the propellant in the tanks. The insulation keeps as much heat, outside heat. The ambient temperature is much warmer than liquid hydrogen, for instance, and certainly also liquid oxygen, but especially liquid hydrogen. You would, if you did not put insulation on the outside of the walls of the tank, you would see a much higher boil off rate, and it would be very difficult for this type of vehicle to replenish it and keep it full And so it's due to the nature of how these vehicles filled. Alex was talking about this a little while back. For for Starship, the vehicles are filled much faster. So we've been talking about tanking. We're going to probably end up talking about tanking for 8 hours and maybe longer today. Whereas for Starship, I think, and Booster, they'll probably fill them inside of an hour. And so I think because the propellants go into the tanks and they're very quickly, they don't have as much of a loss that they have to deal with for Starship.
At this point, I will hit super chats again because there's so many, and we don't want to fall that far behind with them. And thank you all for that. We have Yost, we have Pauline, thank you. We have Wojciech with another super chat. We have Labmaster who's saying, good morning, NSF team. Looking forward to a historic launch today. Hopefully the weather doesn't stop it today. Go NASA, go Artemis I. Indeed, Labmaster, I hope that as well. We have Webash with another donation saying, day job was done, now happy time with Japanese sake and Artemis I stream by NSF. What a day, what a dawn of Artemis generation. I love your stream always. Thank you. No, thank you. Then we thank you to Tanganyika. I'm sorry. Thank you to Christy, becoming a new member as a Padrat. Thank you a lot. That gives you access to various perks on the YouTube channel, including member photos. So thank you for that. Then we have Gateway Greg with no message attached. Thank you a lot for that. We have Information. That's an interesting name. Why didn't NASA just strap a pair of 5-segmented shuttle SRBs onto RS-1? Pros and cons. I'm feeling like that's more an Kerbal Space Program question than a question here, but maybe that's worth to explore in Kerbal Space Program.
I think so. That's probably a good way of dealing with it.
That would be a lot of thrust, though. Imagine that. That would be very, very fast.
Right.
Viljay Kumar, thank you for becoming a Padrat Mandrel. Again, Labmaster with $50. Just to telling us that they are looking at the intertank flank. Thank you a lot for that generous $50. Just to tell us that that information. That's one way. Chris, thank you a lot. Alex, thank you a lot. Wandering Fool with a $10 saying, I'm currently enjoying this beautiful sunrise and it's making me feel generous. I'm happy to be able to see this with my own eyes and listen to you all. Thanks for listening to us, and thanks for that super chat. Matthew, thank you a lot. Gateway Greg again with another super chat. SLS 8.8 million pounds of thrust. Shuttle 7.8 million pounds of thrust. Saturn V 7.6 million pounds of thrust. Was the space shuttle actually more powerful than the Saturn V and could have taken us back to the moon? That's a shuttle question here.
It is more powerful as at liftoff. Yeah. But now remember, what the shuttle was putting in orbit was a deployable payload, a 75 metric ton orbiter that carried that payload, and the dry mass of the external fuel tank, which was several metric tons as well. So. Yeah, it was more powerful at liftoff than the Saturn V. Yes, but from a payload perspective, it could not bring as much payload to low Earth orbit as the Saturn V, and it couldn't bring as much payload to low Earth orbit as the SLS could. Of course, SLS isn't trying to do that. So could the shuttle have gotten us to the moon? No, the shuttle itself could not have done a translunar injection burn or anything like that and sent itself to the moon, but it could have deployed payloads to the moon, even though it didn't.
That's I love these kind of side notes about shuttle. I love that I can just ask shuttle questions, and on NASA Space Ride streams there will always be one person that will be able to answer it. Then we have Kyle, thank you a lot. We have Yorick, thank you a lot. We have Jeff with 1999, thank you a lot. A lot, not a lot. And also we have Janica, who became a flight engineer. That's a high tier in our membership program. Thank you a lot, Janica. That's very generous of you. And we have Simon also becoming a Capcom member. The membership program is an amazing way to support us. And we also have another amazing way to support us, which is, of course, our merch shop, where you can get all kinds of amazing t-shirts and prints. For example, our new Artemis collection that you can, with this amazing retro design, but also the exploded SLS view in two different kinds. You have the serious overview with all of these very serious namings, and we have the for fun version with a bit of jokes of us being in there. And so you can vote with your money here and make sure you vote with the ones you enjoy more. And I really enjoy the fun version. I will get to the fun version for sure. But that's not the only Artemis merch we have. We have also these very, very cool prints of the retro design with all of the other NASA rockets behind. So make sure to check that out as well. And of course, we have our amazing metal prints of our amazing photographers. And what we also should say here is that the Artemis items are 10% off today. So make sure to use that discount today, so we can you can utilize that to shop in our shirt. If you buy two, I got that message wrong a bit. So if you buy two items, you get 10% off. So make sure to use that discount today. And that's all I want to talk with you about our merch. And let's go back to SLS here. So did we get any update while I was doing that? Where are we looking at right now?
So right now they're continuing with the engineering camera evaluations of the core stage, now that it is fully fueled with liquid hydrogen, and we are getting near liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen. So they're continuing with those engineering evaluations. The last update that we had from the firing room is that they are still investigating and looking at the crack on the intertank flange, and that there was also a frost line on the intertank that was being examined as well. They are also still working the engine 3 bleed issue. Engines 1, 2, and 4 came up with their liquid hydrogen bleeds just fine at the proper pressures, but engine 3 did not. And the last that we heard on that was that they were seeking permission to pressurize the liquid hydrogen tank to flight levels in an attempt to force the bleed into the proper pressure regime. So that is currently where we stand right now. So those are 3 issues that they are currently tracking from a technical perspective, as we are very quickly approaching sunrise here at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida.
You can see in some of these camera shots, you can see already the sun coming closer to sunrise. But also this shot is really cool with the flare stack behind. I really like that this angle. You can also see a lot of condensation right now below the vehicle where the engines are. You can see all kinds of vapors there. Very, very cool to see. So there's another question here about operations they will do once there's crew here. And the question is, how do they load the crew in with the fairing cover or with the flight termination system on it? Flight termination system, launch abort system, sorry.
Yeah, no. That's a really good question. So Orion has its own hatch, right? The hatch that the astronauts climb through. And then the launch escape system also has a corresponding door right there as well. So basically that door is taken off. The Orion capsule is opened. The crew goes in. They close and lock the Orion hatch. They pressurize Orion for flight, do their leak checks to make sure that everything is good and the hatch seal is good on that for Orion. And then they will put the flight door on for the launch abort system. Very similar to how they did it in Apollo.
There's another question here about the launch, now that I mentioned the flight termination system. And the question is, will that actually activate if something goes wrong with this mission?
No. The launch abort system is inert for this mission because there is no crew on board. So there was no need to actually have an active flight termination, to have an active launch abort system on this particular mission. So basically what that means is that there is no abort capability for the Orion capsule only on Artemis I for the first 3.5 minutes of flight, basically. And once the launch abort system jettisons like it's supposed to on a normal mission, then Orion has some abort options available to it. But for the first 3.5 minutes of flight with the LAS on and the LAS inerted, and LAS stands for launch abort system, in this case, with that in an inert fashion for this mission, there is no abort capability for Orion for the first 3.5 minutes of flight.
Another question we are getting here by Rob, asking for how long can Orion stay in space? Can they actually support 1-year mission to have a permanent presence on the moon many years down the line?
It depends on how long the crew is there to use it. So the Orion can support a 4-person crew for 21 days, 21 continuous days of operation. But without crew and without those consumables, it can fly for longer, as they're planning on demonstrating for this flight. And so for some of the lunar surface sorties that they're planning on doing eventually, they will go. They're planning on establishing this lunar gateway in the near rectilinear halo orbit. They would take the crew would fly Orion to the gateway, dock at gateway, and then they would basically power down Orion, very similar to the way that the Dragon and the Starliner capsules are powered down at the space station. And then the entire 4-person crew would go down to the surface for their entire lunar surface sortie, and then they come back and power Orion up again. So that would allow for a longer than 21-day mission. But if you needed to be in Orion for any period of time and use all the consumables on it, then you would be limited to a much shorter mission.
And we have another change of commentators here with Chris G stepping off for a bit. And now I'm allowed to introduce Thomas Burkhardt. Thomas, are you here?
I am, Adrian. Good morning from the Kennedy Space Center. I hope the helicopter flying overhead isn't too loud. Joining off for some commentary as we get closer to a new T0, the end of tanking coming up here soon, and getting to see what the launch time will be for Artemis I as they work some small issues. Been keeping tabs on it throughout the countdown, and hopefully they'll be ironing those out for a little bit here, because we're getting pretty close to the business end of this countdown, huh?
Yeah,
Yep.
It's getting exciting here. So I will just throw some questions at you, and we will see. There's a question: how the TPS foam actually is applied here. Is there a giant robot doing this, or that they're really like people paint spraying it? So does anybody know yet how they are
Actually, it's some of it's done robotically, and some of it's done by hand. The sort of they call it acreage, but the barrel sections of the core stage tanks, that is applied. They basically put the tanks in a horizontal orientation, and they're rotated, and a robotic arm sprays this spray-on foam insulation onto the surface of the tank, and they in fact have to temperature treat the tanks so that to apply that type of foam. And then there's a what's called a manual spray foam, which can be applied at sort of a room temperature, and that's done for smaller areas, because it's not quite as time efficient as doing something robotically. So you can see some of these. They were talking about the inner tank flange, and there are actually 2 inner tank flanges. There's a flange from the liquid oxygen tank to the inner tank, and then there's a flange from the inner tank to the liquid hydrogen tank. And I'm guessing that they're talking about the inner tank to LH2 tank flange, just because that one tends to be where they have the most issues. But that's a manual spray process to cover that bolted flange with foam, and you can see sort of those stripes that where those manual sprays are done. You can see them sort of. You can see one of them that's a little bit more faint here in this view, right below the tips of the solid rocket boosters, and then you can see one that's a little sharper, and that's the inner tank to LH2 tank flange, because they more recently did that. They did that last year in the VAB, whereas these other flanges were done back when the core stage was at Michoud back in 2019. So they have, and then the other type of SOFI application they could do is a pore foam, basically, where you mix you use molds for these odd geometric shapes that they have to put. Like if you need to insulate a liquid hydrogen valve, for instance, which you do because of the temperatures, they can 3D print a mold that goes around that, and so you put that mold around the valve, and then you pour the foam into that and let it set. That's another type of foam application that they do for equipment, core stage cryogenic propulsion, main propulsion system equipment.
I have to stop asking question here for a moment, because we just got a 500 euro super chat by Dario Castanagna, who's saying Artemis is the connection between past and future. There are 60 years of human history here. I want to dedicate this super chat to Challenger and Columbia astronauts and to Apollo 1 astronaut. What a moving way to word your super chat, and thank you a lot for that, Dario. That really is a big contribution. So let's jump into question here again. There's an Ares 5 question here. I have Thomas. Wanna get an Ares 5 question? I think I have a hard time copying right now. You're a bit robotic. So we'll pause that Ares 5 question for a bit and ask you later. There's another question about Block 1B here, Philip. Has the Block 1B started development yet?
Yes, they are approaching. Actually, I believe they were supposed to be doing the critical design review for the Block 1B as a whole integrated vehicle. They did a critical design review of the exploration upper stage, which is the main piece that's developed for it, and they're getting ready to begin manufacturing of the large structures for the liquid hydrogen tank and the liquid oxygen tank, for the first. The structures that will support the first EUS flight. So they're making progress. It's still gonna be a little while before we get to that flight on Artemis 4, and there's other hardware that needs to be in place before they can actually fly that flight. But Block 1B is definitely well into development, and we're approaching the point where we should start to see flight hardware, large pieces of flight hardware for that.
So sadly, I clicked the Ares 5 question away here, so I have to ask it without having the exact wording. But the exact wording around that was, will the Ares 5 upper stage will be used at some point for SLS? Thomas?
Wasn't the Ares 5 upper stage a single? I don't think it was an Alton. It was probably a J2X. Philip, do you remember? I don't actually remember exactly.
I think that's a good question. I'm not.
I think it was a single J2X, and that would probably be less powerful than like the EUS design. As far as I'm aware, there's no plans to bring that design back because the J2X is very dead. And so, I mean, the EOS is a very capable upper stage. I would not think they're going to be looking for other designs in any near-term future.
That. Question by Jesney2006. Do they need to adjust or compensate for the weight of ice that accumulates on a rocket?
Oh, yeah, that's a good question. One we get a lot, actually, but the answer is no. The amount of ice that builds up is not significant enough to affect the weight of the vehicle, or also the other question we get is, does it affect the aerodynamics of the vehicle? Both of those factors are relatively negligible, not enough. But when you take into account the small percentage of mass compared to the mass of the entire rocket, and the very small diameter change because of the thin ice on the outside, especially because a lot of it will get shaken off at ignition, all of those things considered is not really a factor when considering your aerodynamics or your mass of the vehicle. You can ignore it, and the math still works out.
Thank you a lot. And there's a question about future SLS and future Artemis launches. How far is the construction of SLS for other Artemis launches? Is there room for improvements, fixes for the future missions in case they would find such areas?
Yeah, this is still we're on the cusp here of the very first SLS launch, and so if they have, if they are prepared to make adjustments based on what they see during this launch. So, they can absolutely do that if they need to. I think this design was, I think, intended to be relatively. This is more of this flight, even though it's a flight test, is more of a validation of a design. That doesn't mean that it might not need some modifications and even some invasive modifications depending on the performance. But this is kind of 180 degrees from the type of development that you see with Starship, for instance, where those flights that we're going to be seeing here relatively soon are they're to a great degree those vehicles are still prototyping equipment and prototyping design, whereas with SLS they aren't intending for this to be a prototype. This is supposed to be something that they're going to they expect to perform, that they're verifying the performance of it, and that they'll continue to fly this basic and detailed design on the next flight and going forward. Obviously, they'll bring in the exploration upper stage, and then they'll bring in the new or the next generation boosters eventually. But as an example, they aren't intending to redesign the core stage. They're designing the boosters to use the existing core stage design with with minimal modifications.
There's another question here that relates to probably the shuttle heritage here. Does SLS have a role program like the shuttle?
Yes. In fact, it will probably look it'll look a lot like a shuttle lifting off and then rolling onto its flight azimuth. Much more so than like a Saturn V, for instance. But yeah, it'll absolutely. I believe the roll program is supposed to start about 7 seconds after liftoff.
So the update right now from PAO is they are opening valves now on 1, 2, and 4 again. They didn't see the engine bleed they wanted on 3. They are re-evaluating the situation. So that's the current update on the ongoing engine chill work with them. So the TLDR there is that the engines 1, 2, and 4 are probably working like they want them to work. But engine 3 didn't.
So right, far. And we can see engine 3 is actually the one in the foreground here on the left, and it's the issue is getting the thermal conditioning that they want on the hydrogen side of the engine equipment, and for some reason now this engine bleed was because of the leak that they had in June. This was this was one of the procedures that they really didn't get a chance to practice in June. It's one of the only procedures that they really didn't get to practice, and so they are really they're seeing this for the first time today. So there's that, and so we'll just have to see. If they can troubleshoot it here. One of the other things I think we were advised was that because this is taking a little longer to establish the bleed, and you have to run the engine bleed for a set amount of time or a minimum amount of time, that this is, this will probably push us a little farther into that 2-hour window anyway. So we'll just have to stand by and see what else they come up with for troubleshooting.
But at this point, we are definitely we are watching the clock at this point, right, Philip? Because of the little delays that are slowly adding up, that there might be a time now where we are looking at the clock for today, right?
Say that again.
I'm wondering with the delays at the beginning and now the problems with the engine chill, how are we on time constraints for this window? They might get into a situation soon where the clock is working against them, right?
Right. They could run out of launch window. I think we're still a little ways. We're still a ways away from that. So we'll have to see. We'll have to see what they do. I think they'll if we run out of window, I think they'll probably take the opportunity, since they're in this, they're tanked essentially. They will probably spend some additional time troubleshooting this, even if they run out of launch window. I don't think that really. I don't think anybody besides us diehards are going to be quite so interested in that. But hopefully they'll let us know when. Hopefully they won't leave us up in the air for too long. But even before this, the T0 time was a little bit uncertain, and so we're just going to have to. Listen and hear what they decide to do. So we're still over 50 minutes away from getting to the final hold. The clock's going to hold at T-minus 10 minutes as planned, and I think we'll just have to see where they are. If it just sort of becomes an academic thing, they may decide to announce that they can't make it today. But we were definitely pessimistic when they had the leak at the tail service mast earlier in the morning. So, and they were actually able to resolve that. So, maybe they'll be able to resolve this. We're just gonna have to give them some more time to look at this.
Philip, I have another question for you regarding that. What are the tasks remaining that would stop them from targeting that 8:33 opening of the window? Like, if they are able to resolve this engine bleed issue and they don't have those open tickets going on and the tanking's completed, all those things. If the clock hits T-minus 10 minutes and they enter that 30-minute planned hold, what is stopping them from releasing it as initially planned and still targeting 8:33? What's left to do?
I think the primary thing would be the engine bleed, because there is a minimum amount of time that you have to run that, and they've been troubleshooting this, and I don't know that they've got enough time on it yet, and that'll be the question. But then there was that Orion communications issue that I don't know how much we've heard about that in the last couple of hours, because we've been looking at these issues with the hydrogen systems. But I think in terms of time, that's going to be the major driver, is going to be getting that hydrogen bleed, getting that and it needs to be obviously for all 4 engines. So that's going to probably be what they're going to be running up against, is do they have enough time to get the full, get the minimum duration of the engine bleed before they run out of launch window.
Gotcha. Thank you, Philip.
Yeah.
Question for you, Thomas, actually. Could you explain what an engine bleed actually is?
Yeah, so sometimes this is confused or related to things like engine chill and things like that. This is basically a way of starting to vent or flow a little bit of propellant through an engine. In this case, it would be a hydrogen bleed. It helps chill. It's part of chilling the engine components. You could make it similar to an engine chill down. Philip, are there any big differences for the RS-25 specifically, other than chilling the engine components? I think that's the primary purpose, right?
Right, that's the purpose. And I mean, yeah, you have different their oxygen and hydrogen are have different temperatures and different equipment, and so the flow paths through the engines are a little bit different. But effectively, that's the function of this is to chill the engines down, chill the equipment down to the temperatures they need to be at for engine ignition.
And so the reasoning behind that is, and if you've watched pretty much any rocket launch webcast, especially from us, we usually mention this because it's a very common thing across all rocket engines, that when you have those very cold propellants, it's usually liquid oxygen, and then in some cases the fuel is also cryogenic, such as liquid hydrogen. When those propellants flow through the engine at full flow rates, that's a lot of very cold fluid moving through there, and if you go from ambient temperature, which is, relatively warm here in Florida, to super cold cryogenic temperatures in a very short amount of time, that can damage things. And so what they do is they do an engine bleed or they do an engine chill where you put much less of those propellants flowing through the engine to begin with. And again, you do that for a set amount of time, like Philip mentioned, and that helps cool the engine components down to a lower temperature so that when the full flow starts, it's a much smaller temperature change, and that's much less likely to break anything.
Got it. Thank you. I will hit some of these super chats and also ask some questions from there because there are some cool questions in there. First off, thank you, Uncle Ned. Thank you, Lucas, for your super chats. And then we have the clarification from the long number where we didn't understand the question before. Each side booster has subtitle different black and white designs for optometrics. Okay. And to distinguish the two during the launch, which of the two patterns you like more? I don't have a preference in the patterns of the SRBs, I have to say.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm trying to listen to the. I'm listening to the public affairs here to see if they've got an update.
Then I will ask the next question by Lewis with a 20 euro super chat. Thank you, Lewis. You guys keep mentioning 109% of thrust. How does thrust higher than 100% works? Thanks for the great coverage and Godspeed SLS.
That is a great question, and is also a very common thing across not just rocket propulsion, also jet propulsion. But basically, you design the engine for a design thrust parameter, so some amount of thrust that you're designing the engine for to meet some sort of vehicle need or something like that. But then as you go through development and testing of individual components and then subsystems and then the full engine, you will find margin that you didn't originally anticipate in your design, and you will overbuild things slightly, and then you will basically, through your analysis, determine the maximum thrust level that you can hit before things start to melt or break is actually higher than the original design number. And so when you say 109% of rated performance, the engine is rated for under some conditions to operate at 100% performance, but in reality, when you go through your analysis and everything, you can justify that it's completely safe to fire it at 109%. Now, the interesting note here that comes with the RS-25 specifically on space shuttle missions, which of course these engines have all flown on shuttle missions already, they operated at 104.5%. So again, above that 100 mark, but they're going to be firing a little bit harder on SLS, and that's because that little extra margin would take away some of the reusability of those engines. It would be much more difficult for these engines to fly again after firing for 8.5 minutes for that long at that thrust level. But of course, SLS is now an expendable rocket, and these engines aren't coming back. So you can eke a little bit more performance out of it if you sacrifice the margin that gives you a little bit more reusability. So, but yeah, it's basically referencing the actual thrust number that you're using during flight and the original thrust parameter when you designed or made the design specifications for the engine.
We have another shuttle-related question here by Remy Turk, who also super chat 50 euros. So that's a very very great amount of super chats. So thank you a lot for that, Remy. And they ask, any idea how much, if any, space shuttle software is being reused on SLS?
That might be one of the things that they really aren't using any of. I'm trying to think of of anything, the main flight software absolutely was not carried over from shuttle. I mean, they are. So as an example, from a guidance and navigation and control standpoint, they're using a shuttle algorithm or an algorithm that they used in shuttle. But in terms of the actual software implementation, it's a completely new implementation of that algorithm. And it's even the same thing. We talk about for the RS-25s, the main physical component that was changed from the space shuttle main engines is they replaced the engine controller unit, which is basically a redundant pair of computers, an A side and a B side that gives the engine operational redundancy. Not only did they replace the actual physical computer hardware box that's bolted onto the engine powerhead, but it's also completely new software as well.
Thank you a lot. We have another very generous super chat here by Leon, who gave us $49.99, who's saying, got my Star Race tee a few weeks ago. Incredible quality. Excited to take a look at the Artemis merch as well. Thanks for the awesome coverage as always. And we are very glad that you enjoy our merch shop and that you enjoy the quality, because that's what we are aiming for. Good quality in our merch shop. So we have that with deep engine power. And then we have another question here by Cristiano, who asks, first off says, thanks for the great coverage, as usual. How is the alleged crack in the interstage going to affect today's launch? I think we touched that before. It's not really in the interstage, but more in the insulation, right? And it's probably not affecting that much. Did I summarize that right, Philip?
I'm not. We haven't heard if there's an impact. It's I guess essentially an item of interest for them to take a look at, but we have not heard that that's a constraint to launch, for instance. It's just something that they're taking a look at.
Another question we got here is there any way to know which engines were from which shuttle? Yes, we touched on that before. I'm not sure where exactly you would find the documentation. Any guidance there, Philip, where to find which engine is from which shuttle?
Yeah, they have the engines. The engines were not. The engines were interchangeable from one orbiter to the next, and so they would quite frequently move from one orbiter to the next. And from a maintenance standpoint, it actually was due to all of the maintenance that needed to be done on the orbiters from one flight to another. They chose just because it was more efficient to just remove the engines from the orbiter during that processing flow, and so that's another reason why they just would that they could change around. But as an example, so the oldest, the most experienced engine in this 4-engine set, engine 2045. It first flew in 1998 on STS-89 with Orbiter Endeavour, and then it was one of I thought there was other, but it was one of two that actually flew on the very last space shuttle flight on STS-135 on Atlantis. So these engines like, and that engine 2045, it flew on Endeavour, Discovery, Atlantis, and so the only orbiters, I don't see that particular engine flew on Columbia or Challenger. Well, it wouldn't be on Challenger because these are upgraded engines. But one of the other engines flew on Columbia, and so like Chris was mentioning earlier in the broadcast, all of the orbiters are represented in terms of engines. Either OMS engines or RS-25 engines that flew on the different orbiters are represented on this vehicle.
There's a question here where I'm not sure if we can answer that. The question is, how much does it cost to fuel Artemis I? But I'm not sure if we have the cost of a full fuel for.
Yeah, I don't think we do. that would be that's a very standard type of question to ask, although maybe not on the first flight. And so I don't recall hearing that asked. But there's so many angles to work for a first flight that I think it's not one. It just happened to not get asked this time. But it's also typically hard to get numbers like that from NASA.
I thought so as well. Here's a very speculative question that also words itself as a speculative question. What will happen if, for example, the water deluge system fails at launch? Would they would not ignite the boosters, right, without the deluge system?
That's correct, and there I guess the water system operates in phases, and so yeah, if you just had a complete failure to release the water, you would stop the countdown right there. But if they if some phase of one of the valves that are supposed to open up, if they don't get the indication that those valves open up and they're not going to get the proper amount of water deluge, they would probably, that's another criteria that would stop the count if it's not met.
Question by GameCat here: how long did it take to build this rocket? This particular Artemis I rocket?
Oh boy, that's a hard question to answer exactly, because the boosters, the boosters were in storage for a long time. If we just talk about the element that took the longest and was the critical path, the core stage, they started manufacturing that probably way back in like 2015, and it was delivered in 2020. That's obviously not the way they plan on doing it. It's each core stage is right now, they would hope would take about 4 years to complete. But I mean, they're overlapping them. So, and the first, in terms of producing a core stage, it takes about a year just to buy the raw materials and get the forgings and things that they do to actually machine down to to the right form and fit for a particular, for instance, for a hydrogen tank barrel or something like that. So it takes that long to order and get those, actually get those delivered, and then it takes another I think it was 3 years to actually assemble those, integrate all the equipment, and have that system ready to deliver for launch.
Thank you a lot. There's another question that's about the camera views of NASA. They're asking, why do all of these NASA shots have numbers in the top right? Wouldn't they be concerned with blocking some critical engineering data?
They are engineering cameras, and that's interesting. I assume from a engineering standpoint, and we wouldn't be able to see this, but that it's probably an overlay, like we're looking at camera 814 here, obviously. That it's an overlay that could probably that they could probably remove if internally they could do that. There's another overlay that you will see sometimes, like you see on old TV feeds. They'll usually have a time tag on them, which would obviously also get in the way. But going back to the shuttle days, you would often see in some of the raw footage, they'd have this camera number in the upper right, but then they would also have a time tag, which would give you the exact time in UTC, both the date of the year and then the exact time down to hundreds of seconds, so that you had that engineering information available. But they should also be able to wipe those overlays if they needed to.
Getting a lot of question right now about the latest status. So one of you want to summarize our current situation we are in right now, and what we are looking for and what we are waiting for right now, so people that joined the stream recently are in the picture, basically.
Yeah, so and Philip will add some detail, I'm sure, but the general thing is we are at T-minus 45 minutes and counting That is, of course, not the L minus time. That is not the time till launch. It is just the P minus time that is on the countdown clocks that are sequencing all of these events. It is expected that the launch is going to slip past the original 8:33 a.m. opening of the window due to some of these small delays that have been building up. The main issue that the teams are evaluating right now is this engine bleed issue. One of the 4 engines on the core stage is not bleeding hydrogen properly, which is the process of chilling the engine and preparing it for ignition. And once they get that resolved, it'll need to bleed for a set amount of time for the engine to be ready to go. And so that is the main factor the teams are looking at right now. We are not expected to get a new launch time until the T minus 10-minute hold. That is a planned hold, and that hold is likely to be extended beyond the original 30-minute mark that the hold would have just been if we were all on track. During that hold, also, if they're still working this bleed issue, obviously the hold will be extended until that is resolved. So right now we're kind of in limbo waiting on status of that engine bleed issue. And then once we get to that T minus 10-minute hold, if that issue gets resolved, we will get more information about what the actual targeted launch time will become. Still lots of time in the window to work. Again, it's a 2-hour window, so we shouldn't be too close to hitting the edge, the end of the window here. But Philip, anything to add as far as status here goes?
No, I think you covered it. I guess that is going to be. I think that's going to be the question. Is we don't know how much effective engine chill down they've gotten on the hydrogen side, and so it becomes a question of, do they have enough time to affect that engine chill down, a minimum amount of engine chill down, and still make the end of the window. So we haven't even got to the opening of the launch window. We're still an hour and not a little less than an hour and 15 minutes from the opening of the window. So that would give us 3 hours and 15 minutes of time. So there could still be enough time to do that. It's just a question of how much of it, have they been able to get a little bit of it? Have they been able to sort of bookkeep a little bit of it, or are they going to have to basically start over from the top if they can resolve this? So that's what we're taking a look at.
And since it's also coming up now, I don't want to jinx it, but what are the potential backups for this launch window? Like, how would the path going forward for this rocket would look like if they would run out of window today?
The next, they have an eclipse constraint on Orion for the next 3 days. So August 30th, August 31st, and September 1st, they would not be able to attempt a launch. And so the next possible opportunity would be on Friday, September 2nd. I think if I hate to be pessimistic about this, but and I was wrong earlier with the leak at the tail service mast. So keep that in mind. But so take this with a grain of salt. But if they might need that amount of time anyway, they'll go ahead and replenish the spheres at the pad with tanker trucks. But they might need those extra days to come up with a strategy for the next tanking if we get to that, where they were like, okay, how do we establish a consistent bleed for all 4 engines? Because the intent behind this was basically to get a consistent flow through all 4 engines simultaneously. Because obviously you wouldn't, let's say you needed 30 minutes to chill down an engine. Well, you can't do them one at a time, because by the time you get around to the last one, the other one will have warmed up. So they need to be able to have all 4 engines really in chill down at the same time, so that they're all in approximately the same. Okay, we're hearing that the clock's going to hold at T-minus 40 minutes, which is unusual, but that's perhaps an indication that they want to stop and do some troubleshooting here.
The normal hold would be T-minus 10 minutes, right? That would be the
correct.
normal hold point. Okay.
That's correct. And so now what they could do if they still have a shot here today would be they don't necessarily have to hold for 30 minutes either now or at T-minus 10 minutes.
There's this, by the way.
They do have quite a bit of activity that they're doing even though the clock is stopped in the normal hold at T-minus 10 minutes. So as we saw earlier, they will continue to do other things going on. So like they're releasing weather balloons, they're taking a look at the weather, they're doing other system preparations besides the propellant and the propulsion systems. So they'll try and get ahead of things as much as they can, but I think that's an indication that they want to stop here ahead of time, and that they still have some work to do, and they have there's a decent amount of time that they still need to run the chill downs on these engines, and so we'll just have to see. We'll just have to see if they still have a shot. But I think what we could say is that a T0 today is certainly pushing towards the end of the window.
And Philip, there's no way that this hold can take the place of the 10-minute hold, right? We can't release from here and go all the way. There would still be a hold at T-minus 10.
It could take. I would say it's not impossible for it to do that. I would say they probably would stop. They might stop for a few minutes, but it could. They would somehow have to. They would need to get all of these other things like just the standard stuff like the polls of the launch team, and so on. But I think this is. It's hard to see a good reason why they would stick this unplanned hold in here. But I think again, technically yes, they probably could just continue through 10 minutes. But because that's the beginning of the terminal countdown, I think then if they were going to do that, they would need to do all those polls while the clock was running. But maybe I don't know that that's completely impossible to do. It's just that they would have to do that with the clock running, and then just say, okay, continue. So I think right now I think the issue is can they come up with a workaround to get this hydrogen engine chill down done today, or are they going to need a few days to go through this?
Apparently, the liquid hydrogen teams called for a 10-minute hold at 40 to discuss the situation. So that's the situation we are into right now.
Right, and so like what Thomas was saying, and I think that would be reasonable. I think the issue with the engine, with the amount of time they need for this, is still the issue. But so, for instance, they could subtract that 10 minutes from the 30-minute hold at T-minus 10 minutes. So they could shorten the hold at 10 when they get down to 10, down to 20 minutes. But I think they're going to need some time to do this engine chill down.
So another question here is, if the launch does go ahead, is there a website to track Orion on its mission? Will it appear on the usual suspect sites? Do we know that?
Well, actually, I think NASA set up a dedicated site that will have live telemetry from Orion once it separates from the vehicle. I'm not actually sure when it starts. It might be even during the ICPS coast phases, but there's a site somewhere that NASA has set up to track the progress of Orion on the way out to the moon, and then I believe that will stay live while it's at the moon orbiting and then on its way back as well.
Copy. So yeah, we are now in this hold, and we are hoping that they will resume soon and fix this issue. But either way, just to point it out again, I know we pointed out before here, but just to set expectation here, it is a test flight. It is their first test flight of this rocket, so there are sometimes issues coming up, and that's why they are doing this. They are trying to get used to this rocket, trying to learn everything about it, and fly it. So just to point it out again.
We saw a tweet from Wayne Hale, who was a former program manager for the space shuttle and former space shuttle flight director. He was the ascent and entry flight director on, it seems like, at least a couple dozen shuttle launches and landings. And he was saying this, saying overnight that he thought that the chances of this launching today were probably only about 50-50. And I know Chris Bergen was also put the odds of it launching today pretty low. He was really not expecting it to be able to go today. So, and it's certainly this has been a little bit more of a bumpy countdown than we saw on some of the other vehicles when they got to their first flight day. But we'll just have to see how this goes. And so, again, hopefully this is a problem. If they can't resolve it today, that they've got till Friday to figure out how to do this and come back. I would assume that they'd be able to come back again on Friday and try again.
Let's hope for that. That would be later in the day, right? They wouldn't start this early on Friday.
That's correct. I think the window. I'm just pulling that up now. If I recall correctly, the launch window on it opens. It's still a 2-hour window on Friday. It would open at 12:48 p.m. Eastern time, so that'd be 16:48 UTC, and again 2 hours long. But we're not quite done. We're I know
not there yet.
We're not there yet. We're still looking at the possibility of today.
Let's hope we don't need all of these backup windows.
Right.
So let me hit some super chats here again, because we have quite a lot in the queue at this point. Thank you, Rich, for your super chat. Thank you, Ben Scott, for upgrading to flight engineer. That's again a very high tier on our membership program. That also gives you access to Discord and amazing previews of photographs. And thank you a lot for that. Then we have Jason. Thank you. We have the Sun Express. Thank you a lot, Ricardo. Lucas, any idea on sequence? Will we have a 6-second run on the core engines before liftoff, similar to shuttle?
You mean where they would
like
start
the main engine, basically the main engine starting 6-7 seconds before liftoff, and then the SRBs igniting, like comparable to shuttle, where the main engine start early.
Right. The timing it's not exactly the same, but it's very close. So the first engine start command for shuttle was about 6.6 seconds, and for this one, the first engine start command would be about 6.36 seconds, or approximately 6.4 seconds. So the engines would run on the pad for about 6 seconds before the boosters would be fired.
Copy. Then we have Abnormal with 15 euros saying, great commentary as always. Keep up the great work on all the live stream. Thank you a lot. Thank you, Rusty Android. Thank you, Calavis Aurea. Thank you, Stumpy Fingers, for joining the Capcom membership, where you can get access to our amazing membership Discord. So make sure to check that out. Thank you, Red the Bean, for becoming a pet rat. Thank you, Cam DeLong. Thank you, Kent Murray, for becoming a pet rat. Thank you, I'm sorry, Bijoton. I will not even try. I will make it worse. That's the best thing about being here on the host, because you will get some names wrong. Thank you, Ligger Zerons. See. Thank you, JG3. Thank you, T. Montgomery, for becoming a Pet Red member. Thank you, so many members. Florin de Almeida for becoming a Red Team. Thank you, Rainer Müller, for becoming a Red Team. Thank you to Dennis for becoming a Red Team. And let's get into question for the moment again. Let me just pull up the next one here. There's a question about the SLS orange compared to the shuttle external color here, Philip. Is it the same orange and the same insulation as the shuttle?
It's not exactly the same formula, although I guess the material itself may be very similar. Because of we have environmental a lot more environmental regulations than 40 50 years ago, well 40 years ago, and so they changed the blowing agents in terms of spraying the foam on, but it's a very similar it's essentially a similar type of material to shuttle external tank.
Thank you. There's a question about the CubeSats that are on this mission. Do we know exactly what they are doing and what's their mission purpose?
I know there are 10 of them, and they have a bunch of different missions. They're basically rideshare opportunities given to CubeSats that would fulfill some scientific research goal that NASA has set out. Most of them will be tailored towards preparing for future human spaceflight missions, so studying the environment that humans will be traveling through and things like that. I don't have the list in front of me, so I do know we are planning some more in-depth coverage of those CubeSat missions later. But we'll get more word on those also once they're deployed on the way out to the moon. They are all going to heliocentric orbits, so they're all being deployed after the initial parking orbit. But I don't have the list of the specific missions in front of me. But they're basically augmenting the scientific research goals of Artemis with supplemental scientific data that will help us prepare to send humans into deep space, including Artemis and to Mars and things like that.
Thank you all for that summary. So, let's see. There's another question by Vanguard Space. Can SLS fly on 3 engines if one shuts down during the flight?
It will continue to fly, but the question is how early in flight that single engine were to shut down. So that would be the issue. So if it shuts down too early in flight, then there wouldn't be enough performance to make up. The other 3 engines will burn for longer, but there wouldn't be enough performance left over. Once you get past, I think around the 3-minute 30-second point in the flight, if you were to have an engine shut down after that, they would have enough performance to basically conduct the full mission.
You? There's a question we answered before, but I want to just hit it because it comes up from time to time. At which point in the countdown of future Artemis mission would the astronauts enter the rocket?
I'm not sure exactly where it would be on the clock, but it would be at a point where both stages were both tanks in both stages, so all 4 tanks were in stable replenish. So during the night we had some initial issues with the core stage liquid hydrogen fill that pushed that back a little bit, and we had but what they did to make up for that was they started the second stage, the ICPS liquid hydrogen loading. They started that a little earlier in the sequence than the nominal plan, and so the idea would be, I think what they said not yesterday, but the day before that, is when they get to the crewed missions, they'll need another couple of hours in the timeline, so they would be starting this whole propellant loading process 2 hours earlier than they did today, and that will give them enough time. Once all 4 tanks are in stable replenish, everybody's back behind a roadblock up until that point, just like with shuttle and I'm not sure about for Starliner, but certainly for shuttle, because that would be the point when they did it, where there's a support crew called the closeout crew that will go out to the pad and go up into the mobile launcher into the White Room, and they will get the Orion crew module ready for the crew. So they'll go out first, and then the crew is obviously going to be getting suited up and ready to go, but then they will wait to get a call from the closeout crew. The closeout crew will coordinate with the launch director and the NASA test director, who's sort of orchestrating all of the activities on that. So closeout crew would call the launch team and say, "We're ready for the crew," and then the crew would come. The crew would be driven out to the launch pad at that point.
There's another question here about the SRBs. I noticed that the nozzle appeared to move during a video of an SRB static fire. Do they have some form of gimbaling and/or throttling capabilities?
Ooh, I can take that one. So I can hit on both of those points. The SRBs do have gimbal authority, just like they did for the space shuttle. In fact, here on SLS especially, because they are farther from the center of mass of the vehicle, because they're on the sides of the rocket, and they are also much higher thrust than the individual RS-25 engines, those boosters provide the vast majority of the roll capability and steering capability for the rocket. You have a lot more torque from those engine nozzles, or motor nozzles, I guess. And so the solid rocket boosters can gimbal. As far as throttling goes, like most solid rocket boosters, you can't throttle them per se. The grain that is cast inside the casings of the solid rocket boosters is tailored and shaped in a way that they will be slightly lower thrust during max Q and towards the end of the burn. However, that's not really throttling because you're not commanding a change in thrust. You basically pre-programmed it in by just shaping the solid fuel in a specific way. So it's not throttling in the traditional sense, but there is differing thrust levels throughout the burn of the SRB, and they do absolutely have gimbaling authority.
By the way, we see the engine bleed right now on screen, right? That's the engines bleeding now.
That's just the oxygen that's venting. They would the liquid hydrogen they would not vent out into the open air because it would be a flammability issue. The engine bleed. Actually, it's a good point though. They are doing this engine bleed, engine chill down on both the oxygen side and the hydrogen side. It's just that the hydrogen is a little more sensitive. Because there's so much of it that gets used, and it's one of the reasons why they can only tank the vehicle once, and then the minimum recycle would be 48 hours. But that actually goes that they're using the liquid hydrogen that's in the full liquid hydrogen tank. They're using some of that is allowed to flow through the engines, and then that all goes out to a manifold, and it's all ducted and dumped overboard. It goes out through a bleed line, which is where they had the leak in June, and it goes out through tubing in the mobile launcher. It goes out to a what's called a hydrogen separator tank, because it's still in liquid state. It's still in very cold liquid state versus when they have the vent valve open and when they have boil off, that's obviously more of a gas state. So the liquid goes to the separator tank where it's allowed to boil off into a gas, and then it goes out to the flare stack to be burned so that it doesn't, so you don't get a big, it's like if you were to have a gas leak at your house. You don't want that, because if you have enough of it accumulate and then have a spark, it just explodes essentially. And so that's the reason that they don't just vent hydrogen out into the air.
There's another question we got before, but I want to get it out because we get it also a lot, which is how many times they can fill the tanks. It's not exactly a number, but it's still far away, right? How many times they can load this tank?
Yes, it's probably on the order of 20 times. And let's see if we doing a quick count. They did essentially, they filled it essentially 3 times at Stennis for Green Run. And here at in the launch campaign, the June wet dress was probably the first time that they really completely filled it. I don't know how they would say. I'm not sure how they would count the the two previous attempts. So the very first wet dress attempt, they never got to the point where they started loading propellants. And then the second one, they never got to the point where they loaded hydrogen. And then the third one, they only barely got started into the hydrogen load. So you could say we're probably somewhere around the 6 tanking cycles on this core stage. So they still have quite a few cycles left that they need to use them. And that this is because they had the leak and the quick disconnect. They basically postponed seeing this behavior that they're seeing this morning from June. Ideally, they would have learned about this back in the wet dress rehearsal versus learning about it during their first launch attempt. And so the hope is you saw that each of the issues that they ran into from one attempt to the other, they figured out a resolution. In some cases, of course, it took longer to resolve. So they had to go back to the VAB. In this case, for this particular problem, I would not expect, unless it's it's some hardware that's broken, if this is a procedural thing that they need to come up with a procedural way to do this engine chill down, that they should have the opportunity to try again on Friday, and they just basically have to figure out how to come up with a sequence of configuring the system so that they can establish the engine bleed simultaneously on all 4 engines.
I will touch on something really quick before we bring more questions in. We are still holding at T-minus 40 minutes. The initial report was that it would only be a 10-minute hold, but it's been about 20 minutes since the hold began, still holding steady at T-minus 40 minutes. No further updates on the status of resolving that engine bleed issue, nor any updates about what the time remaining for them to resolve that issue and get the count rolling again may be. We're still not technically in the launch window, which doesn't open until 8:33 here Eastern time, and it's a 2-hour window, but we know there's been some delays. There were delays in tanking due to the weather, and then here in the countdown, they've encountered this engine bleed issue. NASA hasn't provided any updates as to the effect of those delays, saying that they would provide a new T0 once they hit the T-minus 10-minute hold, which of course we are not going to reach unless this count can be resumed. So no status updates on that front, but just being aware that this hold has gone on longer than originally anticipated.
There's another question about this hold here, which I want to touch on, because it's fitting. Will this hold have any problems for the loaded propellant?
I don't think so, other than you have to keep going for longer. But they sized and evaluated this based on consuming an entire 2-hour launch window in addition to the hours of time that they were that they've been filling the vehicle. So they have enough liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen to keep the vehicle filled and ready to fly. It's just the issue of it's really just the issue of can they resolve this issue with the engine chill down and then complete the engine chill down in time to get to the end of the window. So the longer that they hold here at 40, the more difficult it is. And we are I'd say holding it T-minus 40 minutes in and of itself is not a good sign for a launch today anyway. And so we'll just wait and see here. As Thomas said, we haven't even reached the opening of the window, but it might be an academic thing at this point. Again, as I mentioned before, I was getting pretty pessimistic when they had the hydrogen leak at the tail service mast earlier in the morning. And so take it with a grain of salt. So it is possible they could still resolve it, but we will wait and we will wait and see. But I mean, it really, to me, I know we have a large team. We have a large team in Florida, and I think everybody hopefully is conditioned for the fact that this is a first launch of a very complicated vehicle, and to at least be mentally prepared, if not financially prepared, to stay a few extra days. And so, what I'm hoping for, it's easy for me to say because I'm just at home in California, but what I'm hoping for is that if they cannot launch today, that they've got enough data that they can crunch through and go over the next 96 hours or so, over the next 3 days, to come up with a procedure to do the engine chill down on Friday.
Thank you for that answer.
Yeah,
What's going
Philip,
on
just to
here?
add to that really quick. Oh man, we got a new voice on comms. How you doing, Das?
I'm curious if anybody has seen any of these orange rockets that are supposed to be around here today. Is this thing still here?
Well, we have a
Yeah,
blue
it's
one.
still here. It's venting, but it's still here.
It should still be here because the window's not open yet. It's still a little bit from the window, but it seems there were some problems coming through, huh? Thomas, you were going to jump in and say something there?
Well, yeah, I was gonna ask Philip another question, but we can come back to that in a second. But definitely still watching this engine bleed issue, Das.
The engine bleed issue. I've been following along, watching what was going on and waiting for the NASA broadcast to start and all that sort of thing. But it seems like right now, chat, by the way, can y'all hear me okay? Yeah, you got to do the 5x5 in chat. I'm not supposed to talk until you'll actually say you can hear me. But it looks like they had a couple different things that were resolved. The crack wasn't actually a big deal and other things like that. But the engine bleed issue, like chilling down that one engine, is still what sort of got them in a tizzy here, right?
Right.
Huh. And they tried a couple different troubleshooting steps. I know y'all sort of talked about this, but I'm sort of getting myself caught up here. There's some 5x5s in chat. Thank you, y'all. Appreciate it. How they tried to flow everything through that one engine, and then that didn't work. What else could they possibly do? Have they given any details on other troubleshooting steps they were trying to do? I guess Philip?
I remember at one point they
Thomas?
were trying to pressurize the tank to try and force some flow through the engine. They were cycling some valves on the other engines to aid in that pressurization. They have tried a couple different things. Philip, I don't know if you caught any other things they may have mentioned.
Sorry, I'm just trying to listen to the
He's also listening,
to the commentator. Yeah, I think we are getting to the point where we might need to start listening a little more closely.
Right.
But well, I'm sorry. Could you repeat the question or
Honestly, I think you should listen into the updates if there's some updates going on.
Okay. Well, Alex is helping out in the back here, which is nice, and he just said that they're asking for another 10 minutes. I apologize for being a little pessimistic here, but I'm not sure exactly what 10 minutes is going to get them, because I think they're just running up against the clock here with one of the things they talked about in June was that the engine bleed was going to take on the order of more than a couple of hours. Let me see if I can sort of, pardon me. But in terms of, just to give a little bit of background on this, when they originally designed the countdowns at Stennis, they expected that they would just open the valves up to the engines once this engine bleed, which is an engine chill down essentially. Pardon me. On the hydrogen side, they're basically using the hydrogen from the full liquid hydrogen tank, and what they'd expected was they would just open up the engine valves on the hydrogen side, and that flow of hydrogen would just naturally go through there from gravity and a little bit of pressure in the lines from the core stage being in a vertical configuration. And what they found at Stennis when they first did this is that they were only getting a sort of a consistent bleed flow through 2 of the 4 engines. And so what they did at Stennis was, in order to get some additional head pressure on the tank and on that mass of hydrogen, was to close the vent valve up at the top of the hydrogen tank and let that natural tendency for the hydrogen to boil off. Instead of releasing that, you let that boil and produce a little bit of additional pressure up at the top of the tank. And when they did that at Stennis, that was good enough to establish that consistent engine chill down, engine bleed that we're calling it, established through all 4 engines. And so I don't know that they really had to tinker with the settings as much. That once they found that, they didn't have to tinker with that anymore, and that worked for both of the hot fire tests that they did subsequent to that. So at Stennis, they did a wet dress rehearsal at Stennis as well for Green Run, and so here the issue is you have a different ground infrastructure, you have a different configuration of the vehicle, and so and they didn't get a chance to see this in June because they had a leak right at the outset of establishing this engine chill. So engine, it's being referred to as engine bleed, but they didn't even get far enough to really see this in June. And so it's just one of those things where they had the leak that they had to deal with first. This is the first time they're seeing it. And I think the hope going forward is that if they can't resolve it today, that if you give them a few days until the next opportunity on Friday, that would be enough for them to come up with a procedure and or workarounds to get the right kind of engine bleed, engine chill down that they need in a next launch attempt.
All right. I'm still getting caught up on everything that's going on here. But as of right now, I mean, there's still a lot of time left in the window. The window hasn't even opened yet, but they're still working on it. I guess they asked for the additional 10 minutes there, and that's almost like asking mom and dad for 10 more minutes before you have to go to bed. At some point, they're going to have to decide to go to bed or not here with their rocket today, but there's not anything else that's going to hold them back from trying this. Like, do you think, Philip, that they're just going to get to a point where they have to say, well, yeah, we're going to have to actually travel out there to see this? Or
they're just going to...
Go ahead.
Yeah, I think that the issue is that it takes some minimum amount of time to condition the engines, and so I don't know that they've really that they've done that yet. And so even if they were to resolve it right now, the question is, because it's longer than a 2-hour period. We're right at that point now where we're, even though the launch window hasn't opened, the end of the launch window is about 2 hours and 15 minutes. Okay, no, maybe, but they might not have enough time to get a full engine chill that they need, and still have time to make the end of the window. So I'm not sure we're quite there yet, but they also have not necessarily resolved the issue yet either. So I think they'll probably, regardless, if they will have to probably decide on whether they can make it today. But I think I will not be surprised if they use this, they essentially start using this as like a wet dress rehearsal, because they're in a launch configuration otherwise, and so they can continue to troubleshoot for some amount of time. So we'll just have to wait and see. But like I said, I do think, or at least I hold the hope out enough today, so that they could come back on Friday, and obviously they'll be a lot smarter about this after a few days of looking at the data.
Right, and that is their next attempt, right? Like they would have an opportunity on
the next
Friday.
opportunity. Right, Friday at what was it, 12:48 p.m. Eastern? I think is when it's a 2-hour launch window. It would open, 12:40. It would open at 12:48 p.m. Eastern. But yeah, we haven't heard yet. I know, I apologize for being a little pessimistic. I think we are hearing a little bit of that, some rumors about that, but we haven't heard anything official yet. So it's not official yet. And so we're just standing by to hear what they have, what they're doing, troubleshooting, and what they've learned and what they're planning on doing. So I will say this is really the first time that we've got to see the vehicle up close from all these engineering cameras. They would not release these up until today. And so at the very least for a SLS geek like me, this has been cool to just be able to see the full vehicle here up close with these cameras on the launch pad and on the mobile launcher.
Yeah, that has been very cool. Totally agree with you, Philip.
Absolutely. We did a lot of work to get all of the camera feeds working here, and for the most part, we've had a lot of cool views today. I think maybe if we get a recycle, we may have even more views next time. But this has been a sight to see, that's for sure, as they've got SLS completely, I say tanked up, not completely prepared, but really close to launching out there. Just the one final issue that they're working on. So let's see here. I'm going to grab some super chats real quick. A couple of those have come through as well. We've got Dio saying, thanks for the great coverage. Go Artemis. Appreciate you, Dio. Let's go all the way down here. Valari Blue. I don't even know what a BGN is. Does anybody know where that is? Somebody Google that and get back to me on what a BGN would be. Either way, we appreciate the support. We've got Ron Smith. Is it just me, or does SLS look like a giant creamsicle? Like that orange-ish chemically flavored pop or whatever it is? I don't know. I don't know if it looks like a giant creamsicle, but Ron, we appreciate the support. We've got Alessandra Bazofi going as well. That just looks like it's just a 4-leaf clover. I think that SLS would like that look today. Thank you for the support there. We've got Katie Jackson, who signed up as a flight engineer. Welcome to the club, Katie. Astro Luke, has a question. And the question is, I have a question. Well, geez, I guess I just said that was a question. Will Artemis be on the side of the moon facing the Earth or the opposite side? And if it could be seen through a telescope, I think might be talking here about Artemis landings, because there's two separate things here. This craft is not going to be landing on the moon. This is just going to be going around the moon, right? The Orion spacecraft will go around the moon, but it's not going to be landing. That's not a lander. When we get to the Artemis landing missions, they are talking about landing near the southern pole of the moon, and it would most likely be in such a way where they have communication with Earth. The moon rotates so slowly, right, because it's tightly locked. The moon always looks the same to us when you look up at it. You got the man of the moon or cow or whatever you think you see up there. I think that's a rabbit sometimes. But the moon rotates really slowly, and if you land in some place where you don't have constant communication, when you go out of communication, you may be unable to talk to Earth for quite some time. Put up satellites, bounce it around. But I do believe that we should be able to have direct line of sight, let's put it that way, to Artemis landing sites. They released those landing sites just a couple days ago. Now, could you take a photo of it with a telescope or something like that? I'm not aware.
No, you can't. Even though Starship is large, you're not going to be able to see it with a telescope. Absolutely not.
Maybe if the light hits it just correctly or something like that. But do we have a little bit of an update here? Not yet, it sounds like. Okay. They're discussing. Okay, they're still discussing what's going to go on, but as soon as they finish discussing what's going on with the forward plan, they haven't called it yet. They're still, I'm going to say, holding out hope. They're doing hard work is what they're doing, seeing if they can launch this rocket today. But they are still discussing, and the launch director's on standby right now. So not giving up hope yet, but we're going to keep on saying thanks to people. And y'all, as soon as that update comes down the pipe, let me know. I'll be watching so we can share that with the viewers the instant it happens. Astro Luke, thank you anyways. I hope I got your question pretty well answered there. Drollcar Sampa, I think, is a pad rat. We've got Astro Luke join the red team membership as well. Who else do we have here? We already answered the creamsicle one. We got that one. Onkla is a red team member. I don't know if anybody has joined the stream and then joined the Discord or anything like that, but we've got like a whole chat server sort of deal where you can talk with other space-minded people if you're interested in that sort of thing. Let's see. Bob Lefevre? Lefevre? I probably got that wrong, but Bob, that part's easy. Thank you so much for the support. Jesse Bear, thank you so much as well. We appreciate you. Marco Fenzini, I think that was a red team member as well. There's no way I'm going to get through all of these, but some people updating us on past issues. I'm sort of in the strata of super chats here. Leadmaster, Midlife with Motorcycles. That sounds like a YouTube channel. Ian McCrossan, David Michael Tootin, or Teuton, one way or the other. Aaron Stevens, across the board, thank all of y'all for the support. And I am going to go back over to our back channel and see if the update has dropped. Nope. Looks like there's...
Spoiler alert, it hasn't.
Yeah, spoiler alert, it hasn't. Oh, geez. I'm curious real quick, y'all. Who has found us for the first time today? Like in chat, if you're watching the stream, this is the first time you've been here, you didn't know who we were, somehow you stumbled across this channel, and you are here for the first time. Let me know in chat if that's the case. Quite a few of you, actually, it looks like. A lot of people saying me. That's good. NASA Spaceflight, the owner of the channel, has been here before, apparently. Quite a few first-time viewers. Well, welcome if you're here. We appreciate y'all finding us. We're welcome. We're happy that you found us. We do want to remind you that if you want to come back here and you want to get your own launch coverage just like we're doing here, this is what we do. We sort of do fun commentary. We're not official NASA. We have question and answer sort of things. We talk to people. We don't just sit here and read from a script or anything like that. Hopefully we avoid a lot of dead space most of the time. But if you want to get back to the channel, you know how to do it. There's a follow button that you can click, sign up for notifications or ring the bell or whatever it is the kids are doing this day. Have a nice day, honey. The wife is off to work. If you want to get back to the channel here, you know how to do it. Turn on the notifications. She was expectantly waiting next to my studio here, and I was not going to get away with not telling her goodbye. But make sure you toss a follow to the channel. How's the update looking? Oh, apparently people telling my wife to have a good day as well.
Yes. Yeah, Chris B says the update is we don't have an update.
We don't yet have an update. Nice.
We're still waiting.
All right. Yes, everyone in chat saying thank you or saying have a good day to the wife. Thank y'all for being nice to Das wife there. We actually refer to her sometimes as Das wife. She actually has a hoodie, a NASA spaceflight hoodie that's embroidered Das wife underneath the logo. Speaking of merch, while we're here, we were talking about ways to support the stream. We were talking about ways to get back. Wait, you can't call her honey. Sorry, that one's taken. You can't call her that. We actually have quite a few different ways that you can support the stream, including our merch store here. Did anybody pick up any of that merch that we were dropping earlier today? Get over to the Artemis Fans and Fun thing real quick if we can, Mr. Patrick, with the clicky things. I'm curious if anybody actually grabbed any of these shirts. We did a couple different designs. Go into the serious design, I guess, real quick. And we have one where we've got this back. It looks a little Boba Fett with the rocket on the back of it, right? But we've got all these sort of official labels here where you can see what the labels are supposed to be. Like where Orion is and where the orange tanks are and all of those sorts of things. If that's a little bit too much for you, it's a little bit too serious, we also came up with a fun version of it, if we can go over to the for fun version. And we sort of had a running bet, were people going to actually buy the serious version, or were they going to buy the version where Orion is labeled an onion? The launch escape system, or launch abort system, is labeled just in case. Somebody just labeled the orange tank orange, missing an E there. Apparently the boosters are called Flamey Boys. I did not come up with that one, but that's on there as well. And we were sort of having a running bet as to whether or not people would go with the serious version and wear it into the office and explain how serious SLS is, or if they'd go with the fun version. With the fun, I think the other one just says big to small. Somebody labeled the engine a pea shooter on the fun version. Anyways, you can vote for your favorite design by picking one up. Shop.nasaspaceflight.com, a great way to support what we're doing here. Believe me, I spent a lot of money on fiber optic cables and converters and media encoders and all sorts of stuff so we can bring you all these different camera angles. Today, we were really focused on those engineering cameras. We wanted all those close-in cameras. We wanted super low latency so that you could see it happen on our stream first. But anyways, get the merch off the screen. I've overstayed my welcome with the merch. There's all sorts of cool stuff there. Awesome metal prints. That other design we've got that's like a retro sort of neon design. Whichever one. No, like merch off the screen. Come on. Got enough merch. Back to rockets. There we go. Thank you. This is how we do merch plugs when I'm on the stream. So, anyways,
somebody had a really nice suggestion. Was rather than get the serious one or the fun one, why not get both?
Why not get then just like mix them up, like put them in the laundry bin and then just pull one out and wear it, and you don't know which one you're going to wear for the day.
Right. I guess you could probably wear one underneath the other, one over the other, if you wanted to. If it's a cold day. Like you would see in August.
It's like a serious meeting. You wear like your serious shirt if it's like, you're around the adults or whatever. But if you want to be cool with the kids, then you wear the fun shirt.
Right.
Yes. Oh, well, speaking of which, if you get both of them, you could actually get them both. And I think it's like a 10% discount or something if you add two of the things from the shop in the Artemis collections to your cart and buy them. There's like a discount.
Hey. Wow, I walked right into that one.
You did. It was a setup the entire time, wasn't
it? Yeah, I guess I'm getting groggy here. I walked right into that.
I do not blame you. It is all good. Anyways, fun version 100%. Isaac Chapman apparently going for the fun version there, I guess. But back to serious business. Looking to see... Oh, apparently we're getting live updates. It's 21 to 6. Mark is our store guy. Mark, is that 21 to 6 in favor of fun or in favor of people who don't like fun? He might be watching on the stream delay. He's not in the comms channel with us right now. He'll answer me here. Fun. It's actually 21 fun shirts to 16 fan shirts. Make a little live counter on the screen or something like that. Anyways, right now, we're sort of hanging out, waiting for the actual NASA teams to discuss what the plan forward is. We don't have an update, but we are listening. Oh, look, 3 more sold. 3 more people love fun. That's fantastic. We do need live shop telemetry. That's correct. Apparently, lots of people like fun. 3 more people just liked fun. We don't have any fans, apparently. That's okay.
Right. Well, it's actually, it's probably a good idea to just quickly talk about where we are right now in case people are joining us, which is they're holding the countdown clock. This is an unplanned hold at T-minus 40 minutes. We've been holding for a while here. They have a problem with establishing the engine chill down for the 4 RS-25 engines. They were able to get 3 of them set up and sort of chilling down correctly, but they could not get engine 3. They've been having trouble getting that to go simultaneously with the other 3. And so they've been troubleshooting that for, it seems like, a couple of hours now. And so we're standing by waiting to hear what they're going to do next.
But no more information on that. And again, y'all, we have sort of a team of people that are listening in to the official updates. We don't pipe the official updates in because then it just always ends up being a train wreck and people talking over each other and stuff. But we are listening in and waiting to hear what that official word is, I guess, right? Let's see here. Apparently, we've got a tracking shot of a helicopter really quickly. We're not quite at the frame rate where the helicopter blades sort of stay still. They just look like they're going really slowly.
Right. And then turning and then turning the other direction. It's kind of an interesting effect, huh?
Yeah. But again, folks,
really like that. It doesn't really work like that.
We are standing by. As soon as we get that information, we will share it with you. This is a really nice track on the helicopter. Who's got this track going on? Thomas, is this you?
The helicopter track was courtesy of our good friend Mr. Michael Baylor.
Oh no. Is Michael using the automated tracking algorithm for the helicopter?
Was it, I don't know, Michael, was it automated or were you just doing that manually? Oh no, it was automated. Yep, the tracking software works on helicopters, confirmed.
So one of our team members, Michael Baylor, he like runs half the stuff we do, has written a bunch of computer vision software, and he pipes the camera feed into his computer, and he can identify. I'm going to use the term target, but you can identify what you want to track. Works less good when it's behind the VAB. Now wait a second. No, go back, Patrick. Go back. Look. Is the software good enough that the helicopter is going to be there when it comes to the other side of the VAB? It might have gone up or down. Show me. Ooh. No helicopter. He'll zoom out and find it. He knows what he's doing. Anyways, Michael actually wrote some cool auto-track. It was worth a try there. I had high hopes, but Michael wrote some really cool software, and he was using the flyby of the helicopter to get some practice in because he is going to use that auto tracking on the rocket when it takes off. Still waiting to see if that's going to be today or not. But we're now what, Philip? I think we're 19 minutes from the open of the window, I think.
Right.
Yeah, it's just under 20 minutes from the official open of the window, but with no official word forward. Very interesting.
Right. And we're 30 minutes. We're 30 minutes farther away than we were expecting to be at this point. We would have expected to be holding at 10 minutes instead of at 40 minutes. So, as we've been
I was going to say the clock's ticking, but the clock's not ticking right now, right?
Right, but the clock is ticking to the end of the window, and so we're, even though we haven't got to the opening of the window, they only have 2 hours once we get there, and this is the kind of the engine chill down takes a significant amount of time, on the order of that amount of time, and so that was the issue we were thinking about when they announced this, because they weren't able to resolve it right away. Was, do they have enough time to, come up with a solution and then actually, get enough chill down in by the end of the window to attempt to launch. So we're still waiting to, we're at this point, they tried a bunch of different things. They tried. They tried to increase the pressure in the tank to flight pressure, I think I heard them say, which is significantly higher than just closing the vent valve and letting the boil off, do a little bit of pressurization. So they tried. I think another thing I heard them say, heard that they tried, was they basically isolated the 3 engines that were working correctly and left engine 3 by itself and tried to force the bleed through that. So I guess that they didn't get what they were looking for when they did that. So we'll just have to see what they're thinking to do at this point.
We'll see what the official update is here, y'all. So, all right. I mean, people are still hopeful that this is going to go. The viewer count keeps going up and up. I think people are waiting to see what the call's going to be here today. But a lot of people at NASA, remember, they're not just going to launch this thing. They're not just going to push it because they need to light the fires today. They have spent a lot of work making this thing. They don't just want to, if they don't have a high chance of success, they're not just going to say, well, try it anyways and we'll see what happens. But they're making some they're having some detailed conversations. They're making some decisions right now as to what they're going to do. And a lot of it may very well be, what other things can we try? What potential does that have for working? And even if we get it working right now, do we have enough time left in the window today to actually light this big orange candle? What actually here is setting the window? It's like where the moon is, isn't it?
Right, where the moon is and where the rotation of the Earth is relative to the moon. And so this is we're coming up to the 2 hours during the day when Florida is in the right position to set up a translunar injection to the moon. And so that's why it's this time of the day. And as you see, if you look at the launch window through this launch period actually opened on August 23rd, and it runs through September 6th. And so whereas today the window opens at 8:33 in about 15 minutes, the next opportunity would open at 12:48 p.m. and then it'll actually progressively get later in the day. And it sounds like we have an official update coming now.
All right. We're going to stand by and collate the data here, folks. Looks like the team is still working on a troubleshooting plan, so that's sort of what we were expecting. Team trying to figure out what the way forward here is on that troublesome engine number 3 here. Again, you have to get the engines down to a specific temperature. The lines, all these sorts of things have to be conditioned correctly. And 3 of the engines, they showed up for work today. They were ready to go. But one of the engines did not, I believe, chill down to the right level. It wasn't getting to where they needed it to be so that they could actually light the engine. And they are continuing to work on that plan, trying to come up with troubleshooting steps. Apparently there's some modeling data involved in terms of exactly how it might work, I guess, at the current temperatures. I don't know, can you model what else you might possibly be able to do? Again, this is... How many... Okay, here's a great question, Philip, and I think you're going to know this one. How many chances have they had to go through this process of chilling down the engines the way that they're doing it? I mean, it's not like every Tuesday they show up for Engine Chill Tuesday and they just chill down all the engines and practice it, right?
Right. They did this at Stennis, and
Right.
I think they were able to get a configuration at Stennis, which is a completely different ground infrastructure than we're looking at here in Florida.
Right.
But I don't recall them having, other than they had an initial discovery, sort of a eureka about we don't get a sort of natural engine bleed by just opening up the pre-valves and letting the hydrogen run through the engines. You have to actually put a little pressure up on the top of the tank by closing the vent valve. But they obviously did that. They've been doing that here at Kennedy, and they're not getting exactly the same behavior. So, I mean, it's, this might not be what you would typically think of for computational fluid dynamics, but it is kind of a fluid dynamics situation. And they're probably taking, they've obviously had models that they updated with the behavior that they saw at Stennis, and they're probably feeding some of the data that they have here, that they've got today, into that model to see if they can come up with some parameters they can use to establish this engine chill. Because once they get that set up correctly, then they would be able to, at the very least, they would want to test it. And you need to have the vehicle completely filled with propellant to test it. So this is a good configuration to figure out some troubleshooting procedures. So
Yeah.
yeah.
I think
Yeah, it
that
looks
makes
like-
sense. Go ahead.
Yeah, we're just looking at some we're looking at the is it the Port Canaveral cam? What's the fleet cam? Is that what it's called?
Fleet cam, yeah.
Yeah, and we're just looking at some cloud formations, and I think we were seeing something. We're seeing a weather rule has gone red for the moment, but that's probably not. We're still a long ways away from a T0 at this point. So, but yeah, we are seeing a little bit of weather in the area right now.
Right. But again, that's not the primary concern at this time.
Right.
The primary concern is the issue with the engine chilling down that number 3 engine. So whether or not the weather is red doesn't really make a huge difference right now. Now, if they start to see, storm systems bubbling up or something like that, that could be different. But cumulus cloud rule not quite being in line with the way they would want to launch. I'm not going to say it's the least of their concerns right now, because certainly they're concerned about a lot of important things, but it's probably not at the top of the team's mind currently.
Right. I guess the only thing, it's not irony necessarily, but this would have been the time when they would have been trying to pick up the clock for an on-time launch, and so we would probably have been we'd have been sitting waiting here for the weather if it weren't for the vehicle issue. So I'm not, who knows whether there's whether the vehicle gremlins have any impact on the weather and vice versa, but we probably would have had to wait a few minutes to clear that cumulus cloud rule if we'd been in a position to launch at the opening of the window.
Yep.
Right now we're still holding it. We're still holding it T-minus 40 minutes, and I assume this is really a discussion between the launch team and Boeing, the core stage prime contractor, and then Aerojet Rocketdyne, the RS-25 engine prime contractor, and how all of those things work together.
Makes sense. Let's see if we can't grab. I'm going to grab a couple more folks who are supporting us here. Andrew K., thanks for joining the membership program, becoming a Capcom member. We appreciate the support there. That's why we're able to do what we do. A lot of detailed questions. If you're interested in what's going on at Starbase, maybe join us after this stream, because apparently there were some overpressure notices delivered out at everybody's favorite shiny rocket facility yesterday, meaning there could be engine tests at Starbase today. Of course, if you're looking for engine tests, you could just always go to McGregor. We've got a McGregor live stream. I guess you could say live twice there, but SpaceX testing engines over at McGregor just about on a daily basis. I do see a lot of questions where people are asking things that maybe aren't exactly relevant to what we're talking about here, the current status of SLS and its engine configuration, whether or not we're going to get this launched today, how the window is progressing. I do see your questions. I appreciate the support, but I'm going to keep them relevant to the topic at hand. See, Jonathan Head is a PadRat member. Thank you, Jonathan, for joining the club. Alexander Jordan, here's one for Phil. Is Engine 3 the one that caused the early shutdown during the static fire? Did we have an early shutdown back then, or what was the situation
there? Was an early shutdown, but there was a little confusion about the way that information was disseminated right after that. So that was not an engine problem that stopped that first static fire. It actually turned out to be a core stage hydraulic system issue, and it really had to do. So it was unrelated to the engines.
Gotcha. So not like the engine itself, or not anything with chilling the engines, or the issue that we're hearing about here today. Correct?
Right. That's correct. It's unrelated to the issue that they're having today.
All right.
Hey, really quick, we've got another update from NASA. Says teams are in a hold in the countdown at T-minus 40 minutes while engineers continue to assess an issue conditioning Engine 3. The engineers are looking at options to gather as much data as possible. Now,
That's
that last phrase, while not announcing anything, does definitely point us to one possible outcome of today's countdown. But engineers are looking at options to gather as much data as possible.
Interesting. So that might mean continuing to go through troubleshooting steps, trying different things, see how the systems respond. Even if you might not think you would go for a launch, the team showed up, everybody's out on the field, we might as well get some practice out of this here and get some good data about the systems and how they perform here on the pad at LC-39B. Sound correct?
Right. Yeah. I mean, they need to figure out a way to get all 4 engines into this engine bleed / engine chill down at the same time, and so it wouldn't, it won't be the outcome that everybody wants, but if they were able to come up with a workaround or a set of procedures to solve the problem, even if that makes the end of the window problematic, that would set them up for other attempts later in the week.
Gotcha. In an update from our fleet expert here, Gav, he is saying that the Coast Guard range control is still enforcing the security. There's no official scrub from the Coast Guard's perspective yet. Apparently, boaters are asking if they can enter, and they are still being kept out of the zone. So one more little bit of data there, but we've actually seen some of those security boats in the background, some Coast Guard boats going back and forth. So it wouldn't make any difference one way or the other. It's not like, oh, geez, we scrubbed for the day so everybody can just come and drive right up next to the thing. It's still fuel, Thomas is pointing out. But we are keeping up with all sorts of different conditions. And nobody's told the Coast Guard to let people near the rocket yet. Of course, that wouldn't happen until they detank the thing. So let's see here. We're still waiting on that official update. Now, I wonder, we've seen other companies, we've seen other organizations do this before. SpaceX notoriously has had us all standing by for a launch and haven't even made any statements about gathering good data and acted like they were going to go when we all felt like they probably weren't going to go today. But the same sort of situation, getting the team experience, getting folks on console, stepping through processes and procedures, it's game time. It's time to actually get the experience where here this issue has come up. How do we address it? Even not from a technical perspective, just how the teams communicate with each other. These people are talking, now we need to get this group together. All these things are experiential things that you don't get as much opportunity to practice, especially when you have the full rocket here and it's a real situation, real rocket, real fuel on a real pad. But potentially they're still getting this practice in, and that was the way that they were saying gather as much data as possible was the specific wording there, I guess.
Right. Well, and this is the first opportunity that they've had to run through this procedure. So the leak that they had in June actually prevented them from even running through this. And so if they hadn't had that leak, quick disconnect leak in June, this is exactly what they would have been running. These procedures would have been exactly what they would be running through. So this is the first time that they've run the hydrogen engine bleed with this vehicle, with this ground infrastructure. And so it's definitely a learning experience, and basically we're just waiting to see whether they can turn this around today during this launch window, or whether it's whether they're going to gather more data. And again, it wouldn't be a win for a launch today, but if they were able to come up with a solution to the problem, that would definitely be advantageous for the next launch attempt.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. Let's see here. Michael is just getting a ton of practice in tracking different things flying around the sky. It looks like somebody's leaving. Is this the NASA jet? I don't know if we know which jet this is that's actually going. But a lot of good. Again, hey, this I'm not going to say helps us out. We all want to see the rocket fly, but Michael's automated tracking software is getting experience in the field on the actual camera that's going to be used, tracking things in the sky. Unfortunately, no rockets yet, but we're using the experience here to improve our broadcast as well.
Right.
That's how it goes.
It's possible. We were talking about that cumulus cloud rule. It's possible that that they're basically continuing to work that weather problem like they would as if that was the only problem that they had. And so they might be sending. They talked about having aircraft assets to go out and look at the edges of a cumulus cloud. To see if maybe they could make a judgment call on looking at the radar, we would say one thing, but the aircraft, they might be able to send the aircraft out there and say, okay, it's within the rules that we could launch with this. So while the core stage and the RS-25 engine people are working this engine bleed issue, they're still working. Everybody else is still working their other issues, and I guess right now the only other issue is the weather.
Yeah. All right. Let me say thanks to a couple more people here. Again, mixing it up. Then we'll get a couple questions here as well. Donald F. Saunders Jr. Thanks for becoming a PadRat member. We appreciate you. Actually, I saw quite a few people doing the gifting membership thing earlier as well. A lot of people tossing 5 gift subs in. There's ways that you can actually gift memberships to other people and help other people get access to some of the behind-the-scenes content we do with the membership program. So I see a couple of those in there. S. Brown, Jose Leonardo Siquiera, I'm going to go with. I hope I got that one correct. Corey Hartz, Daniel Weir. That's a launch director on Daniel Weir there. Chininator says, hey, NSF. I turned 30 last week. I'm officially old. Wait, what? You turned 30 and that makes you officially old? Can I get a shout out or toast to my newfound oldness? Chininator.
Sure.
I think we can confirm that we have reviewed the data, and at 30, yes, you're not old. Happy birthday anyways.
That's right. Yeah, no. Yeah, I'm old. I'm like I'm like in my 50s. That's like twice as old as 35.
Oh my gosh, geez. Philip, I think we need to work on the math there, but it feels that way sometimes, especially when I have to roll out of bed in the morning. Hey, on this shot, you can sort of see some of those clouds. I don't know if that's the specific cloud that's an issue, but you can see that Florida atmosphere bubbling up there in the background. Oh, let's see. There's so many. Stephen Blackstone came through as well. Alessandra Bazoffi came through as well with some euros. I've seen that name a couple times. Sharpie the Sword from Australia. Sharpie the Sword, thank you for showing up as well. Nolan Wilson. Hey, Nolan. Nolan actually helps us out around McGregor. Says, best wishes from your friends in McGregor, NASA Spaceflight Team. Stream's great, and I wouldn't want to have my eyes glued anywhere else. Go Team Space. Thanks, Nolan. Thanks for hanging out with us, and thanks for keeping our cameras running out there with McGregor Live. We appreciate you. James Chapman Auto Detailing. I feel like I just read an ad out loud, but we appreciate you, James Chapman. I'm not going to read your phone number out loud so that people can call you to get their cars cleaned. Sorry. Mr. Crystal Cranium is a PadRat member. We've got Georgia Mercati, I think we're going to go with. Georgia, thank you for the euros. We got another Capcom, James Stevens. I'm not just going to sit here and read names forever, but we 100% appreciate y'all's support. So, folks.
Yeah, we need to we need to basically say that they have officially scrubbed the launch for today. The launch director called that just a couple of minutes ago, and so we just got that from NASA. So just to let everybody know, they're going to continue to troubleshoot this and gather data and hopefully get enough information so that they can come back hopefully on Friday and try again. But they have officially scrubbed for today.
Did that update come down? Was that on the broadcast? Did they put out a piece of paper? Did somebody come up and tap somebody on the shoulder?
It was on the NASA broadcast. Well, on the technical broadcast. I don't know if Jack Black or anybody else announced that on the official broadcast, but we did get that from the technical broadcast.
Right. So, folks, that is what we were waiting to hear. We knew the teams were waiting on trying to figure out what they could do, but they have officially called a scrub for today's launch attempt. The launch is scrubbed due to an issue with the engine bleed, or the launch attempt, I guess is the right way to say it.
Right.
So, anyways, that is what we were standing by for, and that is official. This isn't speculation. This isn't people spamming in chat. I know we always get a lot of people doing things like that. This is from the horse's mouth. NASA saying that they have scrubbed for today. We're going to update the ticker so it says that as well down there. Yep. Now we've got the launch is scrubbed due to issue with engine bleed. And the clock may still say T-minus 40 minutes, but that is going to not move anymore today.
Right.
Let's see.
Well, as you look for some more questions and some more things, they're going to continue as we were talking about, continue to gather data. So they may stay in this configuration for a little while longer. So the launch team is probably going to keep working for maybe a couple more hours on this with the vehicle fully tanked. Again, in an effort to try and find either a workaround or sequence of commands that they can do to get that, because it's a lot easier to troubleshoot this problem in the configuration the vehicle's in right now versus again with just computer models, and you've got real data here and the vehicle in a sort of quasi launch configuration right now. So hopefully they can find something or find a series of things that they can use for the next launch attempt.
Yeah, again, folks, repeating again, it's official from NASA that they have scrubbed the launch attempt for today. Not speculation, official word from NASA that they will not be launching here. Now, still lots of good data that the teams will be able to get, but I know that everybody is going to head on home. I know a lot of people actually stayed up all night long waiting for this, but you do have to remember, you would rather be, remember the saying, right? If you're new here, you might not know the saying. You'd rather be on the ground wishing you were flying than flying wishing you were on the ground. And today, NASA has made the official decision to keep Artemis I and SLS on the ground due to that issue with the engine bleed, trying to get that engine into the right operating range. Just wasn't working out. They're going to go back and continue making a plan, reviewing the data, all the things that you do because they're NASA. I imagine there are going to be things like press releases and conferences. That's probably a pretty safe bet, right, Philip?
I hope so. Just to recap here. So the issue was establishing the engine bleed on one of the four engines. So they got engines 1, 2, and 4. They got the engine bleed established correctly. The only one was engine 3, and in this picture here, engine 3 is in the foreground on the left. It's kind of behind that gray engineering camera that's in the foreground. But that's the engine that they could not get the engine bleed with the proper parameters set up on it, and so they have to get all four engines into that chill down conditioning configuration at the same time. So that's really what they're going to be trying to work out here, either while they're tanked here in this configuration, or taking the data that they have and working offline the next 3 days. And the next opportunity to launch would be on Friday, September 2nd, and that launch window opens at 12:48 p.m. Eastern, and that would be 16:48 UTC.
And that's PM, like just after lunch or around lunchtime, right?
Right, and that would be a 2-hour window again.
All right. So, folks, they're not just going to pack up this rocket and say we give up. They are going to review all their data, and they will likely be back. Now, the data review may come back and learn that there's some other issue. They need more time. They can't get it back for that next window, but they're going to look at it, and they do have, like Philip was saying, that next launch window coming up this Friday. It's Monday right now. So we will absolutely stay tuned. Hey, real quick, we're also going to have all of our people in the field pack up their gear, the cameras, the robotic trackers, all that sort of stuff, because it looks like there is a big thunderstorm just off the coast here. It may pass off to one side. It looks like the track might have the brunt of it miss them, but there is a big storm. I think that's where the cumulus cloud rule was coming in, just off of Cape Canaveral there. You can sort of see it darkening in the background of this shot right here over on the right-hand side of your screen. So we're going to get all our folks in the field back under cover, safe and sound. They do have a bunch of stuff to pack up. Let's go around really quickly and say thank you to folks that were involved with the broadcast here today, shall we? Philip, we appreciate you being here. Philip Sloss, our resident SLS expert, thank you so much for basically being here the entire time and sharing all of your knowledge about the program with us.
Yeah, I mean, I know nobody likes a scrub, but it's still been fun, and it's been an interesting morning, and it's been fun to see the vehicle kind of up close and personal for the first time.
Yep, absolutely. Let's see. We had a ton of people in the field, most of them not on comms anymore, but I'm just going to go down the list. You heard the voice of Jack Beyer today. He is operating cameras out there. He was helping me set up a bunch of our fiber feeds and stuff like that when I was down at the Cape. But there is his information. He will be back. Make sure you follow him on Twitter.
Space launch system, more like scrub launch system. Am I right?
Can we mute his microphone? Don't you have stuff to pack up, Jack? Yeah, he's muted now. So anyways, Jack, thank you for hopping in.
I think unfortunately, but Jack is probably that probably is a common sentiment right now, I would imagine, at the Space Center.
Also out in the field, we had Thomas Berghardt, assistant managing, actually news director is Thomas. Thomas isn't on comms right now. He'll be packing up stuff, but massive thanks to Thomas for everything he does. Also out in the field, Mr. Chris Gebhardt. He's the one I'm supposed to say assistant managing editor for. So thank you, Chris Gebhardt, as well. Michael Baylor was out there. He was operating that tracking camera and doing a ton of tech stuff behind the scenes. We had a bunch of photographers as well. Brady Kinniston was out there. Of course, Jack's a photographer. I know that Stephen Marr was out as well. Julia Bergeron was running around. The whole team, basically all hands on deck. Everybody at the Cape, except for me and Philip here, I guess. We weren't at the Cape. We had some other voices. Adrian Bale was on today as well. I think we had Alex on as well. What else did we have? Did I get everybody, Philip? I did.
I think so. I'm trying to think if Hagen was on earlier, I believe, too, or Hagen. I'm probably butchering his name, but he was on comms earlier too.
Yes. Thank you for that. Hagen came through and was doing a little bit of hosting for us. And then my compadre here clicking on buttons today, Patrick Colhoun, was here as well. Thank you so much, Patrick, for helping us click on camera feeds today. Pretty sure I said your last name correctly. I'm almost positive I did. Let's see here. We have mentioned already, folks, that there is another attempt coming up on Friday. We've said that quite a few times here. They're not just going to roll this away. We don't know if they'll make an attempt that day, but they do have another window that has the moon aligned correctly to send the rocket to it, and that is coming up on Friday just around lunchtime. Window opens just after lunch. We will, of course, be covering that. We'll see how many people stick around the Space Center, to cover what's going on. But we will be bringing you live coverage of that. If you haven't yet, make sure you sub to the channel. You know how to follow the channel. Make sure you get notifications, all that sort of stuff. So you get notifications of what's going on. maybe toss a like to the stream as well. If this is the sort of content you like our explanations, you like our way of talking and just, not reading off the script and that sort of thing, you know how to get back here and you know how to indicate that this is something that you like. Again, one last time, that next possible launch window is coming up on Friday, September 2nd, just after lunchtime local, around 1600 UTC, I think was the time Philip said there.
All right, 1648.
1648.
UTC.
Thank you. Let's see here. Now, the real question is, you know what the real question is? Whether or not we are going to go and try to cover something happening at Starbase today. We run a 24/7 stream down at SpaceX's Starship, also part of the Artemis program, facility down in South Texas. We got some notifications that they may be lighting some engines there today. I think that we may cover that on our Starbase Live 24/7 stream. I think that all of our commentators may be ground into a very fine dust after the marathon stream here. But anyways,
at the very least, they probably need a nap.
Yeah, a short nap. And then we'll come back and see if there's any fire happening down at Starbase, Texas. But I do believe, wow, did we miss anything else there? I think I got anything. I think I got everything. Boss, do I need to say anything else here for the people that hung around? Thanks so much to everybody for supporting us here. It was a ton of work getting this stream set up. This was almost a good wet photon rehearsal for us with all of the stream equipment that we had installed. We've got actually not very many big improvements. We could buy a couple more cables and maybe one or two more IP encoders to get a couple more camera feeds, but most of our tech worked pretty well today. We did a lot of work up front trying to make sure it would go the best we could. But Tim W., thank you so much for that. We appreciate this. This is NASA Spaceflight Team Legends. It really was a lot of work to get it going here. But let's see here. Yeah, I think if there are things happening at Starbase, we'll be covering them on Starbase Live. So at the end of this stream here, it should end you up over at our Starbase Live stream. We'll see if we can put the link into chat as well. But I do believe that is going to bring us to the end of our coverage of this launch attempt, officially scrubbed here on Monday, August 29th for Artemis I and the Space Launch System. My name is John Galloway with NASA Spaceflight. Appreciate y'all hanging out with us today. Glad we were able to share it with you. Of course, nobody wants to see a scrub, but that was the right call. The people knew what they were doing when they made the call today, and they're going to review it, and they're going to get back at it. They're going to take the data and see when they can get this rocket flying, because they still fully intend to send this on its way to the moon as one of our first steps back towards a more permanent presence there and reaching out the rest of the way to Mars. For now, we're going to go ahead and close down our live coverage, and we will see you nerds later. Thank you for making this possible, y'all. We appreciate you.
Propulsion continues to be normal.
Our EDT pressure looks good. Toggling up.
Water towers can fly! Yes!
Tango Delta nominal.
Flight downside SCE off. Say again, SCE off.
Yikes. You bet. Concur. We don't need any more of these.